This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, the top 4 teams go head-to-head, and the winners will move on to the upper bracket final. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 7 of VCT Americas Kickoff, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. That's right, baby.
Wait, what'd you go California?
California. Got to spell it out at the end, you know? I'm Golden Boy.
Please don't entertain this match.
What's up, guys?
That's what I'm here for.
I missed your faces, okay? But good news is, we're back, baby. And this time, we got Vansili with us on the desk today. Somehow managed to convince him to do that.
Snuck through. I snuck through. Thanks for having me. It's going to be a great time.
It's going to be fun.
I love that we have Ender, by the way, because he's going to bring down the average median age of this desk.
Yeah, and bring up the average median height.
That's also very true.
That feels like an attack. Okay, well, now, of course, only the top 2 teams at kickoff are going to be punching their ticket into Masters Bangkok, and champions points are on the line for our top 4. Here is the current bracket and how it plays out. Of course, you can see our top 4 sitting there, but, you know, my eyes immediately get drawn to that lower bracket. EGMIBR, NRG versus Crew. 100 Thieves going out early there, Vansili. Absolute insanity going down the lowers.
To be honest, outside of that NRG and C9 game on day 1, everything just seems par for course. In the top 4, with how Loud had the bracket, they had to play against EG and Crew, but seeing Sentinels, G2, and LEV on the upper bracket is just a normal Tuesday for me.
It is still pretty shocking, I think, though, with how close 100 Thieves played up against Sen. Yeah. Obviously, their series against NRG was even closer, right? But just kind of brutal to see them go out in that way, where it's 2 incredibly hard-fought series that they're just on the tail end of.
Yeah, for real. And one thing that has been very fascinating to see is that when you look at the bracket, the one thing that actually has been separating the winners and the losers is who hopped on the Taeho train first. Because Taeho has been very, very prominent in the meta here. So let's go ahead and figure out which region actually does it better. And first, let's take a look at our friends over in Pacific region. Vansili, I know you're very big on how they implement Taeho.
I love how Talent did this so far. Despite not getting a kill over here for Talent, or just in general of how Pacific uses Taeho, is actually really good to create space for their duelists. On one end for Talent is like the whole breach combination around the breach and the Taeho, but then the Euro to TP to gain that space to get those fights was nice. But then if you look at, for example, DRX over here, very simple stuff. It's just, let's use the Taeho utility to break the Sentinels utility, and that's one of the things I feel that a lot of teams haven't been doing in the very beginning when Taeho first came out, because when he first came out, we all talked about that. It's easy, it's going to be a Sentinels killer, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, like, just busting all that utility. I'm curious, though, because you have a couple different reads in Pacific, whether or not you're comboing Taeho with flashes, because that's something you're losing if Taeho's just replacing a breach, for example. Whereas we've seen in other places, like here, especially like a lot of Yoru pop up. Are you more of a fan of comboing flashes with it, or do you think it works in those comps like we just saw from a DRX where they just throw it in?
Yeah, I think in general, I love it more with the Yoru, because switching away I feel like this is like a Yoru meta. And if you're still using Raze for now, it's still quite good for what she could do for entering sites, but Yoru adds that extra self-sufficiency. Because if you're going to combine, like, let's say the Taeho and the breach to create that space, your Yoru's still going in alone. So now you have the clone that comes out, shoots the clone, more space, throw your flash, get more space, get a kill, run away, TP. Like, it's so good to see, and I'm hoping to see that a little bit more.
And that's more Sentinel bullying, right?
True.
Well, let's go ahead and see how it's looking over on EMEA, how they're implementing Taeho. Ender, why don't you go ahead and tell us how your buddies over in EMEA are doing?
I come in here and I want to shill my friends over in EMEA, but I don't really vibe with how they're playing Taeho. First of all, they're not playing a lot of it. Like, Heretics locked in on Rien's, Kamek's been playing it with Team Liquid, but I feel like EMEA as a region has a lot of pocket picks that, like, crowd out the Taeho space. Like, Krax on foot is always going to play KO regardless of map. That's just a given. And you have a lot of these teams with very unique reads on the meta, whether it's a Kamek playing a bunch of the Sage, and it just doesn't feel like there's enough room when you're playing these more off-meta picks, like a Sage, whatever, to slot Taeho in those comps, because if you're not making up for the flashes, whatnot that you're losing, it can be a little hard to play it.
The thing is, with the Sage, I still think it's quite nice because she adds that extra slow for those moments when you want to play those flood retakes. The only thing that's unfortunate for Kamek was that the walls weren't the best.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. But let's go ahead and take a gander our friends over in China, they got Taeho a week later than everyone else did. But here's Simon with the implementation of the agent.
I think that's just a cop-out as well as my excuse to say why China maybe doesn't look like the best region with Taeho implemented so far. I mean, you can already see it a 44.4% win rate with non-mirror comps. And when you're looking at it, for example, with EDG playing towards those grand finals, it's just using Simon solo to create in slow space, but never really trying to combine with anything else. So I think that it just comes down to that moment where they don't have enough reps and you're playing more basic at this point.
Honestly, it bums me out seeing, like, Taeho is insanely good on split, but not seeing a breach in there, like playing a Sky next to it. I'm a huge believer in the combination of Taeho and breach, and I think that Taeho, you should be very intentionally comboing other agents with it, whether it's a breach or an Astra. Any of these agents that have like long range CC support, you know, to combo with that agent, you're getting free kills all the time.
Yeah, I think that from what we've been gathering with Taeho and his implementation, it does feel like breach is like, you want him.
Must almost,
you almost want him.
We are entering into the world where it's Taeho.
Yeah, we're getting real dangerous in that territory. And I think in Bangkok, we're going to be living in that territory for a very long time. But of course, seems like Sentinels and Loud also ran Taeho right from the jump here in Americas. And we were talking about Taeho coming into this ender because we were like, Taeho is going to be disgusting. Yeah. And we were right. But it's fascinating to see how everywhere else around the world, it's been different results.
Yeah, no, but in Americas, I really like it. Again, you were talking about like Sage comboing with the Taeho. Yeah. Here's 100 Thieves doing that. You know, as much as we talk about them going out of the tournament, I really like the way they've implemented that agent with Astra, Breach, and Sage to combo.
Yeah, and overall, when you're looking at even the ults when Sentinels is playing this game, even though they lost this map against 100 Thieves like that, how can you play on a side of B and try to anchor that spot when there's just so much util going around? So I love
spawn.
Exactly. You just
go back, you run away.
And then that's why you have to start playing those retakes, and Taeho's good for that as well. And again, G2, I think they're probably the best team that runs Taeho so far, in my opinion, with, again, that space that Jogimo's able to get with that Yoru around that initiator util.
Look, I might be biased, but I think Americas has the best read on how to incorporate Taeho.
You're not biased. It's kind of true. It's kind of true.
On the meta.
I just think America's is the best.
Yeah.
Okay. Shout out.
Slay.
Let's see him Bangkok.
Yeah, go ahead and use my words for that one. All right, folks, before we get into today's first matchup, we're going to play a fun game, a quick game to test how well we can identify our pros. It's time for Player Jumbo.
Oh, my God. I'm going to be terrible at this.
So we're going to see
B?
a scrambled up Picasso-esque picture of a player, and we have to guess who they are. And chat, you guys can play along. Have fun with us, okay? It's gonna be a good time. So let's go ahead, bring up the first image. Bam! Show it. Oh, look at that. That was a different direction, but it all worked out. All right. Ooh, I think I know what this is.
Okay, I thought it was gonna be terrible, but this is too easy.
That's a John angle, yeah?
Yeah, that's a John angle, the glasses angle.
Jonathan, quite talented.
Quite talented, quality tactics, just absolute cinema as well. So yeah, it's definitely John Cutie at
I'd
this
recognize
point.
that hair anywhere.
Yeah, honestly, I'm very honed in on the hair.
I actually recognize that red spot on the top right corner everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go ahead. It's a formality at this point. John Cutie is player number one. Okay, let's see if it gets a little bit harder.
I actually thought it was going to be hard, because usually I'm like, oh, hey, that actor from that movie and stuff. I thought it was going to be similar.
And if it doesn't get any harder, just blame Kurt from Plat Chat. All right, everyone, let's go. Next one, Jumble number 2. What do we have? Who's it going to be? Kind of curious, because the first one kind of was, okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so we know that this is a Loud player, right?
Yeah. Little beard.
Wait, is that Loud?
Yeah, that's the Loud. Or yeah, it's the Loud jersey, or it might be our jersey, because MIBR has been coming out with green jerseys this time around.
I think Loud has the green jersey.
I think they kind of both do, you know.
Maybe.
But the
I'm actually struggling.
To be honest, I think it's Vinny.
Do you think
it's not Vinny?
What are you doing?
Why would you
can't be saying that, man. I was trusting you.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to guess.
I'm gonna say Tuis.
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
I feel bad about this one.
Does he have facial hair?
See, I don't remember.
Right now?
He is a young fragger, isn't he?
A bunch of people grew out there be like, Austin's got a beard now. My first thought was Austin, but it's not 100 Thieves.
Let's see what it is. It's Tuis, yes!
Okay.
Dude, I knew it. I knew it.
I'm terrible.
Genius.
I'm terrible.
All right, next one. Let's see, Jumble number 3. What do we have? Curious. It's gonna, oh dear.
That's Ye, El Diablo. No.
No, it's not.
Yes, no.
No, it's not.
Yes. No, it's glasses.
No, it's not.
Sponsors. I'm trying. No, actually, this is messing me up, man.
That is
this
an
is
EG
a good Jumble.
jersey.
So it has to be Ye then. If it's EG jersey, it's Ye.
But does he have that much
facial hair?
That much facial hair?
So.
Yeah.
He wears glasses too. If you say it's EG, Ye wears glasses.
I don't think this is
I can't think of
EG.
any other players that wear glasses.
Wait,
in EG.
I think this
another,
is Levy.
I was gonna say, who's got another jersey like that?
I'm actually, my brain is being broken right now.
All right.
I lock it in. Yay.
I genuinely, I'm lost. I don't.
This
think
game's making me so nervous. I'm already
Text.
sweating.
I'm just gonna go text.
I'm joining you on text.
I'm just gonna
Wait,
lock
let's
it in.
not get
text.
done.
All right. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I don't know, man. We're all over the place.
Dude, I'm so off. We were so off on that one.
I knew it was a Leviathan jersey though.
I knew it was a Leviathan jersey.
I got that part.
I knew it was one of our newest players, Natang. Well, you know, but yeah, disgusting. All right, next up, Jumble number 4.
That's why I didn't know.
We already
We're failing
know Chad's
miserably.
100%
Wait, there's one
on
more?
this.
Dude, this is very stressful.
Who could that be?
Yo,
Oh, I know that
wait,
face
that's that-
anywhere.
that's from that
Who could that?
emote,
Who could that
right?
possibly be?
That's an optic jersey.
I tell you what, though, that guy looks like a handsome person, though.
Not with that face.
What face?
Oh, is that who you think it is? I don't know. Actually,
Face.
could you just zoom in?
Let's try,
a little
let's try
bit,
it.
Just so we could get an updated
Nice.
2025
Yo, do your impression.
version.
Let's do it. Hold on.
Yeah.
And are we gonna try it too?
You gotta try.
No. I can't do that. Nah, that is foul. That is
Go
so
closer,
good.
get close.
That's so good.
That's just my face.
Excellent work. Excellent work. You really look like that guy.
I do. I really do. All right, folks. Move on to today's first upper bracket
This is actually
match.
fun.
It's, of course, Sentinels. Yeah, see, I told you it'd be a good time at the desk. You don't believe me. You never believe me. All right, now, folks, we got Sentinels going up against Loud here. These are two squads, I mean, prolific in the Americas region. Sentinels with one of the most rabid, incredible fan bases. Loud, same thing, except they also have even the accolades in the Americas region as well to boot. This is a great matchup that we're going to see here. And Ender, we're going to see these guys throw haymakers at one another.
No, straight up. I mean, if you zoom out, why do these teams have an incredible history going back? But even if you're just comparing them to last year's kickoff, this is number 1 and number 2, right? Remember? Sentinels were the 2nd seed coming out of the group where they played against each other. Sentinels make that crazy run through the bottom, end up going into Madrid to win the entire thing, knocking down a Loud there too.
Yeah, and the other thing, though, for Loud, it's a whole different roster from last year for this year, though. And I also think that I love the looks that Loud had during kickoff, where you had this Phoenix and this Breach and this Viper on Ascent, for example, which kind of threw some teams for a loop. But then after you're looking at, the later rounds in the playoffs for kickoffs, you're going to split 1. Sentinels kind of like just had a good read on how to play against a QCK Phoenix, for example, as well. Yeah. And that's where I kind of fell off. That novelty that was trying to come out from Loud was immediately stopped.
I mean, that was the event that was the introduction of John QT to the Americas stage, right? Where we got to see the cinema for the first time. The way he was calling their split was revolutionary. Yeah. That's really what propelled them to win that whole event at the start of the game.
Yeah, that was still one of the wildest runs. It was such a fun one to watch there. But look, while that run was amazing, we've only really seen Sentinels take the stage once in 2025. It was a game. Things happen.
Great game.
It was a great game. It was a great game. No, but seriously, it was. Again, Sentinels 100 Thieves, you always know that it's going to be an exciting matchup. But it's really crazy to see Sentinels still continuing the strength that we praised this team at the beginning of 2024. Now they're doing the same thing again. History repeats.
It was really cool to see the resilience here, too, because they started off on their iconic map of Split, where they're bringing in a completely new competition. They got owned, and it wasn't their typical comp where they're playing, the Sentinel with John QT on Cypher. No, this guy was a Teo 1 trick for the entire series, but then they're going on to 100 Thieves map of Bind, going the distance there.
And then 100 Thieves on their map of Bind.
Yeah,
That's the crazy part. And that's the thing about Sentinels as well, going into this event. At first, you've lost Tens and Saucy already. That, if you're a fan of Sentinels, it's like, oh crap, are they going to be able to bring that firepower in going into kickoff and going into this year for 2025? Then they bring in Bang, which looks amazing. Narrate, also a prodigy for this. So they haven't lost that firepower. But then they have gone through role swaps and whatnot during the offseason. So you are coming into this game with a lot of question marks. And then after losing that first map, it's like, eesh. I'm not too sure how Sen's going to look this year, but then they definitely proved all of us wrong going into map 2 and 3.
Yeah, without a doubt, Sentinels showing that resiliency. A big part of that is the characters, the individuals that are on the team that really helped them to push over the edge there. And we got one of those individuals, Zelsis, standing by with Elizabeth to get his thoughts heading into today's matchup.
All right, Zelsis, you're known for standing up. You're known for asking people to stand up. So I need you to teach me just how to trash talk, how to do what you guys do on Sentinel. So come on, teach me how to do it.
Well, first you need a chair, and you kind of sit.
Okay.
And then when you do something cool, or in my case, when my kids do something cool, because I'm the old one here, so I kind of just feed off them. And then you just stand up and say, you guys are...
You guys are what?
Poop.
That's right. Okay.
Go up. Go up.
Yes, you guys are poop. That's a good.
That's what he's saying.
Honestly, I'd be disappointed if no one's using that in ranked tonight.
yeah.
You know, you guys are poop. Might be a little bit more
2-week
colorful
ban.
than that. Emphasis on the color. All right, well, let's go and keep the conversation going about John QT, because we were talking about the contributions that this guy made going into Madrid, but now it's very much his team now. He is continuing to be the leader, the captain. You know, he is the guy for this team. The identity of this squad is very much built around the way that he calls it. But it's kind of wild, as we were joking about. Homie's just running Tejo. That's the only thing.
And
you think it's smart?
He was fragging too, like across the series, incredible. I think that final map, he's like 22-10, something insane. But I do find it really interesting how the role swap is going to affect his calling. Because right now we've only gotten a little bit of a taste on that, but it's so different calling from the position of a sentinel player, where all you're doing is like information, you're on lurk roll a lot on the attack side, or your defense around your utility. So you can slow things down and micromanage positions on map. Whereas on the Tejo, you're way more of a go button.
Exactly.
And calling like the micro of a hit.
But it's nothing new for John QT, because if I think about back in the days when he was playing for Ghost Gaming back in like 2022, I'm way back at this point.
Coach Pat.
Yeah, exactly. He was balancing a lot between the center role and even initiator role at Fade. So calling in those moments was not like going as an initiator. It's not uncharted territory. And when you're thinking about the meta before, when it was like a Neon and a Breach, and Neon could be very self-sufficient on just opening those areas as well, by now having a Tejo, I think John QT is able to have better timings for the team, and also can react instantly on what's happening as an IGL to know what's to call the next step.
Yeah, it's something we saw a lot from, I mean, even looking at their split last year, was he was so good at calling timings of hits on like multiple fronts when they're splitting into a side or pinching into a side. And now on that Breach, what I'm looking at is, can he maintain, you know, calling good timings around that, but also the Tejo, sorry. But also, how well is he coordinating the micro pieces of a hit? Because you're probably not doing that when you're playing the side.
And even the last thing though too, as Tejo, you're thinking about the refreshable abilities with the salvos. So you're looking at delays, playing post plans. He's also very good in those clutch moments that we've seen on the Sentinel role. So playing that on a Tejo could be very similar play style for himself as well if he has to play to the clutch and delay.
And look, man, I mean, the stats kind of spoke for themselves. My guy was cooking on that agent, so he could very well find success here today. But he also has some tools available to him, some great weapons at his disposal. One of those players is Zekin, but he is going to have his work cut out for him, because he's going to be going up against DGZ, Digizin, who has made his return to the Americas stage. I've always been a big fan of this guy, Digizin. Best dressed player in the game, hands
100%.
down.
100%. That guy's got flair.
But, you know, you got to not just dress the part, you also got to act the part. And Zekin has acted the part for a very long time here, so this is a tough challenge for
100%. Even if you're looking at Digizin last year, in the first few weeks of Furia, he actually looked really good, but then unfortunately started falling off a bit. And then even questionable plays when pulling out a chamber on a split, for example. But then he's had a resurgence going back into 2025. I gotta say though, it feels like the numbers have been a little inflated with the match that they played against Crew last week, because Crew on this map kind of looked like they forgot how to play Valorant, and it was very easy for DGZ to just get that operator out and just start owning everybody.
But I don't want to. I agree with what you're saying, but I think it's important to note though that it's like he had to capitalize on that situation. He had to be in a position to do that, and a guy like Digizin, you give him the opening to do that. That's really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and I don't want to come out of the gate like you and overhype too much initially, because preseason expectation was lower for this player than a lot of other players in the league. But the truth of the matter is, he came in, has played 2 series in which he outfragged a Ye, an Icy, and a Kesnet on the other side. These are all very talented players.
Very true.
And just, I'm throwing Ye in there because he was playing the Phoenix and a Chamber. Not so incomparable on the roles there. But he was absolutely putting up the numbers. So yes, don't lose your minds and say he is #1 just yet, but he has already exceeded initial expectations. And the way Brazilian fans and Loud have been talking, this team has a lot more legs than people were giving them credit.
Yeah, I mean, the head-to-head versus Kesnet, I do agree, but also on that Haven map, he went 5-0 against Kez at that moment, but 5 of them were all Ox. Then you go into a moment where it's split, where they actually had good protocols to block him away from line of sights, and it went more down to like rifle duels. And it was actually won by Kesnet to 7-5. So if you're thinking about from a point of view of Sentinels, there's got to be a game plan to make sure that one, Digizine cannot get the economy, and two, he's not going to get the line on the op.
That actually is an excellent perspective. And I do say, though, another thing, kind of the more intangible aspect of it, because coming into this season, no one was giving this team time of day. Everyone was dogging on them, bottom of the rankings. No one gave them any credit. And here they are, doing some damn good gameplay.
Hey, it's all about that Digis intangible.
It's the Digis intangible. Oh man, but yeah.
Digis impact.
Dude, it's the thing that also blows my mind away is that in this competition, going into it, everyone was like, MIBR this, Furia that, blah, 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 and everyone forgot about Loud.
No,
and they're the only Brazilian
it wasn't even forgetting about Loud. Everyone, myself included, was Loud will be the worst Brazilian
Yeah, you guys were
this year.
dogging on them,
No
bro.
one was excited about this roster. And literally, it is because of Digizin. Because Digizin had not impressed massively in the past. And so many people, myself included, were wondering, why aren't they going with newer talent to reinvigorate this lineup?
Yeah.
And there's cake, there's egg, it's all over my face right now because this team has been playing very good. They've only played 2 series again, but it is literally the difference of Digizin that has been the reason why they're so much better than people are getting the credit.
And I think that, without a doubt, Digizin's impact has been felt through and through, but going into the season, one individual that people were talking about was Pankata. This is a great opportunity as well for him because, he's facing off against his former team. It was a bit of a short run, didn't really last that long with the Sentinel squad, but a little bit of a history there. But more importantly, Vansili, it's a great opportunity for Pankata to establish that this Loud team is the real deal.
Yeah, I think him slotting back as a controller player for this team, he came back during Split 2-2 when Loud actually, unfortunately, put, QCK over to the sidelines to bring Pankata in as a controller role, but they had role issues and whatnot. Now going to see Pankata towards the end of Split 2 and how he started towards kickoff, he's actually putting some pretty decent number and staying very consistent. And then also, potentially we'll see the Pankata of that 2022 Loud run that was able to win champs. So I still think that you would think that they lost so much firepower and so much brain by losing Sadak and also losing Aspas, but then Pankata. You also have now the IGL calling with Vinny, and then at the same time, Digizine popping off. This roster actually looks really good, and just like you, I'm proven wrong looking at Loud's roster now.
Yeah, I'll just say, I think Pankata is one of the more consistent anchors in the game right now.
It's also kind of ridiculous that people were doubting Tui's and Kalenzine, but it's just
No one was doubting those players. I do not want to.
Not you. I'm just saying in general.
I don't think
society as a whole.
If society was doubting those 2 players, society is stupid. Okay.
And if there's something we learned the last 3 weeks, society is quite stupid. All right, everyone. Well, let's go ahead from Pankata himself. Send it back over to Elizabeth.
Now, Pankata, this is the first time you'll be facing your former team Sentinels. What are the emotions going into today's match?
Not gonna lie, it's just one more match for me. I'm not the type of guy that likes to put feelings or emotions in the match, so just one more day at the work.
So not a revenge match?
Not a revenge match. I had no hard feeling for them. I like them.
Well, best of luck today.
While there may be no hard feelings, there will be some work done. I'm kidding. Actually, we've got a real special surprise for everyone today because we wanted to do something fun, except for those dirty, rotten scalpers out there, because we have made America's playing cards. That's right.
Yay!
Player cards. Oh, wow. This is actually sealed.
How cool is that?
That's pretty cool. So we're doing this like a real bona fide pack opening. Everyone loves a good pack opening. It's a good shot of dopamine. So let's go ahead and get this thing on the road. We're pros. Let's do this. Here we go. I got gloves tú también. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, you can't bend the cards. Make sure you don't bend the cards.
Hold on a second. Okay, all right.
That is not the right
something
technique.
someday.
All right.
The worst pack opener ever.
All right, there we go. There we go. Okay. Ooh, we got our cards. Here we are. First one. Let me go ahead and set it down on the table here. Bam. There you go.
Zoom in on that.
Brand new cards. By the way, I decided to put gloves on because I bite my fingers and I have a lot of anxiety. All right, here we go.
Made a Baby Bay card.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that a misprint from King and it's actually Baby Bay? That's gotta
It
be
does
worth,
look
at
rather
least
Baby
3 times the
Bay-ish,
price.
but this, of course, is King. There you go. There's King from Leviathan at a 82 rating. Okay.
Respect.
Next up, it's Zekin at a 92 rating.
That's the rookie card, isn't it?
I think I can hear Sen City from inside the arena right now.
Next card. And it is Cowanzine. Okay.
So as everybody heard Sen City, he just said, shh, don't cheer.
All right.
My card.
Let's see the next card here. And it is Tzaxon's knife. Tzaxon's knife.
That's
Chosen's
crazy.
knife was
Or Tzaxon's
No,
knife.
that
You
is
hear me? It's Chosen's.
that is a
Sorry.
collector's
Yeah.
item right there.
You know what's so funny? There's a Halo player named Tzaxon who spells his name exactly the same way, so I saw it and thought Tzaxon. In any case,
That sounds very Tzaxon.
there it is. All right, next one. And it is our foil card. Bam!
Oh.
It's Lee!
Nice.
With the shades too.
Did I get this right or did we do it wrong?
I think we did it wrong, but it doesn't matter
I'm
because
going to go ahead and say that the knife should have been.
I think the knife was the card that we
Yeah.
really wanted here. Let's go ahead and take a look at it again. Yeah, that was it.
That's good.
That was it. All right, so now that we've seen all of our awesome player cards, why don't you go ahead and talk about some of these ratings here?
Yeah, can you explain that? Did production decide on these ratings for these players, and now we're?
Yeah. So basically, what we went with, if you ever collected trading cards, or if you played, FIFA or Madden, right, which
No.
millions of people have, you have your ratings like you do in those games,
not
right?
that
So that is on the corner there. So it'll be 82 for King, 87 for Leaf. Zekin's got 92. Cowanzine's got 85.
Okay, so
Do
100's
you
the max.
agree? 100's the best, 1 to 100. Do you agree with these ratings? Let's start first with Cowanzine. Do you think an 85 fits Cowanzine?
Ooh, I would say, I'm just basing relatively off of all these players. Personally, I think Kawa is too close to Leaf.
Okay.
I think Leaf is way better than an 87.
Wait, so let's save Leaf for a second.
Sure.
What do you think for Kawa then?
Kawa,
Probably like an 80?
I would go 80 because I also think King, if last year, King's a stronger player. King was nasty last year. I think King is
Are these last
massively
year
underrated
cards, or is
too.
it potential for this year for points?
It don't matter.
I mean, it's
Use
just-
your imagination.
I say this year.
This year.
Yes, it would be awesome actually to see Cowanzine at 85 because again, with the two players that they lost for Loud, you are going to be asking for a lot from the veteran players as
But
Cowanzine.
is he an 85?
Everybody's 100 in my book, so I'm going to be
Get
aggressive.
out. All right, next up, Zekin, 92.
Zekin 92 is reasonable.
I could go 92, 95. And I'd be
95 might be a little bit too much. I think when I'm looking at duelists, I rate them harder because I think, except for the Osbosses of the world, there's not as clear delineation between them and the rest. I think
fine.
Zekin is definitely towards the top end, but I think that you have to do a little bit more for me to shoot up massively ahead. Also, only 4 underneath the knife. The knife is far better than Zekin will ever be. I'm
All right.
sorry.
I like this. I'm just going to say real fast, Leaf, he's an 80. Sorry, a 90. He's a 90, easy
Minimum.
90. Easy 90.
I'm going- I would go
go 95. I would go 95 as well.
That's what I'm
probably.
saying.
Yeah, I'm just
That's
saying.
what I'm talking
97
about.
as well, based on lists.
Yeah.
I think
And then, of course, King at 82.
That's criminal.
That's criminal.
That's
It's
criminal.
criminal. It's criminal.
that should definitely be up. But the
All
knife,
right.
I think, is justifiable for sure.
And Charles' knife should be 100.
EG's got collected.
Or as I said,
for sure.
Tzaxon. In any case, though, now, before we start the day, we have something fun for the people
More
here
fun.
in the building. That's right. If you're here in the arena right now, put down your hot dogs, finish up that nacho chip, and
don't have a
listen
hot
up,
dog.
okay? Because we want to see your best fan signs. Anyone attending today's matches is eligible. Anyone. So be creative, have fun with it, make us laugh, okay? And later on in the show, we're going to hold a vote. Elizabeth is going to hold a vote in the arena, and we are going to give the winner a special prize.
Oh, dude, I took out my gloves at the wrong moment.
It's a VCT Americas windbreaker. There you go.
Super
Vanna
nice.
White. So there you go. So that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you. So make sure you get out there, do the good thing, and let us see what you got. I'm quite curious. Have some fun with it. But let's go ahead for now, though. Take a look at our predictions. Ender is hard at work on his sign because he really wants his jacket. Here it is. So, what the hell? We just went.
I thought there was going to be some curses.
Did we become a hive mind overnight?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, it just makes sense. Everybody just thinks here that G2, or at least for me personally, I think G2 is the best team that currently have overall. So
I just couldn't. I mean, not to take anything away from LEV, but dude, G2 is playing incredible.
That's
you
what I'm
just
saying.
can't go against them
saying.
right now.
Yeah.
But I thought that there would be a little bit more
for Loud,
for Loud Sentinels.
like I
thought
said, I mean, yes,
maybe someone would take a risk.
if it still went around the hype of DGZ and all that as well, potentially. But again, think about the head-to-head with Zekin. Zekin is not going to be playing the op to really battle and stuff. He's going to be able to move in and try to fight.
Yeah.
I
do you
love
have?
that one. Okay, hold on.
What do you
come
have?
over here?
Just
I
zoom
got
in
a
real
little-
fast. We have
I
30
got a little
seconds.
Bring it in. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Look at that.
Who
Look at that. I better.
how do you not know?
Oh, I don't want to cover.
How do you not know, GB?
Golden Boy, AKA One Face. Also, it's a Sen 2-0, baby. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. That's my. Gosh. That's my notebook.
Today, our top 4 teams are fighting to make it in the upper bracket, baby. It's Sentinels versus Loud, G2 versus Leviathan. Day 7 of VCT Americas starts right now.
Is that the guy from there?
The Sentinels fans rejoice. They're one step closer to back-to-back kickoff wins.
And they get themselves a date with Loud.
Oh, deixa o homem maravilhoso!
You're able to upgrade to a rifle, which shows himself. But John, it's methodical!
A Sentinels tem time muito forte. O Rob sempre investe bastante ali pesado e tenta trazer bons jogadores. Então, acho que com certeza vai ser uma partida muito difícil. E tô animado para assistir esse jogo.
I played with Pancada briefly when I joined Sentinels. He's definitely a special player, very skilled. He has his own play style. Definitely a clutch player.
Passou a paranoia, o TP do Pancada para poder correr. Vira a mira para buscar de novo. Chutaço do Pancada!
It's definitely a big stake game for him. It will be his revenge against Sentinels.
Sobre mim, com certeza, para essas fases finais agora pode esperar muito mais. Eu ainda acho que não consegui render nem 30% do que eu posso. Não é o que eu espero, também espero muito mais que isso. Então pode esperar muito mais agora para as próximas partidas.
Riot Games Arena, chegou a hora de receber o primeiro time. Faz o L, muito barulho pra Loud!
Big opportunity here for Loud to really shut down Sentinels in a manner that I don't think that they would have expected coming into this, purely because of the conversation, the narrative. Coming into this competition was Loud is in the bin. They are struggling. We don't know what's going on with them. Turns out that was fraudulent. And now Loud is actually here to contend against the Sentinel squad that if they're not careful, catch them off guard.
Oh yeah, look, this Loud is looking strong right now. They had 2 really strong comeback maps versus Evil Geniuses. Then Dujazin's off on Haven. Absolutely dismantled crew. This team's looking good.
If Pancada's 30%, I can't wait to see now into the later matches for kickoff, because this is
what does 50%
awesome.
look like?
That's what I'm saying.
Forget 100%. I want to know what 50% looks like. It's going to be a good one for sure.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Come on, make some noise for your Sentinels!
And the Sentinels make their way back onto the stage again here. Face off against Loud. These 2 teams have squared off against one of these organizations, rather, squared off against one another many times in the past here in the Americas region. But for this combination of rosters, first time, it's going to be very exciting.
I'm pumped for the matchup, and it looks like Narrate is too. I mean, this guy is just coming out there, charismatic, pumping up the crowd, getting it going. This guy has been a seamless integration into the Sentinels roster.
And when you're looking at this roster too, when other years when Zelsis was like the Vibe merchant or whatnot, Narrate is definitely flying under Zelsis' wings, and you have a lot more vocal players overall, and you've already seen him telling people to step up every single time. This team is going to be looking really good.
Yeah, Narrate's an up-and-coming peddler.
Yeah, the market's looking good for him. All right,
he bought in at an all-time low, right?
He really did.
10s left.
True. Bought in at the dip, and he's holding diamond hands, baby. Diamond hands on the vibes. All right, well, we'll see where the battleground will be in a moment as the teams huddled up and get ready to go. A lot of pressure here. Big opportunity for Loud. You know, I think back to that video that they did going into the year where they were talking and rating all the different teams in Americas, and they rated themselves in last because they were like, oh, we're just Pancada's friends.
Humble Kings.
Humble Kings. And here they are. Opportunity to go to Bangkok on the line here. But you got your series layout. Lotus, Pearl, and if necessary, Split. How you feel about this?
I mean, look, Loud still disappointing me, continuing up on those fracture bands. But really, what I'm curious about is if we make it to a 3rd map, how much work Sentinels have put in on on their classic best map of Split, they got owned on versus Under Thieves.
Yeah, and Lotus, we haven't seen it come out from Loud yet for this year, and this is one of those maps where you could potentially pull out that chamber, for example, if you don't want to play too much Raze, because that was also one big question going into this year with Digizine in the roster. We critiqued him in the past years when he played over at Furuya that his Raze wasn't the best in the league, or even at all to be able to go against the best Razes of the league. But now that he's able to play Jet Wolves with the up, looks really awesome. He looks pretty decent on that Raze in the last map against EG. And now, again, if he's able to pull out a chamber or something like that, it could also still give him good space and good opportunities to get those first bloods against Sentinels that like to default around this map a lot.
Yeah, of course, it's been a... So it's going to be fascinating how Loud try to outwit John in some of these moments here, right? Because you know he's going to be running the tail. you know he's going to be.
It's a good challenge for Vinny too.
Yeah, exactly. So like, where do you try to shut that down? Where do you try to find those gaps in the plan? Was there anything, Ender, that you saw in particular with Sentinels where you're like, okay, maybe they could take advantage of this?
Well, for a map like Lotus, it's hard to say because we don't know if Sentinels are going to be playing like double initiators, sort of crawl-heavy comps, or if it's going to be more controlled style. Okay. I would say if it is John QT continuing to play that Tejo, it is very important to refight into space. That agent is super good at just blasting you away at the start of a round, and it's all about choosing those timings to re-clear and get back into the zone.
And this is just standard Lotus right here.
Pretty standard, yeah.
Nothing that crazy. Let's see what we get on the other side with Sentinels, though, because one can reckon that they are going to be busting out some of the newer agents there, and that's exactly what they did.
No, I mean, again, I think Sentinels have such a great read on the meta, right? They're playing triple flashes, Quadra if you count the Paranoia coming in from Omen, so you just have so much fighting tools. The important thing for Vinny is not to get fooled by the opening volley of util John QT is going to show at the start of rounds. He is going to condition him to force him into specific points on the map, but there are always more flashes for Sentinels to be refighting with. And Vinny has to be on guard.
They have a lot of utility to play around with. That is scary.
And also very similar to what G2 was running on that map too, by leveraging a lot of that utility that we mentioned before. Excuse me, with the Breach and the Teo to allow Zekin as this Euro to be a little bit more self-sufficient moving into these sites. The only difference this time around is that they're not really playing the Viper there, so we'll have to see.
We will have to see. All right, folks, let's go ahead and dive into this matchup. Riot Games Arena, make some noise as we send it over to your casters. You got Doug SC and the Shmee.
Another banger by Golden Boy and Dre. We've got a tale as old as time. Sentinels and Loud. There's so much history between these two. There's so much pedigree, championship-winning pedigree on these two rosters.
Yeah, historically Loud besting Sentinels, right? Even on this map, this first map of Lotus, the last time these two teams have faced, Loud beat them. Keep in mind, different meta, different rosters.
Oh, yeah.
But it doesn't matter because this Loud team has stormed through the competition of EG. They've decimated crew, and now they're here knocking on the door of Sentinels.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a massive litmus test for Loud. Because, they come into this match and they're 4-0. It is time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast, excuse me. That can come out of my paycheck. With Samsung SSDs into map 1. It is going to be Lotus Loud on the attacking side. There's a lot of talk and a lot of conversation about just how good Loud are. They come in 4-0. They waltz through EG, they waltz through crew, and now you're wondering, okay, well, are these guys legit? I think we're going to learn that today, Dre.
Yeah, and 4 years ago, you had Vinny, Pancata, DGZine on the same team. It's crazy to see them back together now. Something that was missed. B4 Esports was the name.
See that stun right at the very beginning.
Yeah, already some protocols in action off of some contact play in mid. But all that A space was gathered from Loud, and I mean, it's only solo Vice on this site. He needs to get out.
There's a lot of threat here, close by. Just in the vicinity. Again, DG having to take a quick step back. Sentinel starting to flood out onto the site. But they're going to find out that it's vacant. There's no one there. And the Spike and the rest of Loud are going B.
I'm already so impressed with how Loud have approached this, baiting out so much utility from Sentinels, finessing their way into this B site, and now getting aggressive positioning in the post plan.
Big fight here going the way of Kalanzine. How much more can be found? Traded right back. Pancata's in a really nice spot, but decapitated by Zelsis.
What a shot, man.
Spike still in play, a 3v3. So again, they've flipped the map. They're on opposite sides of each other now. Now you see Sentinels starting to come in towards B. With Loud holding back in spawn. DG claiming 1, make that 2. Zekin left in a 1v3. He's gotten 1, but now the stun. Is he done? having to push forward. A tap first in the face of the flash, has to turn it. A second one, just a threat. He's gotten it down to 1v1. Is Zekin gonna do it again? What a start! Is he gonna have enough time for the defuse though? That's the closest part! No! Heroics just a bit short for Sentinels.
Second with the laser-focused crosshair placement, but it's just not enough. Loud, the way they maneuvered around that utility from Sentinels and just got into these aggressive post-plant positions, catching a lot of players off guard. It's just almost impossible. I mean, Zekin almost does it here. That's the crazy thing. If anything, these are confidence kills for him alone, but already the default, the approach from Loud, it's been great. They have a good understanding of how to play against all this utility.
You mentioned the great start for Zekin, sitting at 3-0 right now with just a pistol to play around this time. On the opposite side of the stage, you've got rifles aplenty.
Bring them down.
A good C default so far from Loud, very uncontested. Trying to bait out that Vice utility, and they do just that. That orb was also gathered onto DGZ. He's getting close to that showstopper, only 4 away. If he can farm up some kills in this anti-eco, make it clean, he might have that online for the bonus.
Catch them.
But it's a stack here, Doug. All 5 members.
They just don't have the guns. And you imagine it's not going to work out. It shouldn't work out, according to conventional wisdom, and that seems to be the case.
Oh my goodness.
Checking the smoke. I mean, sure, yeah, John will get his. It's a bit of damage done here, too. DG and Pancata both weak. Again, the tapping of the door, it's like nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah. Already Loud looking to fight fire with fire. They're not afraid. Yeah, it's stacked, but we have the arsenal behind us. Bang tries to do what he can there, takes out Vinny, but DGZ will get that spike planted at the end of the round on top of that kill, making him even closer to that showstopper.
Yeah, just 2 off here. As you take a look at it, again, this belabored attempt at controlling C, and then ultimately deciding to go back B.
It was a good read from Sentinels, just the firepower is just not quite there. Loud, they need to be careful in future rounds. If they get caught out like that, if Sen can get the reads on them and have 5 members there, when they have the weaponry behind them and maybe even more utility, it's going to be disastrous for Loud.
Yeah, that spells danger.
Shadows traveling.
Banks getting up really far. Feeling some of the threat, wisely takes a step back, and Loud fill in the space.
Yeah, this is looking just like the previous round, so already Loud conditioning a lot of this C aggression. Maybe a stronger commitment this time around.
All that Vice utility will make things difficult. And now you've got the Omen TP, or Flash, excuse me, you have to get through as well.
Yes, but Doug, this is where Sentinels shine. Retaking with this composition. We saw it on Pearl. Are we going to see it here again on Lotus?
A pop of the ult?
Oh, yeah.
DG wanting to go. Flashed up. The wick is already halfway burned. How much more can he find? A satchel out. Again, finding no target. No joy.
But time was bought.
And now they're going to have to flood right back into the face of it. The stun is going to be good. Zelsis will find the first. DGC trying to hold the line. Only 1 found. Numbers still the way of the defense. This spike has been ticking for a little bit longer now. Yes, they have the numbers advantage, but time is of the essence.
Speed up.
It is brief. Pancata and Tui's brothers in arms finding 2-piece. It's all going to fall into Pancata, and again, close one, but the defuse will come through this time. Sentinels are on the board.
So impressive from Sentinels. 1 second left on that defuse. I mean, that showstopper was popped to try to disrupt any type of retake, but the awareness that you have to have in order to fall all the way back and not get picked off by that, and then you go like this?
Yeah.
It looks so clean. This is the bread and butter of Sentinels. This is why they're so strong this year. Teho makes their retakes and their sight hits even more strong.
Good job, good job. Yo.
Good answer back from Sentinels.
All right, I think also, just looking at Zelsis' body language and reaction there, compared to what we saw against 100 Thieves.
What? I mean,
that's a start.
You want to talk about body language? Bang is out of the server right now.
DG's going to continue to push the pace. Greeted by Zelsis.
Oh, and he gets out alive. Barely.
A little bit of a freeze to the round, a 1-for-1 though, all things considered with that start. I mean, that's pretty good for Sentinels. Bang got deleted.
Yeah, I'd take that any day of the week.
Yeah, and again, more proactivity. They understand how good Sen is on this retake. But I feel like Sentinels are also waiting for something like this. And what is that?
Clean out from Narrate. He gets a second. Seconds pop the ult. He's gone exploring.
Full info.
A bit of a roundabout on where the last two members are. It's not even about utility at this point. They just want to find out where they are and take the fights. Pancata falls. Vinny in a 1v4 will fall.
Just absolutely smothered. Sentinels destroying Loud on yet another retake. That's 2 back-to-back, but I gotta see. What did Narrate just do right there? Was that just an intuition spray through the wall? Did he see an elbow?
I think he must have seen an elbow, yeah.
Right?
Because he was playing really close up on the angle.
It's insane. That was that crazy entry, by the way. And I don't know how Celsius gets that trade. No, it was just intuition. He just knew. Wow. That is insane from Narrate. What a heads-up play. So smart, so aware. And that just busted that entire retake wide open.
Now we wait.
So now the economy finally looking in favor of Sentinels. They're building up a little bit of their own. And Zekken, he's sitting on that Outlaw. There's a lot of light armor on the side of Loud and no armor. Yeah, so this Outlaw is going to do some damage, man.
Oh, hey, we haven't seen Loud really have to approach around from this position where they're down. That's the only rifle they had. It's interesting that he's just going to find a pick, I guess. Try to tip the scales back in your favor.
Yeah. While all that was happening, though, when that pick happened, that A control was gathered. C orb was gathered from the side of Loud. So even though they're down, you know, disadvantageous in the economy, they're still getting something out of it. A little bit of jiggles, but that Omen teleport should get Bang out of dodge. And a lot of footsteps heard from John, but this baby door is broken. He needs to be careful.
TG's up close, Phantom on the other side. A satchel traded for a stun and a nade. The cherry on top. Meanwhile, all attention turning back towards A with the spike in hand. Vinny looking to sink it into the site.
Spike planted.
Just on the other side here. This is big from Bang.
Yeah.
Kawanzine, that would have had to have been a ridiculous shot.
An off angle from hell.
Pancata was able to grab a weapon, but is that going to be enough to keep back this flood from Sentinels?
It's going to be so difficult. I mean, this fault line is going to be decent. A lot of players are going to get lined up in this.
Vinny's one off ult. He's got the ult now. He's going to be able to pop it off the tap. There it goes.
But it misses one.
All thrown into the sky. He's able to get another one. Is there going to be enough time bought? Pancata in a 1v3. The tap of the spike. It's on his angle, but the bullet's just barely going around him. Not able to settle the shots. The spam comes through. The defuse lands. Sentinels have the lead.
Almost a perfect investment from Loud. That breach ultimate hits everybody but Narrate, who cleans up 2 and then sticks the defuse at the end of the round. That one little micro mistake from Vinny, not backing up just one step, missing Narrate, that's the make it or break it.
What's tough too is, can you even call that a mistake?
I mean, it's
right?
It's a heat of the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
but
a
still,
tough
down to the
position.
wire though, right? It's so difficult.
Don't look up.
Another retake. 3 for 3 right now for Sentinels, though.
3 rounds in a row now. Again, a little bit pacey towards C.
Yeah, this time, too, he's sitting far back. Doesn't want to get first blooded walking out of that choke. Understands the firepower of what's behind it. Tap of the door to try to bait some rotations.
But they have that cover too. I mean, John's already in Worm. You've got Zelsus, Zekken, who's really far up A. Loud don't have a lot of room to work here. They have to be able to alleviate some of this pressure.
And that's why 2E's is taking that head-to-head against Zekken, but John's already cheating back over here. And we've seen how deadly the setup can be. This Yoru flash, he can get so much value here.
Scalp spotted, utility dumped, and now the swing. Zekken not connecting. 40 seconds left in the round, though.
He's still here, Doug. Yep.
Yeah, that'll play.
He's still hanging around now. Right before that teleport timer runs out, he gets out. And why not? You're up numbers. You've won almost every single retake other than the pistol round. Play the advantage.
Yeah, live to fight another day. If they try to go B here, you got the Vice wall.
They're going to get smothered. There's already a breach here. Nere to set up.
If they're going to try to scale again, that's been the key to success. That hit a couple of them, but not all in the smoke. It's not safe. 10 seconds left on the round. The paranoia out. The spike successfully getting planted. Now the game is afoot. Numbers the way of Loud. A 2v2 now. A messy spot to be in. Narrate. Trying to creep his way forward, looking for any target he can. Zekin's been left alone. Another moment to try to deliver heroics, and he can't. That's 3 for 2Es as Loud matched the number.
Back-to-back rounds where the breach ult missing one person defines the outcome. It's actually ridiculous what we're witnessing right now. I mean, the previous round, Vinny misses Narrate. This time around, the breach ult from Narrate misses 2Es.
And that's a difference maker,
yeah. That is, and yeah, the Vice Ultimate's invested as well. That was a big commitment from Sentinels on this retake. And for Loud to just rip that one away, it kind of puts them back into, it brings momentum back into their favor a little bit. You can hear it in the comms, they're screaming though.
That was a big round for them. We do have a minor tech pause that's happening on the stage right now. I'm being told it's audio related. So as is always the case, any information that I get, I will relay to you good people. And we will get back into action as soon as possible. Dre, I had a lot of doubts about Loud.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, like I didn't believe coming into this match that they'd be able to stand toe-to-toe. You've seen 6 rounds so far. What has been your takeaway?
Very impressed with how they're dealing with all the utility on the side of Sentinels, baiting it out. Even on that A fight when Zekin still kills one, the fact that they were able to bait out the missiles from the Tejo of John QT and not get picked by that utility and then go back into things, bring things back around. It's very, very impressive, the game plan of Loud going into this. Keep in mind, this is their map pick. Maybe they did a lot of prep work. I mean, we haven't seen Sentinels play this map this year yet, but historically they've been great on it. You could count on one hand how many times they lost last year and how many times they won. You need at least 3 or 4 for that one.
Quick fix, audio issue rectified. And now we can get back to the fun stuff. Tied at 3 apiece. If you've just joined us, it's been a story of retakes. Success on the side of Sentinels, but Loud have been persistent. And they've brought us to this tie score early on in the first half. John QT with ult here.
Looks like they want to do a bit of a trap setup here from the side of Sentinels. You have that Omen flash in the door by Bang. And there's that Armageddon. A freebie onto DG Zin.
Oh, I didn't know if they knew where Kalanzin was, but he's been found.
Yeah, but what else has been found is this front B space from Pankata.
There's a lot left to do, though. He's got the real estate, but he's got to be able to convert it into a success somehow. That's big out from Vinny. There's help.
Bit of an overheat.
Tap on an Narrate. I thought he was going to kill him on the second spam. No. Still a possession here as now Zekin is starting to swing things back their way. It's 4v2. The spike's still not committed. 50 seconds left in the round. And an abundance of options.
Oh, that reach stun could have been perfectly timed, but it's Zekin that gets the good timing this time around.
Yeah, and that feels like a perfect example of when we say breach feels clunky.
Yeah.
That was it.
30 seconds left.
You imagine this is going to be a save from Pankata. Wants to keep that arsenal into the next round. I mean, if he can snag a couple kills on his way out, why not? But the economy is not looking good for Loud. Sentinels have full reset them once again. I mean, these rounds have been so close. Swing rounds back and forth. Only a Vandal save Vinny. He'll be able to buy something in the following round, maybe a Sheriff buy up for DG Zine, but that trap play from Sentinels was so clean, and you saw it set up already. The baby door broken, Tejo using the drone. Doesn't get contact there, but as soon as more utility and footsteps are heard from Bang, the Armageddon comes out, the Paranoia comes out, and you're trapped. You can't go anywhere. Kawazin, yeah, he's stuck in a smoke, but there's only one other place that Sentinels have to check, and why not spray it down?
It's interesting, too, because you often see the Tejo used for retakes or on site proper, but to use it to fight for a main space at the beginning of the round is just, it's different. I don't think I've ever seen it used that way before.
Yeah, it looked phenomenal. I mean, Kaplan's in the back being like, oh, that's another one that worked. Let's check that one off. Save that for later in the year.
Chance for the coaches to join the conversation. Loud call a timeout, the first of the map for them.
Yeah, just trying to ice some of this momentum. Sentinels, you spoke about it earlier, about how fired up they looked in that 100 Thieves matchup. Today, starting off a little bit more calm, but once this team gets going, their communication is so key to their success. and it gets loud, it gets intense, but they're here, they're fired up. It's a type of energy that, honestly, I haven't really seen the Sentinels team have in quite some time.
Yeah, the comm videos that they put out, this week, just a couple days ago, was really indicative of that, you're right.
They just sound hungry for a win.
Sentinels with a 1-round lead. You had the ult in play for Zekin. Speak of the devil.
Yeah. 849 days. Man. And he's so good, too. I feel like he's just getting started, Doug.
Hey, but he's been this good, and he's been getting better every year. You wonder what the ceiling is for this kid.
Super impressive with Yoru. So after the timeout, looks like Loud is going back to their C default. Something we've seen in the first 3 rounds.
Wonder if they're trying to feed Vinny this orb here.
Yeah, definitely. They understand that Sentinels have been giving that. I wouldn't be surprised if Sen mixed things up, put a trap play there, maybe in the next couple of rounds. Deny that orb for future rounds.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye out on that. There's still a lot of utility here. The Thorns are all here. The nade did not clear what they were looking to clear, quietly crossing on the other side of the smoke. Zekin with a lot of threat on the other side here.
Oh, no way.
Do they know? It hasn't been activated. Nothing has been caught. There's no idea. Now the paranoia out. Zekin has to take a step back. DG's already backside. He's got the ult pop. He's going to continue to try to scale, and he does. Zelsa's now found. The side is theirs.
Jeez. Most of the time, Loud has gone C. It's been using utility very early on. A flurry of trades here, but it's a 2v4.
And again, I think we saw their Loud getting what they wanted and then scaling up.
Yeah, exactly.
Kawanzin was in their spawn.
Exactly. This time around, Loud, instead of blowing their utility in the actual mound area, they walk all the way on site, neck to neck with Zekin right there. And then they explode. I like the idea from Sentinels, though. Zelsis switching up that wall. They were aware that there could be some kind of C pressure, but they just weren't ready for what was behind it. That showstopper invested by DG Zine, the paranoia as well.
Thrifty.
And the Loud members a little too close for comfort for Zekin to deal with them. So Loud, off the timeout, they do convert that round.
You made a really good point on wondering if Sentinels would be more inclined towards fighting for some of the C space at the beginning of the round. You got to think, if they hadn't gotten that space for free, they would have never been able to pull that round off. I wonder if you're right, if we're going to see Sentinels try to be a little bit more aggressive in these main positions at the beginning of the round.
And what a better weapon to do it than an operator. Yeah, there isn't a lot of utility behind this, but he's able to snag a pick and get out if he bides his time correctly.
Cutting through. It's just so much harder to do on a 3-map site, but you're right. I think the flash certainly helps. A belter of a shot from DG's in.
Face your fear.
What is that? And then it's going to be a bit of a speed up here. Celsius.
I mean, as it should. They've been able to find a crack in the window. And now they're trying to kick the damn thing down.
Just getting bombed by utility, but that Vice Wall separates everybody. Only Kawanzin in the site right now.
And this is going to force a slowdown for just a bit here. Now, Loud have an option. They can stay. They still have 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the round. They could flip it.
But Vinny's holding the breach ult for the Flood. Oh, a little bit of an early investment here.
Oh, Kawanzin able to get 2. As they try to strike on the other side of the smoke.
I mean, good trade from John, but the layered utility from Loud, it's too strong. That follow-up paranoia. There were so many layers to that hold. Loud, they're not falling for that retake stuff that Sentinels has been doing. They're like, hey, we've had enough of that. The breach ult invested into water to make sure nobody walks in from there. All eyes focused on the CT smoke. I mean, Loud, they've came ready to play it here today, Doug.
Yeah, I think they have. It seems to me like they had a very clear plan on how to counter one of the things Tejo's really good at, and that's retakes. We've talked about it a couple times this cast already. If you don't let Sentinels get comfortable and start their retake attempts, start to layer utility, start to flood in with it, if you disrupt that from the beginning, it's never going to work.
Exactly, and we've seen them get punished for disrupting a little bit too early on. Now it's a different type of disruption. Disrupting when the actual players are running into the site. Oh, he gets legged right there. So unfortunate for Zekin, but what a nice shot from DG's team to maximize on that little tiny mistake, that tiny little whiff. And so many of these rounds have came down to something that small.
Yeah.
When the 2 breach ults, a little bit, a leg shot onto DGZine off of the satchel. And a timeout now used for Sentinels, trying to calm the storm that has been loud. This resurgence after their timeout. Hopefully, Kaplan can light a fire in these boys. That's his goal anyway. A super impressive attack side so far from Loud.
And, you know, all that said, I do think it's worth mentioning this is a really close map so far, right? Like,
yeah.
We're talking as if, though, Loud have been able to really just kind of style their way through Sentinels, and Sentinels have been on the back foot, and they're kind of lost and don't really know how they want to approach this. But the truth is, Metal has been tested on both sides.
Yeah, and this defensive side is so important for Sentinels because I fear that on the attacking side, this comp is just going to put even more work in. You have so much utility to take space anywhere you want, really.
We'll see how things look on the other side of this timeout as Loud try to hang on to a one-round lead.
And I don't know if anyone's seeing this stat right here. DGZine is leading the tournament with operator kills. 26 to his name. Who's in contention? Aspas and Mata with 11. And we haven't gotten past the defensive side yet where DGZine will probably pop it out, but...
Whoa. Are they going to stick this TP? C is already crunched. Zelsis has nowhere to go. It's him against the world right now. Can he play off around his utility? He's been able to isolate the first. DG now dealt with.
Oh,
and
he dodges the paranoia.
More to come on the other side. Again, Zelsis versus the world, and so far he stands. Trying to swing out onto the third, not connecting, but damage dealt, time bought. Vinny on the swing, and now John has arrived. A couple of members of Loud remaining. Limping, sure, but they are here. Spike out of reach. And a tough spot to try to convert. Kawanzine makes his best attempt to contribute and fails. Leaving the situation in the hands of Tuis. Was once a youngster,
I have retrieved the
but has grown so much. But has he grown to this?
Oh, just dodges the up-down.
Finds a brief moment of respite to get the spike down. Now still left in a 1v3. Some of the work has been done, but it just got so much harder. Sentinels once again tie us up.
Who other than Zelsis to step up for his team in a moment where he was just getting swarmed by utility, swarmed by an Omen ultimate all the way behind him, and to isolate these 1v1s and give his team a chance into getting there, getting the rotate in and making a retake?
Nice, boys.
I mean, he really did it all. He really set the tone. I mean, for a Sentinels round win right there, Doug.
Getting the 2 that he got was outrageous enough.
Yeah,
to almost get 3 is ridiculous. And so once again, we're tied light armor on a couple of members on both sides.
And so far, both timeouts. Very well done from each team. Sentinels winning off of their timeout. It's going to be an A-trap here for Sentinels. A lot of utility invested. Second, he's getting very aggressive. He dodges that Cypher Cam as well.
But they've got to suspect somebody's here, right? Surely DG can't see a damn thing. Narrate falls. Are they expecting John here? He's found the tiniest sliver of safety. Now has to give the position up. There's no running from that.
C-site is open, but everything was seen from the side of Loud. That Cypher ultimate. It's false information, though. The double back call from John QT in this moment is so good.
Right there.
That's smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
How much do they bite on this? Because, yeah, Kawanzine's making a load of noise, see.
They're not falling for it, Doug. Look at the minimap right now. 3 members towards this A site. This is the best chance Sentinels have being down a man.
Seconds pushing forward, spotting 1 member. Not connecting yet, dancing left and right, trying to hide, survives.
Happy feet.
Lives to fight another day. Meanwhile, Tui's not nearly as fortunate. DG pushing into the smoke, and he's dropped. They've swung things back in their favor.
Oh my goodness.
This was a 5v4 that they have snatched back.
Loud have crumbled in this round.
But the work's not done, is it? The spike's still planted. They're not out of the woodworks yet. Comes in a really good spot. Celsius weak. One down. Seconds Justice tore off, though, off the swing. He's not able to draw the gun quickly enough. Now Vinny left in a 1v3. Spots one. Still more work to be done. Remember, Second is so weak. But it's not enough. Another defuse comes through, and again, another lead change.
Vinny's had clutch moments before against EG, but this time, the IGL v IGL John sits him down. And what a comeback to the round that looked like Loud were just in control of from the start.
One enemy.
The way that Zekin was dancing around that door, not getting taken out. I mean, he almost gave Kaplan a heart attack, but
I mean, honestly,
they turned it around. It was a phenomenal job.
Well, and that's how the half has been, right? It doesn't feel like either team has really been able to create any separation.
Super stressful.
Just when you think you have something figured out, another wrinkle is thrown into the ploy. And this time, it's Constantine with an Ares.
Get some good damage as well.
Find you.
Zekin sitting at 60 HP, but with what we saw him do last round, I mean, he's a tough cookie to crack.
Cover going out.
It is going to be a B execute here from Loud. A lot of members here from the side of Sentinels. Those satchels were less than ideal, but it gets the job done. The space is gathered. Lucky no one was out in the open to pick them off.
A deep trip in an attempt at planting the spike. Vinny will be 2 away from his ult here.
3 members of Loud in that baby door. There is a Cypher trip set up here as well that could do some damage later in the round.
But he's playing ahead of the trip. He's got to give some of this space up.
Might be a bait.
You are flirting with fire, son.
Oh.
Fully flashed, still gets a kill. Now dropped. There's that trip that we were just talking about. Pancada and Tui is able to drop second and narrate. Now Pancada continuing to push forward. Snaps onto John, snaps onto Bang, and again, a tie.
He said we've only seen 30% of his power. I think we just saw something very good from him in this round. He stepped it up big, sitting at 9 and 7, the top of the scoreboard, closing out the half for his team, making it even 6-6.
A much more highly contested battle between these two. And you mentioned it, yeah, it's Loud's map pick, and you know we can have that conversation, but the truth of the matter is Loud have pushed, Sentinels have pushed back, neither team has folded. And that just made for a really damn good half of Valorant. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That was great.
The good thing is, there's more Valorant to be had on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, stick with us, we'll be right back.
Ooh, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
The tables have turned, and now Sentinels are going to be on the attacking side. We'll see how things play out. Again, thank you for sticking with us through the break. Dre, I want to get your thoughts on this comp. We've seen it on the defense for Sentinels, but this Vice, Tejo, Breach, Yoru, what are you looking for? What are you expecting?
So many options available for this attacking side. I mean, you could really bait out a lot of the utility that Loud has and then just execute on a site with the infinite utility that you have.
Right.
So I'm expecting a lot of that. That's the power in the Yoru. You can TP out of a lot of this crazy stuns or tether nades that can happen. Zekin already trying to dance with fire over here towards that A-side default. And everybody else just holding.
It's interesting. John dropped his missiles right outside of B main at the very beginning of the round, and they're still looking at it. Almost convinced that there would be a swing there.
Rightfully so. I mean, 3 members were geared up towards there for the side loud. It's a full retake on this C site with only a cam there. Orb is gathered by John. Already putting an emphasis on that Teo ultimate. We've seen how good John can be. The Michael Bay of Teo. He's the director on this agent.
Worth noting here, too, 5 ghosts on the side allowed.
Yeah, not a lot of utility.
I mean, they are shooters. And so you go, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
This is a smart pistol round from Sentinels. Denying info at A, taking all that space. It does prompt a bit of a speed up from Loud. This is the protocols from either end right now. John, he might get cut off here.
They're playing him like puppets on strings, but you're right, John's gonna get caught on the swing.
Good proactivity from Loud in mid. Yeah, the rotate's very late. Sentinels are gonna have to take space. Deep CT try to even the score.
They're planning really deep here.
Yeah, they're all corralled back here though, and there's a breach at the other end of this, Doug.
I think they're gonna want to scale into spawn and then potentially flip through.
Oh, they gotta be careful here though.
No, instead they're digging their heels in. They're choosing to stay.
They're just gonna fight.
Spamming through the smoke. Zekin looking to find another one for free, and he does.
It's bloody murder.
2 left. What can DG and Vinny do? Side by side, trying to attempt this retake. From spawn, gets the best of Zekin. Still plenty of work to be done, though. 2 classics on the other side, but light armor.
It's not planted for them.
Vinny, he's gotten it to half. He's gotten it to half. There's the swing. The flash comes through, and the round for Sentinels.
Celsius and C-Site, he's clutching again and again, Doug. It comes down to this man right here on your screen. And he stepped up to the plate like crazy.
All missiles away.
Those are those missiles you saw in the beginning, some going towards C as well, trying to thwart any type of aggression. I like the proactivity from Loud off of that A default when they kind of get denied info over there. But the way that Sentinels identified where they should be playing in that post plant, taking the fight too Loud on that flank, they understood that that breach fault line in CT, it's very strong.
A Marshall for Zekin here in the second round of the half.
Yeah, and a fast approach out A as well. Testing the waters here, getting a little bit more confidence. See what kind of utility is thrown.
It is there. He hasn't found it yet, but it is there.
Certainly, and he gets to just prod in here. Cam will be tapped maybe after some sound is made. Zekin's just messing around over here with the Marshall. Gets the orb for free. No tap of the cam still.
Come on, man.
There it is. Caught in 4K.
Removal of the dart, though, and I think for Sentinels, they haven't invested a ton on this side.
And this is something that Celsius is so good at doing. When contact has been made on one side of the site, he goes hunting, he goes fishing. And he just weasels his way in, Doug.
Are they going to take the bait?
But it doesn't matter, because even if he sees 3 here, he's going to call his team to go A.
No, but he whiffed it. Oh, he whiffed it. He made a mess of it.
All good. You still have the numbers advantage. 4v2 on the A site. It's all part of the master plan. An absolute cinema.
Paranoia out. They're going to continue to scale. 2 East falls.
Good delay, though.
13 seconds left.
Oh, my God, the nade.
A second attempt. Finally succeeding. But it's gone down to a 3v3. This has already gotten way too messy. Couple of members weak. DG has a sheriff.
Oh, my 2 members are 1 shot. No.
Potential to steal the round away. What can Loud do? Can they turn this into magic? Does not seem to be the case unless Bangkok can do it on his own. And the no-scope from Zekin will seal the deal. Sentinels get to 8.
Very labored. But Sentinels, they bring it back. They win the anti-eco round. Celsius, he saw 3 members on that C site when he was going fishing. And he's so good at just finessing around these corners, finding the right timings, just slipping right past the defenses. Gives enough info for his team to get here. And it got scary for Sentinels.
Yeah, it got way closer than it should have been. You're right.
I mean, that layered utility from Loud was really good. It almost got the job done.
They're just so uncomfortable on the site.
Absolutely. We'll be fire with fire here.
Yeah, a bit of a scrappy start towards A from both sides, and DG lights him up. That's 3 on the round for him.
And he wanted more.
Vinny having to take a step back as he's peppered. Worse for wear, 21 HP.
Cover going out.
And Sentinels find themselves in a bit of a mess. Bang is weak.
You have 2 of the most clutch players on the Sentinels roster with 1 minute on the clock to do what they want to do. Bang. I think there may have been a shoulder scene right there from Kawazin.
A tap going out. Yeah, the tap of the door too will confirm. Creeping forward, playing things as quietly as he can. They've got to find a way to try to get this back to equal footing. Yeah, they've gotten the spike down. But there's a flank that's going to be coming in from Pancata through the southern side of the map.
He second guesses himself.
This is taking a long time, Dre.
Yeah, they're Loud are so cautious right now. But Bang and Zelsis, they're so clutch.
Big from Zelsis. He's not going to get challenged again. The spike has been ticking for a long time. They've got to accelerate here.
This 1v1 is what it comes down to right here.
That's one found. Bang's got to get this kill. He's able to get one. Those are a couple more on the other side. Kawazin will swing and clean him up. And now the defuse.
Yeah, it seemed very scary, but I guess Loud, they were very calm and composed during that entire time. That 1v1 that Pancata won against Zelsis.
That was it.
Yeah, that was really what made the difference there. Because, yeah, with that time ticking, it could have gone in favor of Sentinels. And listen, Doug, there's a lot of questions from everybody, Doug. A lot of questions from everybody. Is DG Zine just an op one trick? Yeah, forget an agent one trick. Forget about a Jet. Is he an op one trick? Stepping up huge here, showcasing his rifle skills. That 3K, it was snappy, man.
There was never any question of that guy's mechanical skill when he was on the stage and when he took the year off, but he's back now. A very aggressive play towards B, and again, this is going to be a mess. They're all huddled in here. The rocket deals a little bit of damage, but it does not find lethality. Meanwhile, Sentinel's on the other side. The counterpunch connects. You've got to be careful here, though. Pancata again on the prowl. Wise to it, though. Zelsis was covering the flank. Now all eyes towards A.
And 2 trips. Also a Cypher Cam here as well. Sentinels, they're going to have to just disrespect this. They have to just speed up into sight here. The more time they waste, the more time Pancata is allowed to flank.
There's just so much utility, as you mentioned, that they're going to have to navigate through and circumvent.
Oh, they've done just that as well.
Planted.
Now this flank is absolutely useless from Pancata. Post plant, 3 players in tree. Narrate with a solo on site. A great paranoia on the top of the door.
Pancata looking for a target, looking for a scalp to claim.
Great smoke.
Meanwhile, they've been stuck on the other side, and Kawazin! Oh, it's a mess! Narrate can still secure the round off the stun. There's a swing, he finds one. Backs against the wall. Can Narrate respond? Can he contribute? He's gotten it down to the one that remained, and he cannot hold on. Kawazin, what was that?
What was the flash that hit Sentinels in tree right there? Was it the Vice flash that blinded everybody?
I'm not sure.
I gotta play that back. I just missed it. It all happened so fast. This was the entry into the round, but it's madness. I mean, look at John QT. He got team flash right there. So unfortunate. He was the guy that would have taken Kawazin out. Yo, he's popping off. STK is also popping off.
Again, this back and forth affair continues to deliver. It's a gift that keeps on giving. 8-8.
What a banger first match so far. A lot of utility here invested for Sentinels to take this C space. Something we haven't seen yet. A very aggressive trip and a spam.
These Pugnacious protocols are not working out for Sentinels. So much found. And again, Sentinels are forced onto this back foot.
must wait a moment.
Still early days in the round, but it feels they've invested this ult. They've got a flank coming around the other side. And they still know. Zekin's able to trade it for one, yes, but there's so much more left to do. The Prowler, Loud, it's not enough. Loud take the lead back.
And you love to see it, that trap play from Loud onto the C mound area, that deep trip right on the ground. Tui's gets a free spam, but the follow-up, Doug, from Kawanzin, that fade eye, that is insane. That was thrown from B site, Doug. That's a lineup from B site.
Last player standing.
What a sick play.
Okay, done.
You can't do anything about that if you're Sandy. There's no way you're ready for that. A wisely timed timeout from Kaplan right now, because they just got absolutely decimated by that trap play from Loud.
The timeline?
That was...
The timeline tells how close of a game this has been and how it feels like Loud are starting to create a little bit of separation. They just won 3 rounds in a row, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the first time either team has won that many rounds in a bunch. Loud are starting to tip things their way here.
And what a way to do it as well with the crazy trap play. I mean, what a read, what a call from Vinny to call that setup. And the heads-up play from Kawanzin to be able to get that lineup out in time while still kind of worrying about that front B, that's
hard,
not an easy thing to do. That's like a split-second decision off of the trip hit.
But it's going to have to continue to be stuff like that if they want to put Sentinels away, because as we've mentioned a couple of times now, they're not folding, right? They'll bend, but they have not broken yet. So if there is to be a knockout blow on Loud, where does it come from? Is it the op in the hands of DG? Because we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. Cover going on. I mean, this is a tough map to op on as well, so we might not even see it at all on this map, but you're definitely going to be seeing it on Pearl. We know that as a fact.
You know, Pankata's there. Speeding up towards C once again.
Yeah, but another change of a trip here.
This is 5 stingers. I mean, they're wanting to get up close and personal. They're wanting to get past all this utility and try to take the fight to their doorstep.
It's just disgusting. These Cypher trips are dismantling Sentinels like Kawanzin running through.
Stinger's just not connecting. And again, Sentinels are in a spot where they're fully surrounded. You got 2 towards spawn.
Last player standing.
You got 2 on the other side as well.
Oh, man. I mean, we've seen him here before, but he only took out 2 previously. He's going to have to take out the entire squad of Loud, and he cannot do that here. Tui's will clean up the round. That's 10-8 now for Loud.
And 4 rounds in a row.
Ridiculous. The last 2 rounds, a free kill off the Cypher trip. He's changing up his positioning with this utility, and it's paying out dividends.
Planted.
Yeah, it certainly worked that round. Again, those were 5 stingers, but the point being, we're seeing a gap.
But now you're worried if you're Sentinels. Where are these trips at? You don't have a raise to really, I guess, break a lot of areas where it could be at.
Sure, you don't have the nades, you don't have the satchels, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, you have the Yoru clone, but it's not really getting as much value.
There's a lot towards A here for Loud.
Yeah, bit of a gamble here from Loud, opting to play that full retake C. Info will be gathered now from John QT with that stealth drone B used. And I mean, they're just running it down. See, they're playing the odds. Okay, you stuffed us there twice, surely not a 3rd time. There's that Yoru clone this time, baiting out the Cypher trip. So, being a little bit more methodical on the entry is Sentinels.
If they try to fight this out from C, they have the tools to do it, Dre. They have Narrate's ult, they have John's ult too.
Oh, this breach ult could be very juicy for Narrate.
Do they know they're there?
Oh, the tap of the door though.
There it is, Rolling Thunder invested. They've also got the Teho ult used. Vinny's the first claim, the paranoia not connecting, but the smoke to provide a little bit of cover. They gotta try to flood out. DG plucked from the sky.
Oh, they're stuffed.
There's no way for them to get in.
Yeah, they can't do anything. Right now, if you're Loud, you go for every exit you possibly can.
And now Tui's has been dealt with from defender spawn.
Yeah. If there was a Teho utility kill counter, I think John would have the most. Don't fact check me on that, but I feel like he really does. It seems like it. Every time I see this guy, he gets a kill with it. But yeah, that Armageddon as well. A great reaction. I think there was an interview with John himself saying that Taeho comes down to the creativity of the player.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He's extremely creative on how he uses the utility. He's very smart. I mean, this ult, that's not something that you rehearse. It's just
that's on the fly. Yeah.
So a really good post plant this time around from Sentinels. And that's the key to success for Sen. They need to get on these sites without dropping 1-2 players. Give themselves an actual chance.
They've gotten back up to 9. Still one round separating these two teams on a map that has had 6 lead changes so far. There might still be more.
That's how close it's been. We do finally get to see the operator out of DG's in. This is a very aggressive angle. And there's a breach to follow it up. C utility was used very early on for Sentinels. Nothing behind it though. Pankata, he does slip a little bit ahead of the mound area. He's got to be careful here though. If utility is invested from Sen, he might not be able to get that TP off in time.
This is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, you got to get out now.
Yeah, they're so diligent in their approach, man. A little bit of laziness, and maybe you don't clear that, he gets one.
There's the lurk.
That's big, too. I mean, you were just talking about how part of the success for Sentinels is you can't be in a numbers down situation early. What? Instantly equalized, though. Big from Bang. And now they can turn their attention towards C. The spam not connecting. 10 HP for the controller as he TPs onto the site. Vinny has his ult. How are you going to retake with an op in the hands of DG, though?
I don't know. You got to swap it out.
Rolling Thunder invested. They really did not have a chance to settle. Second is gone unchecked. He wasn't hit. Able to get one on the Kalanzine. Narrate on the swing. The spike has been planted, and now
he still has a flash.
There is a question that Loud have to answer. Do they fully commit to this? Do they try to save? The money is not great. A big swing out from Narrate. Traded right back, though. 3v2, they continue to knock, but the door has been slammed shut. And again, we are tied.
And the operator just got no value in this round whatsoever. There wasn't anybody to follow up off of that breach ultimate. And yeah, it missed again. One player being the key difference maker, dodging the breach ultimate, killing everybody in water. I like the idea from Loud, breach ulting the site, maybe trying to force them back into that operator of DG's in who was tapping that door. But Sentinels, they had a read on it. They weren't falling for that whatsoever. Everybody played in sight. Nobody took a challenge. And bang, this 180. I mean, you cannot make that up. There's just some fire in this kid. He's just able to find kills like that. Loud. They use their last time out here. We're all tied up again. Sentinel stringing 2 rounds back to back. A lot of success on these C post plants. And now Loud, they kind of are forced to compensate. You're kind of going to have to play a heavier C side setup. But John and Kaplan, they're probably reading ahead of that. You might see them work a little bit more B. They haven't really touched B whatsoever other than that walk up from Zelsis, who just got killed.
I think if you're Loud, you have to figure out how do you find value from the op, right? You had it in a round, you were able to save it into the next. You've got to set DG up, and I think they tried that in the previous round by getting him on that deep A line that you mentioned. But
and it gave them a lot of good info as well.
It did, but the info didn't win them the round.
It's just so hard because of Sentinel's composition. They have so much utility to use on these post plants. I mean, they didn't even have ults. Wait till Sentinels start getting ults online.
I mean, that's not going to be anytime soon. You've got Zelsis, who's one away from his, but other than that, a clean slate for Second and Bang.
Yeah.
So it will be a bit.
Yeah, here's what I'm talking about, that compensating now for the C site, but Sentinels are still going to show. They're still going to do the default. DG a little bit closer now. Maybe going to peek a little more aggressively with the Skydog in front beat. A lot of spam.
With confidence and conviction, Sentinels push towards C. Second, the tip of the spear. And yeah, he gets beat up a little bit, but they've gotten the space they wanted.
And I wonder now, Doug, if Sentinels are going to tap on this door, re-clear that front B space. Maybe at the same time as they walk all the way back. Footsteps were heard. Kawanzin heard Zalsis put that wall up as well. This is all signs leading to C right now. DGZin is going to have to go huge here.
The clone attempting to forge a path, and Pankata swings on Zekin. Again, absolute filth, but still more to be done. Repositioning and looking for more, another lease at life. Meanwhile, Kawanzin make things really uncomfortable for Narrate as he tries to dance around the mound. Finds a kill onto Kawanzin. Vinny on the swing, he will fall as well. Another claimed by Narrate.
There.
And another round where this operator has seemed to not get any value. He's getting triple swung, but it's the quick scope.
It's not done yet, only one found. Narrate with 3. Pankata on his own. Started the round onto Zekin. He's gotten it down to 1v1, and Narrate saves the day for Sentinels. 4 apiece as Sentinels take the lead again.
Saves the day indeed, getting 4 into the round. He killed 2 by himself on the flank. So much utility being thrown at him, but he was calm, collected. He racked up the headshots. Nice attempt from DGZin. That's the only value he's gotten from that operator. He had to jump operator somebody there. And a little bit of hype now from Sentinels. That's scary. When they get going, it's full steam ahead.
And going they have gotten. That's 3 rounds in a row for Sentinels. They've taken the lead back. Now the 7th lead change in this one map. This back and forth affair has been a treat to watch if you're not a fan of either team. But it's been nothing but stress and heart attacks for those who are.
And it's been nothing but C-hits for success for Sentinels.
If it ain't broke. Again, they will test the waters here.
You can't even get into the site. You can't play in it. You can't flood out. Sentinels force you to play retake. And their post plants are so damn good.
Vinny is a sheriff and Kawanzin is a Bucky.
Yep. I mean, they have to buy every single round after this too. You'd imagine how things have gone historically.
Excuse me? That's 1.
Forget what I was saying.
That's 2.
Oh my. 3, 4.
They've taken this back.
Off of the Bucky, man.
They didn't have the weaponry.
What is this series, Zelsis? He has no chance here.
But honestly, weaponry be damned.
Wow. Just 1 spot left unchecked, and Kawanzin fills the gap. The perfect Bucky headshot. I mean, a 1 pump. It doesn't get more satisfying than that. Pankata just in deep spawn. He's able to see over the actual site, pick off some of those tips of the heads. And right now, DGZin, he has the showstopper online. No operator in play. Maybe that's the difference maker, and that's a weird thing to say, Doug.
Note here, Kawanzin is 1 off of his ult too. I wonder if there's a set piece to try to get him the orb.
Yeah, it looks like they were thinking about it at the start of the round.
Vinny's alone.
1 is not good for Vinny. Second, what a nice shot, and he's out. So now the defense is spread thin. John QT, he's able to maneuver, bait out rotations already. DGZin cheating over towards that A site. I mean, Lotus right now for Sentinels, it's theirs.
It's a 1 map. It's a 1 site map right now for them. Again, they're back C. Second's got to be careful.
Yeah, but if you can get another one here.
There's a lot of threat on the other side. 2 found.
Here's the speed up into C. It's all up to Pankata here. What can he do? How long can he delay?
The Paranoia will buy a little bit of time as he tries to TP to safety and does.
Does a great job.
Celsius is in a good spot.
Wow, another head-to-head 1. That's the second 1v1 Kawanzin has shut down Zelsis in.
And so again, the numbers deficit situation for Sentinels, and it just went from bad to worse. Loud knocking on the door of map point. Narrate left in a 1v4. Doesn't even have the spike. He's gonna frag his way through this. He has no choice. Not offered any other opportunity. Just waiting to see if anyone's foolish enough to make a mistake, a slip. But it does, again, not look like that will be the case. Loud are the first to 12.
Doug, it looks so promising at the start of the round for Sentinels. Zekin gets the pick onto A, but then he stays for too long. Too many 50-50s after your man up. This 50-50 right here, it defines the round. It gives Kawanzin the fire that he needs to just destroy Sentinels. A bit of an overheat. Overcooking a little too much. And now a double operator, Doug.
And it's going to be on opposite sides of the map. 2Es with one, DG with the other. No, DG used his ult in the last round, but Kawanzin has his. Tap of the door, an aggressive line taken, and once again, all eyes towards C. Celsius is going to be controlling the flank. He's been patient, but now he's been found. He's been had.
Yeah, he's fished out right now.
Wisely takes a step back, but with an op on the other side, it's danger.
And a spam kill on the Bang.
The Rolling Thunder will try to forge a path out onto the site. They've invested a bit more ults on the back of the site as well. Numbers the way of the defense. And the spike still hasn't really made its way out. It's been labored. It's been difficult to get through, but they find clarity in the Calamity. Things slow down, and now space is theirs to take. DG with the op, a turn of the flash, a second swing back. Now stunned again, taken off the line, and third time is best. He gets the last kill. Loud take Lotus. What a map.
What a map indeed. That operator wasn't really doing anything in the early rounds, but DGZin warming up a little bit, closing it out. Pancata though, getting that final kill on the Bang in that last round. Taking out a player like that, that gives you the confidence to close it out yourself.
Yeah, I said going into this series, I had a lot of questions for Loud. How real were they, right?
Yeah.
How good are these guys? How good is this team? It's only been one map, but they showed me a lot.
And it's been a long time coming. Like I said, 4 years ago, 3 of these members teamed up in the beginning of Valorant. Now, they're back here and they're taking names. They've won this first map of Lotus.
Yes, it was their map pick. It was a map that neither team had shown. But now we're headed towards more familiar territory, right? We're headed to Pearl, and then we're headed to Split. So we'll see how things look on the other side of this. Again, if you are just joining us, you missed a banger. 13-11, the way of Loud on Lotus, but still plenty more where that came from. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
mudou, cara. E será que ele faz aqui ainda pronta? Foi cancelado!
This is it, the Null Commander set them up, and instantly around the corner, Zelsa's waiting. Oh my god!
Here with the coach of Loud, a very close map pick of yours, Lotus, but you ran away with it in the end. Something I want to ask you is that we talk a lot about the Taeho and how oppressive his util is. You managed to run away with it without a Taeho versus a Taeho. Why do you think that is?
I think that we practice a lot against teams that play with Taeho. Our play style doesn't use this too much. I think that's a more aggressive agent, so we play more passive, you know, kind of this. So we have a really good plan for this week. We practice a lot against Taehos, so that's why we have a better plan for today, better than them.
Better than them. Best luck on map 2.
And better than them they were. A 13-11 scoreline gives Loud that first win. Now you're probably realizing Vancility, you hear me? Vancility actually grew hair. No, we're actually joined by Emily, who's here today. Emily, welcome to the desk. In case you guys aren't familiar, Emily, you know, played for FlyQuest, Game Changers competitor, pro players, been in the game for a minute, right?
Got the insane Omen 1v4
I know,
clip.
hold the applause, hold the applause.
I mean, Sentinels could have used a little bit of that, I don't know.
It definitely could have, but let's go ahead and dive into it. Emily's going to be joining us here for this segment. Let's talk about what we just saw, because Loud comes out and manages to pick up a massive win. Now, here's the thing. We thought that this was going to be Sentinels really rolling with this Taeho ender, but really it just felt like Loud had the
Look at this calamity of rounds. It's a team flash blinding 3 players, Kawa gets, and then here, that's a tripwire that catches Bang, and then no one's looking
No one breaks the
at
eye.
the Fade Eye. So like, it was just this string of 2-3 rounds in a row that Loud kind of ran away with it because of failure to break utility and then poor incorporation of the breach flash.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, right, Emily, like what does Sentinels do to, because you heard Coach SCK saying, we practiced all week against these Taehos, so we are prepared for this. Now, well, what do you end up doing if they got your number, if they know what you want to do? How do you try and work around that?
That is very tough. You know, Taeho breach combo has a lot of util going into the round. I think they had the right idea, but I don't think their executes were the best.
Yeah.
Like their, I guess timing was really off for me.
Yeah, timing did feel like that was a big problem for them. And even then, like, it also felt like Loud was taking advantage of that big time.
Yeah, because we were talking about it during the game, and you were saying that while Sentinels are using their util at the start of rounds, a lot of times they were like speeding up into the sites before
before they even have the recharge, which I think is what makes Taeho breach so strong. They, like, both their stuns line up with each other, 40-second cooldown, but they weren't using that on their execs.
Yeah, and there's other tools they had too, like for example, like Yoru clone can break those tripwires, but for whatever reason, that was getting broken earlier. It wasn't actually going deep enough to break the tripwire. So even when they were still trying to use those other tools to speed up, it still was players getting shot on traps.
Also, I'm curious what the first bloods were like as well, because I felt like Sentinels are going to a lot of those fights.
Can we pull up the we have that again? I don't know.
I'm quite curious what that was, but in any case, though, at the start of the show, you know, we always like to do our predictions, right? The thing is, Emily, she wasn't here yet, so we didn't show Emily's prediction. But it turns out Emily really wanted to get her predictions on screen.
Yeah, whoa.
And let's go ahead and show.
I was astonished. I was absolutely astonished that everyone was voting for Sen here when I was like 2-1 Loud all the way.
You're the only one.
I feel like no one else is like this big on Loud. Like, why? What has you believing in them?
Just based off of their last few matches, I think they're going really strong, especially against their last matchup. You know, I watched their split. They have a really good, like, even though they weren't playing Taeho breach here, I'm so excited to see that. I need to see it go to map 3.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would say a 2-0.
So, what's interesting though is that we were talking about how, like, oh, maybe like the match opponents weren't necessarily up to the same caliber, and that could, you know, like a easier match schedule, so on and so forth. You don't believe that. You don't believe that narrative.
No, I'm a big Loud fan.
Okay, yeah. I respect it. I like it. All right then. Well, you heard here from Emily. She's the only Loud believer. So for Brazilian Valorant fans out there, there's your hero. But for now, though, let's go ahead and toss it over to Coach Kaplan, who's standing by with Elizabeth.
Here with the coach of Sentinels, Kaplan. A very close map, but Loud runs away with it 13-11. What did you tell the boys back there that they needed to work on in order to take away map 2?
Gonna tell them again before we load in, we just gotta wake up. We're just playing scared. We're playing like this is a different game than the one we practice every day. Like it's a harder game than we normally play. We just need to play with confidence, and there's no excuses. I have an incredibly talented squad who all have stage experience, so we just got to play like we're here to win and do what we've practiced at the right pace, and we'll be good.
Best luck in map 2.
Do what they have to do to get the win. Play with that confidence. That's what Coach Kaplan wants to see.
Yeah, that was a weird one because that felt like a little bit more aggressive than I'm used to out of Cap.
I like it, though.
He was clearly not happy with how Sentinels were performing.
Well, how could you be happy with it, given that, you're running Tejo, the greatest agent in the world, and then out of nowhere.
Okay, we're blowing the comps out of perspective.
Hyperbole,
true,
but,
true. I can read what you're doing here. No, but truthfully, I think like especially that second half was kind of a disaster, a string of some really tough rounds. So I think it might even be a little bit more than just confidence here, and it's like basic fundamentals that they need to be hitting. That just
I mean, there were whole rounds where like haunts weren't even being shot at.
Oh, for sure. People just not even holding smokes. Like they were taking the sites with Tejo breach and just not holding or like going back to the fundamentals.
Yeah, they were getting away with it, Loud was. And now we move on to Pearl, where, I genuinely did not think Loud would be in this position, but here they are, and they look great.
Sure, and look, truthfully, I'm still riding with Sentinels on this one, because think about how close that map was and how sort of lackluster the fundamentals were for Sentinels. Like, I have some belief here that you can tweak that, like you're saying, get course corrected coming in here and look way better.
But does Pearl allow you that kind of freedom to do that, right? Is this the map where, like, you're now kind of been down in the dumps a few times here. Pearl's very, like, you kind of just run like 1 or 2 plays over and over and over again. So what is your take on it? Do you feel like Sentinels have the opportunity here to kind of shift this around, or, well, what we saw in that last game could maybe play?
I think if Sentinels bring it back to the basics, I definitely think, it would be...
It should be them.
It should be them. It should be them, I will say that. But it just depends on if they can actually get those fundamentals rather than the new comp.
It was startling, though, to see Coach Kaplan be so like, whoa, you got to make this happen, right? Yeah. So if anything, if there's one thing that we know, it's Coach Kaplan was probably giving those boys a few words in the back as well. Certainly wanted to make sure that these guys are all ready to go as we get ready for Pearl. And we are going to give you guys a quick commercial break. When we come back, we dive into map number 2. It's Pearl. Can Loud close it out 2-0, or with Sentinels get the dub and force map 3? We'll see you on the other side.
Pearl is the arena where we find out if we're going to go the distance, if we're going to go to map 3, or if Loud are going to silence all of the haters and all of the doubters and take Sentinels down 2-0. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Dre. We're going to take a look at Agent Select. I would imagine, Dre, that we're going to get a lot more of this Vice, Breach, Yoru stuff out from Sentinels that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything change for either of these teams. We saw, previously Loud even running the default composition. And I really like the way that Sentinels approached Pearl with this comp that they ran on Lotus. It seems like this is their bread and butter. I think that they did a really good job of identifying where DG Zin's operator was on the defensive side of Lotus. And this composition specifically has so much good utility to flush out an Opper, even punish him. I mean, we saw clips of Cryo getting absolutely demolished by Tejo missiles, getting stuck in a corner, and Zek and TPing on him. So I think that for Loud, their key to success is maybe identifying if the op isn't working and putting DG Zin on that rifle.
There's that comp that you were mentioning on the side of Loud. You've got Jet, Astra, KO, Sova, and then Cypher. And then again, we imagine Sentinels will be showing a bit of the same. I want to get your thoughts on this because this was part of the conversation that the desk had at the beginning of the show was Tejo's win rate against non-mirror matchups.
Yeah.
They did it once, and you even heard STK say in the interview with Liz, they felt very confident in a plan to not have to run Tejo and still be able to beat it. They did it on Lotus. Pearl feels like a different beast, though.
Yeah, especially with the changes to the smokes where you can't just ping and spam anymore. The Tejo utility feels like it's just even stronger for that because you can use missiles on the spike, You can do everything of that sort. How many rounds did we see Sentinels get away with defusing the spike against 100 Thieves without getting spammed? It's really changed the entire game, and it's changed this map of Pearl.
It does feel like Taeho's, maybe I would venture to say, strongest map would be Pearl. So again, we'll see. Can Loud do it again? They were able to figure out how to get a win against the Taeho comp without running one on Lotus. We'll see if Pearl tells a similar story. Loud on the attacking side, a little bit of a exploratory mission towards the middle of the map and up towards Art. It's not a split though.
Yeah, this already looks like the last pistol they ran on Pearl, and they lost. They got demolished here in Art.
Watch that flash. There it is. DG has to accelerate and still gets a kill on his Elsis. Traded right back though from John as he takes a step back and takes another with him.
But the explosiveness right now from Loud. All the meanwhile, Pancata, he's now creeping up C-Long. Narrate, gets some info. But this is a free C site currently. Sentinels, they're going to have to regroup, get together, try to get some nice shots here with those ghosts that they have. Zekin and Narrate. Zekin, we saw him get 3 in the previous pistol on Lotus. All headshots. He's going to have to step up huge here. Loud, they're playing this so cautious. It's honestly buying a lot of time for Sentinels to get into good positions for this retake.
Well, I mean, Sentinels have to go slow here. There's no idea on where the other members are, and you know they're outnumbered. Note here, clean bill of health for both the Duelist and the Initiator.
Yeah, Kawanzin also has that light armor. It's going to take 2 bullets to take him out at least.
Surely you're not expecting him here. You've been spotted, you've been stunned, and now the swing impending. Pancata's shoulder.
Good jiggle.
Has been seen. Off of it. The clone is so good, but again, he still can't find the kill, and all this is doing is buying time. Sentinels have to accelerate here, and now they're going to have their attention divided. I said one way, I said another. Zekin in a 1v3. He's gotten it down to 1. It's just not enough. He was way too weak.
They tried their best. Pancata, he's just too sharp. 5-0 in first kills, first deaths on the last map. He closes this pistol round out, but Loud again. They get the first blood and the trades to follow up. They had 16 first kills on Lotus, Doug.
That's ridiculous.
Sentinels had 8. And I remember John QT saying in the last series when they lost the first map, 13-4 to 100 Thieves on that split, we were playing like boys on that last map. Let's play like men now. How many times can that speech work, though, before you just have to play like that from the start?
I think it also is a frustrated look out from Kaplan is Loud. Just really highlighting the gun difference here. DG able to get 2, make that 3. Classic.
It's so
just
reminiscent of the Lotus, too, right? When there was a stack in C, right behind the smoke, but they just get sprayed down.
Yeah, the classic just really whimpers in the face of a Vandal in a situation like that. But yeah, it was frustrated from Kaplan. You heard in the interview with Liz in between maps, like they need to play like this is the same game that they play and practice every day. And there's no excuses. Their team that has stage experience, things like that, is just a very different tone out from their head coach.
I mean, they really curated one of the best rosters, I think, out of any of the teams in VCT. You pick up one of EMEA's best players in Narrate. I mean, yeah, he was in NA before, but you bring him back. He had such a strong performance in EMEA. You bring Bang, who's one of the best controller players in NA, hands down. No question about it. A little bit of whiffage, Tui's will get the job done, but then you have Loud, who brings back stragglers, people that have been brought down to the gulag.
You're right, though. I think the Sentinels roster was built to win, right? Like that was the intentions behind these pieces that they put together. And again, Kaplan's a man who wears his emotions on his sleeve at times, and you know what he's thinking and how he's feeling. So definitely not how they wanted to start this series or this map. Down 2-0, but now they have guns to fight back with.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it seems to be this year slow starts for Sentinels, but one round, one eco, something of the sorts, it can really just bring Sentinels all the way back. And once they get the ball rolling, that's when you see this crazy type of comeback. Still very early on in this map. This first gun round should shape up how the rest of this half will go.
Loud is making a lot of noise towards B, but you take a quick look at the minimap, they're not all there. really just intended to manipulate rotations, draw him back.
And what have we seen so far? We've seen a heavy mid geared up pistol. We've seen a lot of pressure on A on the anti-eco. Now, all this C space gathered, drone invested. 3 members are stuck here at B. You look at the minimap, everyone on Loud already leaning towards that A site. This is great IGLing from Vinny.
Zekin's in a tough spot here. This 1v1 is big. And he stands and he delivers. Now you expect the acceleration out to rotate, but keep a close eye on the minimap once again because it's Kawanzin who's going to be looking to do what Pankata could not. And Zekin again is wise to it.
So aware.
Eyes on the back of his head. He knows where the threat's coming from. Dart be damned, ignoring it in the face of it. Gets a kill on the Kawanzin anyway. Now is able to TP away. Threat dealt with. Numbers their way. DG in the face of all that utility. You've got the stun, you've got the drone, you've got a barrage headed your way. And still trying to navigate and dance around that. Required to do a fancy little 2-step. Face of the flash, Vinny on the turn, still healthy enough to fight. 1 kill for 1. And those numbers do not add up when you're down in a situation like Loud were. Sentinels were on the board.
Zekin is him. All that damage he just did in A main. The pre-fire on the Kawanzin. Kawanzin was a player in the last map who was winning so many of the head-to-head 1v1s. This time, even with scans on Zekin, he gets taken out by a pre-fire. And this is something that Sentinels are so good at, is anchoring this A site. There's so many angles they approach you from. If you don't have that A main control, it just adds another one to the mix. So much of their success is revolved around retaking that A site, getting a couple picks on the way in. You're going to see a lot of Zelsis playing around smokes on A, Bang even playing in front of his Astra Stars, then sneaking back into sight. B pressure again from Loud. KO the only one outside of A. He's going to use this knife, try to get some info. He already used it. Right now, the defense holding their ground, not biting on anything.
Yeah, they've really only seen, well, they saw the knife and then the dart, which is very similar. This is the same look that Sentinel saw in the previous round. Loud are showing the exact same thing. So we'll see if this 3-1-1 default continues for Loud.
Yeah, another 50-50, this time a flash.
It's the same look, but this time, as you were saying, he's got a flash to try to tip things back his way. Zekin dancing around, he's got utility to help. That's another 1v1 going the way of the duelist.
Okay, Doug, he's truly had enough. He's taking things into his own hands. He gets flashed off that line, he still stays and fights that.
That's what you want out of your duelist. Meanwhile, Loud now choosing to accelerate and go back towards B. You've got DG who's already dashed backside, but Telsis is gone unchecked! Kawanzin still snaps on him though, finds a kill, and it looked free! DG continuing to push up, Phantom in hand, Zekin on the swing, and that's another head claimed. A massive round out from Loud.
And I don't even know how that's even possible in the first place. What is that flick from Kawanzin on the Zelsis? Zelsis gets so many kills like that, playing on the edge of a smoke, but to get flicked in that manner. Also, Bang. He didn't even get to play the round, he just gets spammed off the rip through a smoke. This Loud team, some of the things that they've been doing, some of the things they've been showcasing, it's been nothing short of spectacular. So this time, there's gonna be backup in A main. They've had enough of Zekin being here. It's a dash, dagger, suck play.
And bring it a little bit more muscle.
They truly were like, yo, if you're gonna stay here, we're gonna try to punish you. Wise of Zekin not to play in the same spot, but the economy of Sentinels, it got broken in that last round. Everybody on Sheriffs. A quick TP out of mid. But another stack from Sen towards this A site, and Loud, they seem to be running into him. Right. The first time around, it was a spam through the smokes. This time Sentinels are playing way more back. And in these positions, I mean, you can really pincer the attackers. Rockets can isolate. You have a lot of stuns. You already have a tether lineup coming out here. Loud to be very careful. That's a great entry from Tui's.
Stars go down, the utility goes through, and Loud go forward. But the thing is, they haven't really made their way out of main yet. That choke has gone uncleared. Zekken's able to get one, though. But Loud persistent in their approach, continue to push the pace, continue to move forward. And the lighter defense from Sentinels there will crumble. Didn't have the guns, they had the numbers, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, you don't have the Phantoms to really get what you want to do, spamming through that smoke. It was a nice headshot by Zekken with the Sheriff. He's really came online. But I have to say it, Loud have done their homework, and it is showing right now. The contact into Art here, getting that pick, and not just running out with the first layer of utility on the attacking side. They baited out so much of that defensive utility, the Fade Eye, the Taeho missiles, and then they regress. Use those guns to their advantage. It's very smart fundamental play right now from Loud. Here's that dash play again.
Aggressive, they're investing a lot behind this.
Oh, what a connection.
Dropping John. And the Blades are looking for more, but he's been sucked into place. Now being able to accelerate and go again, he just waltzes into his death. Narrate is there. He's gonna pop his ult, and it's gonna connect on a couple of members. All three, there's one missing. But how do you navigate through all of that info in such a tense moment? Kalanzin strikes onto Narrate.
And now that's B-side completely open. Vinny calling a freeze to the round. Zekken, he's reaggressing into A main.
He's gotta be careful. Cannot overextend.
But look at how deep Kalanzin is going. He's gonna creep by water. He hears the rotate. Zelsis.
Like two ships in the night. Oh, only one of them knows more than the other.
What great IGLing right now. You dagger the sight. It hits Zelsis in that moment, I believe.
Kalanzin is still in that position that you mentioned here. Zelsis running over. That's as free of a kill as you're gonna get. 3 on the round for Kalanzin. Zekken in a 1v3. Gets his one. Still a winnable situation here. Can he convert?
He has to convert.
Spike planted.
It's a big ask. Note here, Vinny is weak. Pancada stands with him though. Zekken with so much to do, carefully, meticulously, clearing every single angle, every single corner. He's got to speed up though. Time is not on his side. Off the tap, he spots one. Still no idea where the other one is. Vinny biding his time, waiting for the swing. Knife out. He's got to reposition. Spotting the other. Now has idea where both of them are. But it's too much to deal with. Loud will get to 5.
What phenomenal IGLing right now from Vinny. He's really running circles around this Sentinel's defense. This set play off the rip. The Sova ultimate to punish John QT. You have to be frustrated, but the timing on the lurks and the deposit, using the recharge of the dagger to get info that there's still a player on A, taking your odds at B. It's just smart gameplay. There's nothing to be said more about it. Vinny, the IGL sitting at 7-4-4. Another KO ultimate online.
And a timeout called from Sentinels. Again, the last time we heard from Kaplan, he sounded frustrated, perturbed at what he was seeing, and I imagine the conversation hasn't changed much here.
And at this point, as a player, I would imagine you'd be very frustrated with what's happening to you as well. I mean, you even the trades on the site, but then you're getting lurked on. Then there's a deposit of a Sova. No one really expects the Sova lurk.
No, why would you?
But it was drawn up like that from the start for Loud. He was sitting all the way in the back of spawn with that lineup dart. Gets the Sova ultimate. He's the win contingency plan, wrapping all the way back around Art. And so far, there's been so many different type of looks from Loud. It's really hard if you're Sen because your retakes haven't really been working. That's the bread and butter that you fall back on when you aren't winning those 50-50s.
What's the adaptation? What's the change? What's the tinkering of the approach on the other side of this timeout?
I don't know. You don't really have that big of an investment. This time, Cypher in a main with a deep cam. He will spot Zekken out. And he wants none of that smoke. He knows how that fight has gone. Playing so far back. Dagger.
Remember here, that knife has shown A at the beginning of almost every round, so it's just a different look.
Yeah. It's a heavy lean right now towards B.
Trying to proc the wall.
Yeah, great bait of the wall.
Yeah.
I mean, really the way that Loud have approached dealing with the Sentinel's utility, they've exposed a big flaw. And they're waiting now for a set play. I mean, Doug, they're waiting for that set play that Sentinels threw against 100 Thieves with the Tejo missiles onto pillar and backside.
That's the cue for them to go. The ult has been popped from Vinny, and now they can move towards B. Remember here, the gun's not great. Any damage is well spent. That's a big one out from Bang. Off the flash, to swing from DG as he continues to go back sight and claim names. That's all three. Narrate once again in a 1vx. That feels borderline impossible.
I mean, the human aimbot, he's locking on with no hesitation. He's really, really stepped up his rifle play here. All that time spent in Tier 2 finally gets a chance again with a team no other than Loud. One of Brazil's finest over the years. What a resurgence from DG Zine. We saw glimpses of what he was capable of on Furia. But he has stepped it up to another level, Doug.
Here's an adaptation, an op in the hands of Zekin. It's just hard. I mean,
already gets baited out.
Yeah, he's already pushed off the angle.
What do Loud decide to do off of this information, though? Don't have another chance with the drone, at least, to clear that. But this gives confidence. 2 Pancata, 2 2Es to start trickling forward, clearing out some of the other space. I mean, they have so much map control right now, and Zekin, he's staying towards his B site.
John has ult. Loud, with none to speak of.
And this is where Bang shines. This is where Bang needs to step up and be that site anchor we know he can be.
He's got help here, too. But can they wait this out? John's able to get the first. The spam on a DG's in.
Ridiculous spam kill.
The spike's still not made its way out of ARP, but the reinforcements have arrived. Keep a close eye on Tui's on the minimap. He one-ing in, it's on the flank. Kawanzine falls. Tui's, if he plays his time right, he had it, but Zelsis a step ahead, 2 steps ahead.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
And they've been picked apart this round. You imagine there will be a change on the approach from Loud, because it seems like Sentinels have figured that out. A flawless one as they get to 2.
At this time, Sentinels not dropping early, playing that full retake, committing to it at A. John, I don't know how he gets that spam kill. Maybe just knows the pathing of DG Zine on this A exec.
Yeah, heard the dash, whatever it was.
That's a hard read. He spammed the top of site right there, and bang. He's so good at anchoring this A site. Sneaks into that pit area and just spams the planter. And now we have Loud going back to that default with the KO dagger in A main.
Time to jump.
Doesn't connect onto Zekin. That should be a good picture painted for where their operator could be. And I cannot believe he just did that with a Phantom.
I was about to say that. That was a Phantom from another map over. But Zelsis, able to counter.
He felt himself a little too much there, Doug. A little way too big of an overheat.
DG traded back. And they call freeze to the round again. You know, you mentioned it a couple of rounds ago, but the calling from Loud has been spectacular.
Yeah, Vinny crept all the way into A main. He's confident in taking all that space because he knows Zelsis isn't, or he knows that Zekin isn't on the other end. A bit of a double dip here. Oh, Kawanzine. I almost would have rather him be seen by that, but the reason why he's not is because it's A fake right now. Everyone is actually geared up towards B. John.
They're already rotating back towards B. They already know it's a fake. The utility from KO was not enough to draw the veil over their eyes.
Seconds left.
Sight will be given here, though. Vice ultimate in the hands of Zelsis. John, he's sitting on the Armageddon as well. All of Elbow will be blown up right now.
You got to keep a close eye on Vinny. He's in a position, too. He can scale all the way in through water. Ultimate's now used. First the Cosmic Divide, then the Vice ult. And there's Tejo's ult, too. Again, chaos on the site. Sentinel's able to get a couple, and it's all falling on to Vinny. He was the last man at the scene, and it was just a moment too late.
Good patience on that retake from Sentinels. This time not jumping the gun. I thought John was gonna invest that Armageddon and elbow like he's used previously. There's that insane shot and the overheat. But the Armageddon to push out everybody from that pillar area, flush them out, all out onto site.
Nice.
That's
Good job.
exactly the fights that Sentinels were looking for on that retake. So finally, stringing some rounds together, giving themselves a fighting chance on this map of Pearl.
Oh, I think even more so, starting to take a dent into Loud's economy. Right?
Vinny's on a stinger.
Yeah, it feels like the first time we've had that. And so Sentinels seem to have found some sort of footing. They've inserted Zelsis in a really aggressive angle. So yeah, they know Zekin's there, but are they diligent enough to clear that? The thing is, he could be behind pillar, but they know he's been mollied out, he's been found, he's been had.
What a great trade from Zekin, though.
And once again, Loud will slow the round down.
So risky of Zekin to jump back on top of that box in the face of, what, 3-4 attackers.
But is that not the conversation Kaplan was having? Right? You're right, it's risky,
Yeah,
but
he
that
had to.
risk countered it.
Yep. Everybody from the side of Loud geared up towards this A main.
They haven't really shown much either, but once again,
it's Bang.
With help here, it's not just him. He's got reinforcements. He's got Narrate and John here.
He's just so good at anchoring. Look at all the delay he's done. He's snuck into pit again.
Well, and it's not just that, too. They dropped a suck. They dropped the salvos.
They dropped the stun.
And so that's going to give him a little bit more room to come back up off the side of that ult. Uncomfortable. Loud are not able to get settled in.
So much pressure being applied by the spam of Bang.
This push and pull continues. 20 seconds left in the round. No real time to go anywhere else.
And you still have your ultimate.
Oh! Spam through the smoke. Bang falls. Kalanzine gets 4. When the heck did that happen?
He wants it. He wants the ace. Is he going to hunt for it?
He's got the op in hand. There's really no reason not to.
Get out of there, Zekin.
Kalanzine trying to hunt him down. Knows they're nipping at his heels.
I mean, he's already getting flushed out. Look at the minimap. Pancata is wrapping all the way behind.
They're trying their damnedest to get this weapon out of their hands. And they might just succeed.
They're trying to feed it to Kalanzine. He baits out the shot with the jump spot.
Pancata will steal it away, but Loud will get to 7. And I think more importantly, they're going to have to reinvest into the ult if they want, or the op, excuse me, if they want it again.
The good thing for Sentinels is with that string of rounds that they got, he will be able to buy up at op for at least one more round. That was a great trade. Bang. I mean, unlucky, bro. Kalanzine, good awareness on the spam there. He held down that pit area just by himself.
Op again online. They've reinvested into it. And this time it's a much more aggressive angle. Remember, it's been passive, but this time he's crept up. No damage dealt?
Can't hit the mark. Drone as well to flush him out even further. So methodical right now from the side of Loud. Pushing this operator back. This is the first time we've seen this aggressive of a mid lurk. Celsius, you need to be careful, but what is the timing?
They both looked away. They both looked away at the wrong time, and now the ult has been invested. Now they're going to dash out onto the side. Now they're going to be able to get the spike down, and now again, Sentinels are on the back foot. What do they have? They have Bang's ult. John has the op.
And Kata as well. We could go for this late flank.
There's been so many layers of these flanks. You're absolutely right. Just when you think you have them dealt with, there's something else creeping away. But Sentinels have been able to open this up. The lurk from Pancata took too long. They're trying to block the suck, and they fail, but now they're going to get a second attempt at it. Pancata, again, creeping forward. They know where he is now, but Bang's going to stick the defuse. Sentinels will get to 4. What a mess of a round.
Textbook retake from Sentinels. Textbook flashes from Zekin. Nobody on the actual site from the side of Loud could see a damn thing on that retake that Sen just did.
And for as much as there was textbook, as you were saying on the retake and stuff like that, this was anything but. Yeah. That was the opposite of textbook. I mean, that was silly.
What a timing found from Tui's.
Yeah.
You see Zelsis jump spotting from that spot a lot. This is the problem with running the Vice and not running a Cypher. You kind of have to use your body because players can creep up.
Right.
But you don't expect Tui's to be that close, that quickly into the round. I mean, he took that timing off the rip. But Sentinels, they do snag that round away, and they're still in this. This time, heavy mid for the defensive side. Maybe anticipating a switch up.
They're all fighting here.
Yeah, I think they expected Loud to finally start walking towards that mid or maybe try to catch out Tui's.
Which is what they have been doing, you're right.
And also, last time that Loud played this map, there was a lot of heavy mid focus.
Wait, he's going in. Didn't want to leave Pancada on his own on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, but Doug, we've seen this story before. Sentinels on the retake on B.
Vinny popped his ult. It's going to buy a little bit of time. A small window for them to sink their teeth deeper into this site, into the round. Remember, last one of the half here. Ops on the hands of John. DG tries to turn the flash, and he's disposed of. Now the Nightfall will connect onto all members of Loud. Silence all over, and second swings back, side gets 3, and that's the round. Sentinels close out a beautiful half.
A great recovery to this defensive side of Pearl. It was looking so doomed. At one point, it was 6-1 for Loud. Vinny was calling circles around him. DG Zine was just having his way. But Sentinels staying calm, keeping their composure, and sticking to the game plan of what works, which is their retakes.
An incredible first half. Loud up 2. We're going to throw it down to Ender, who's standing by at the co-streaming booth with a couple of very special guests.
Hey, I'm here with Lucky and with Sadil in the co-streamer booth watching the games. And first of all, I just have to say this is crazy because Sadil, I literally coached you on Teddy Tactics in GC. You're a pro, so I want to come to you and ask your thoughts on the game so far and what do you think's been going so well for Loud?
Okay, thank you, Coach. Honestly, I'm here as a Loud fan, so I will say that I think Loud is amazing. I think they're the better team, in my opinion. Zekken's been getting amazing kills, though, on Yoru. He's keep getting the first bloods, but honestly, Loud is the one that is closing out the round. So, I don't know. I know who I'm rooting for, but I know the crowd is Sen fans, so I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, there they go. There they go. Woo, Loud! Who's with me? Nobody? Okay,
okay, we got some Loud fans. We got some Loud fans in the crowd. Now, Lucky, I know you're a big foodie, and I see you've tried out some of the concessions here. What's the best option here? Do you got a top 3?
My top 3, I think I've tried everything on the menu so far. I can't go wrong with a classic hot dog. I'm really happy it's all beef. So that's my favorite so far. You can't go wrong with some chips and queso, but the brownie melts in your mouth. So I definitely recommend that.
Okay, the brownie melts in your mouth. Have you gotten into anything?
Yeah, I like the burger. The burger's amazing. It's vegan too. I thought it was real meat. What the heck?
Yo, shout out. I mean, that works for me. Absolutely love that. Now, I know there's a lot of Sentinels fans in the crowd, but I want to try something here. I want to see if we from this booth can overpower them. So Sentinels fans, get going, and then the Loud fans over here, we're going to try and fight back. Sentinels, give me something. All right, go Loud, get in there. Thank you so much. We're sending it back to the casters, getting into the second half.
Thank you so much, Ender. Again, 2 rounds separating these 2 squads. It's been close, and as you mentioned it really felt like Loud was going to be able to run away with it. They were up big. Sentinels looked frustrated. They looked lost, and Loud were set up to put them away, but as was the case on Lotus, as has been the case oftentimes when we talk about Sentinels and watch this team, is they refuse to relent.
Yeah, it really looked like they finally realized, yo, we remember who we are. We remember why this roster was put together, why we're all on this team.
Deep knife tagging a couple. No rotations. Meanwhile, nicely damned. Unbelievable that TG gets that kill.
And a double dip, getting the 50 damage on the Bang as well. It's a speed up right now. Zelsis, he's going to full commit to this exit.
Fearless in his approach as he continues to dance around and look for a second target. He does follow. Meanwhile, Sentinels crack the site wide open. Counting and Tui's left in a 2v4, and almost all members on the side of Sentinels are weak. They're battered here. That's one found. It's going to fall in the hands of Tui's. Again, 20 HP, 35 and 45. This is very winnable for Tui's.
Problem is,
if he can isolate the ones, if he can get them on their own, there's a shot.
But that's the problem. Sentinels are so good at not giving the 1v1s, and it won't even matter anyway. Bang takes out Tui's. Even if Tui somehow hits that flick, there's 2 more members of Sentinels that are ready to swing out, get that trade. But right now, Loud have felt the pressure of Sentinels. Sentinels, even being a man down right there, Zekin falls early. They just run it down. The trades were perfect. A big pistol round win if you're a Sentinels fan.
Sheriff for DG. Oh, that's aggressive. Vinny's got nowhere to go. He's dead.
Yeah, just caught completely in the open.
Meanwhile, they're trying to accelerate down B. Zelsis is ready for it. At least enough to get one.
Yeah, it's a free A site though. Orb is gathered onto DGZine. He's been hitting some headshots, man. Will get taken out for free here by a headshot. And this retake is impossible. Sentinels surely win this round. And pretty cleanly too, or at least we'll see. See what kind of damage Loud can do here.
As things stand, you're right. They're going to be able to carry 3 rifles.
That's the only benefit. Zekin's going hunting, trying to get at Yoru Ultimate even closer to being online. You imagine in the next round you'll see a much slower approach from the side of Sen. And a lot of damage being done right now. Tui's can get another. He can't. A lot of damage done though from the side of Loud.
Yeah, they'll carry 2 guns. I think it made sense to go ahead and send Zekin out with just the Ghost. Yeah. You're right. See if he can get closer to that ult, but dropping one of those rifles is certainly not part of the plan.
Yeah, this is the power of the Tejo. I mean, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You can't really play in between the utility. You're either fully committed in or you're out. This time around, that classic against the Vandal, I mean, Zekin's gonna take you down. I was wondering if this was gonna be a round where Sentinels tried to get some orbs onto Zekin, but it's just gonna be a fast mid approach. They're gonna try to take this art space. There is a trip on the other end.
That dog did not detect the trip towards mid. So if they choose to go that way, that still has to be dealt with.
Trip hit, but full disrespect from Zekin. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he's got his TPE back towards spawn, so he can do that. He can be this ward of sorts that can try to explore and find things out and then get back to safety. That timing was not great for him.
Great.
Wow.
Yeah, great proactivity from Loud. That's the smoke. Smoke's completely gone from the side of Sen. They're making a lot of noise on this. They're going to get delayed.
Tui's and Pankata have a lot to do here. Tui's just going to go unchecked, isn't he? Drops the flash on the swing out. John's here to greet him. Pankata's able to deal a little bit of damage, but it's not enough. 3v3 here. They don't really have control.
Spike planted.
Vinny perched up in heaven. They're so paranoid of what's happening around the rest of the map. Kamatine is having to use the drone from so far back in lane.
Does clear out all that space, but at the same time, Zelsis, he's put that wall behind. All eyes ahead.
Grenade is live.
Stun used, not connecting, spike ticking. The need to accelerate ever present and growing with every second that passes.
It's not planted for them long.
No, they're gonna have to fight through this. That's gonna help. That's gonna buy a little bit of time. Kalamzine has gotten it to half, but he'll pay for it with his life. 2v2 now. Zelsis on the swing, both off of it, and he cannot hold it. He cannot connect. Beautiful from Loud.
Really coming down to the wire. Sentinels with straight brute force running through lane onto that B site. Perfect trades. But that timing into A main really opened up the confidence, and you see the frustration. I mean, he was holding that the entire way through. What a close retake as well. Getting half there, committing your life for the cause. Such a split-second decision that needs to be made, but it was the right one.
this time around.
That one feels like it got away from him. And now Loud are in a really good position. They're up around. They've got some money that they've invested, and their ults are starting to come online at just the right time.
This is such an important round for either side.
Yep.
You really put a dent in the economy either way, whoever wins this round.
This is a swing round. Zalsis is going to use his ult, or excuse me, Zekin. Again, going forward.
He spots them both. Mankata's on an island. He's done.
Oh, he's able to sidestep the salvos, but you don't sidestep that. Sentinel's able to push forward. Bellicose in their approach. Nary's hand gave him away. And they know where the other one is. DG having to reposition. Sentinels with a slight numbers advantage, but Zekin's so weak. And do they know where he is at TP? Now the dart out. DG trying to smoke himself off, waiting for the challenge, daring the swing, daring the bait.
No one's swinging though. What a hard read.
Patience on, and Kalantine swings into his death. DG's gonna have to do it on his own. He's gotten it down to a 1v2, and Zelsis delivers. We're tied again.
You cannot play in B site against the Yoru ultimate of Zekin. He does such a good job of finding out where the defenders are, and that follow-up utility. What was that, by the way, from John? What a flick.
Yeah.
The transfer with one bullet on it? Craziness. This is the power of the Teo Yoru composition, though. You cannot play in these sites.
Again, calm out from Zelsis there. Didn't leave his seat, no crazy pop-off.
Yeah, it's serious.
They're still in this fight. A position to take the lead. Louder on an eco.
Yeah. Jet knives should have been popped. Yep, there it is.
If you're Sentinels here, excuse me, you want to try to get through this round without investing any of those ults. You want to try to carry Johns and Zelsis into the next round.
You also want to play cautiously enough to the point where you do not give DG Zin a first blood with these jet knives. You want to try to identify where he's at. Maybe head the other way.
And it looks like DG's been let off the leash. He's by himself.
Yeah, look at the cautious approach right now from Sentinels. Though narrate.
Careful,
he's good
son.
at this.
He's gonna swing you.
What is that right click? What a fast trade though from Bang Dug.
I don't think the observer saw it. That was the one real benefit that they had, and that's now gone. Pankata feeling the walls closing in.
Yeah.
And if you're Sentinels, it looks like you're gonna get through this with success.
Only one rifle dropped as well. You still have 3 ultimates online and available. Shouldn't have to use anything here. And that really was the cue, though. As soon as you spot out DG Zine in mid, the trade, okay, that's icing on the cake for sure, but you sped up B. You have the whole site. You have the gun advantage. Now Zekin, he's already working towards another ultimate.
Enemy remaining.
Just 3 away now as Vinny falls.
He's been
so... Oh, and they know where he is, too.
I'm telling you. Like, I don't know how... John is truly a master at this agent. How does he know?
He's quite talented.
That's such a far spot to shoot the missiles at. What a hard read.
The round will end without Kalantine getting a duel.
But he does save a rifle.
And Sentinels take the lead. Take a look at this round one more time. Amazing. In fact, we should probably run that one back.
Killed me with that one, bro.
A timeout called from Loud. Another close fight, man.
Yeah. First timeout used for the side of Loud. They do have one more in the arsenal. But yeah, so far this has been an astonishing comeback from Sentinels. I mean, winning 8 of the last 10 rounds. That is difficult, especially with the pressure that Loud was applying. And to be able to flip that and give it back as well. We've seen Loud now crumble on a lot of these site hits. And how do you really weather the storm of all this utility from Sentinels? Like, if you're not confident in your own retake and giving sight, it's gonna be an uphill battle, to say the least. So adjustments to be made. Maybe you'll see more B long control. I'm sure DG Zine would love to have an operator online, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to afford that one.
Oh, they don't have the funds.
And that's so interesting because he is off 56% of the defensive rounds.
And he's not, I mean, he
hasn't had one online at all.
Yeah.
And maybe it is on purpose. Maybe it's deliberate. Maybe he doesn't want to have to deal with the Yoru clone, the Taeho utility, all the Fade Prowlers.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of just get bombarded. But here's the change-up. It's that B long control.
Kalantine popping his ult.
No way.
And Zekin's trying to deal a fight and win it while getting away. That's bloody criminal.
And it wasn't pretty. But it doesn't matter. Everyone geared up towards that A side of the map for Sentinels. The furthest rotation possible right now. Tui's is truly on an island.
DG is starting to arrive at the scene, but this foot race looks like it's going to be won by Sentinels. And they're going to have to give up the space. I mean, they cannot fight here.
You can't. Look at all this utility.
So they concede the site to Sentinels, live to fight another day, and now attempt this retake with strength and numbers, and now those numbers equalized.
That's a good opening.
It's a different beast. Cosmic Divide invested, segmenting the site, ripping them apart, and now there's more they're gonna have to deal with. You cannot play back site. There's nowhere that's safe. Being flushed out from dugout.
Taeho missiles coming online in 3 seconds, Doug.
And now the spam fight ensues. Bang's able to connect onto DG, but Loud's able to fight back. John has to be careful on the swing. Kalantine is there. Pankad has gotten it to half, and the missiles will delay, but the defuse will come through.
It is over.
We're tied again.
And you know what? The idea of John QT using that Armageddon in that pit area, it's so smart, but it actually ends up working against them on accident because it prompts the speed up of Loud, and the Sentinels players on site were just not ready. They weren't ready for the random aggression and the shots that had to be hit in such a high pressure scenario from Loud. There's that operator online.
You were talking about him being, or Tui's being on an island in the previous round. He is certainly left alone here, completely set apart from the rest of his team.
Heavy focus on mid. It's a 1-3-1 approach from Loud. Maybe trying to play in the minds of Sentinels that that operator is towards mid. There was a drone instantly out mid. Really masking where DG Zin is playing. And you see right now from the side of Sen, I mean, they're cautious, they're worried.
This defense has been stingy. They have an idea that Zekin's there. The timing's really nice as the dash dissipates. Doubt. Now in for DG.
Smart of Sen to reclear mid. Late in the round. Understanding that the defense is probably pushed back already. Here comes the reclear though from DGZ. Is he gonna catch out Zekin on this timing? It's actually narrate.
The
that
knife
catches the timing.
The knife tagged him on the tower. They do know where he is. They've also invented the knife holder to try to push Vinny back. And now they realize they're getting closed in on the split is through. DG again with the op, still hasn't fired it off. Because he hasn't had a target, he hasn't had a chance. Continually pushed back.
Spike planted.
And that's enough for Sentinels to get the spike down. Now, the attempted retake for Loud is at hand. But how do they find a way in? They're not. They're cutting their losses. They're saving.
It's too difficult. Retaking with the operator.
One kill onto Kalantine, and that's enough.
That's the type of match we're in. That's the amount of respect these two teams have for each other. And again, I mean, if you go for this retake and lose, essentially Loud would be
10.
Losing 2 rounds in a row, right?
Yeah,
Sen would be at 11-9.
Right.
If you know, unless you get eco'd, but with the way that Sen have been playing, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. So Loud saving those weapons, giving themselves a fighting chance in the following round, another chance to tie things up. But yet again, Zekin with that Yoru ultimate, I feel like every single time he's invested that, they've won the round on the attacking side. He just gets so much info and free space. So difficult to deal with. And let's see, maybe this operator B long for a DG Zine can be what denies all this B long space that Sentinels have been getting for free, essentially.
Interesting here, light armor on a couple of members of Sentinels, and they had the money.
There's a TP.
Oh, there's a shot out from DG. Vinny joining in, and Pancata drops 2. The transfer's beautiful.
A complete massacre. And Bang just going a little bit too far forward. He was in his...
Oh, big from John to find 2, but
gosh.
when you're staring down 5, that's a tough ass. So we're tied at 10 again.
He almost connected on that third with a spray transfer, but yeah, Bang was too focused on getting that pickup smoke out or suck in that B connector, that street area, that he just wasn't aware that there's an opper here.
Gorgeous from Pancata there. He's so freaking good, man.
But it really was Loud maximizing on the mistake of Sentinels.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. It looks like a timeout has been called.
Last timeout.
Another moment to slow things down. Another opportunity to kind of, you know, postulate on what's before us, right? Like, what can we expect in these next couple of rounds, Trey?
I think you're going to see more emphasis on this B side from Loud, and I think Sentinels need to identify, hey, we've been destroying at this B site. Let's start working something else. Maybe a little bit of A main pressure. We can still use the stealth bot towards B long, see if DG Zin is posted up trying to get an aggressive angle on it. But there needs to be more action somewhere else. And then you can start going back to B again. This could also be a good opportunity to let the emotions settle a little bit, because this is such a high pressure moment. I mean, Sen, they're down a map right now. We have to keep that in mind. That plays a huge factor. It's a different type of game when you have that on your back. You can't let the little things slip away like what we just saw.
Op still for DG, this time playing towards Art. So that B focus that you were talking about from Loud, choosing to go away from it.
The Sentinels will still use that re-clear utility, or else they should. Very similar look from Sentinels in this round.
Vinny feeling a lot of the pressure, a counter flash to buy himself some time.
And there's that stealth drone.
Yep.
There's the pickup star. This time around, not getting picked by the operator. Nice jiggle, but he needs to get out of here. We've seen him get punished too many times.
John doesn't have missiles, so they can't flush him out. Instead, they cut noise. An unsettling silence creeps over the site.
All 4 members holding that left side, waiting for the jump up. I think they have an idea that Pancata might have want to reposition to somewhere more aggressive, because he's been getting decimated backside.
Sentinels are starving Loud of information here. They are not showing anything.
But the thing is, Loud are willing to play retake on that A site. There are 4 members here. It's going to have to be a flood, and Pancata knows. Here's the cue.
Where's the pop? Pancata on the swing, able to get one on his Elsis, a second on to narrate. That's 3, make that 4. Again, a slaughter. Loud get to 11.
Pancata with the anticipation. There was pings out from Sentinels that he could be there, but he goes unchecked. What a massive round at the perfect moment for Pancata. And the spacing on the peaks was just not there from Sentinels to get the trade in time.
I mean, they tried.
What percent do you think that is? What, 50?
It's got to be more than 30.
70?
That's for sure.
This guy's been a monster. That dagger lands on a couple members of Sentinels. A lot of info gathered. A drone out mid as well.
But Sentinels haven't cared about that. That's not the first time they get tagged by that knife. B main, and they continue to push anyway.
But the thing is, look at how confident Loud are getting when that dagger hits. It's like they know that they're going A.
They're going to fully fight this.
No way, not again.
Stubborn, perhaps, in how they try to go about this. Pancata can't see a thing, and he falls. Zekin finds so much space, finds lethality. And with 5 alive, Sentinels thrive.
And this time, if you're Loud, you are trying to do as much damage as possible. Your economy is fine for the rest of the game. Sentinels, look at their money. If you can break some of these guns, if you could even get 3 guns out, you have a real good chance of securing an advantage in the future rounds.
Oh, how crippling and debilitating that would be. But it doesn't seem like Loud are interested in pursuing that.
I would expect at least Kawanzin to go for something. He's 2 off the orb. I mean, if he gets a kill and gets traded, gets the Sova ultimate online, and you're about to be at a tie. So not thinking too far ahead. We'll see if that Sova ultimate could have helped them in this future round, but that B hit from Sentinels. It doesn't matter if it's Lotus, doesn't matter if it's Pearl. We go B.
They like it, they know what they want to do.
And it's worked more times than not. This time, adjusting the utility, Pankata getting completely flushed out. Sentinels are not falling for that twice in a row. Huge investment there. Tether, the Taeho missiles.
Sentinels are continuing to buy light armor when they can afford full armor.
Yeah, they understand that with the way this match has been going. That was a dodge of a knife this time, by the way. Very intuitive of Zelsis. But they understand with how this game has been going that if it's been round, right? If they lose this round, at least they could still buy the next because of that light armor buy. Playing for the long haul.
Again, listen to how quiet the site is.
We haven't seen Zelsis take this timing yet this match. He might catch players lacking right now. Oh, he can't connect, Doug!
He's made a mess of the situation. Kawanzin's still alive, but so is Zelsis. No harm done.
Goodness.
Meanwhile, Sentinel's exploring the other side of the map. You've got DG posted up on a really aggressive angle in A main.
Yeah, Bang has to really, really wait. He needs these players in Art to take a lot of that pressure off of him. They need to draw. DG's in, but I don't think he's falling for it.
The Haunt didn't tag him. They don't know he's there.
I don't think he's falling for it at all.
Bang is patient with it. There's the op, there's the shot, and there's the kill. And now they know where he is, but they still have to flush him out. You cannot leave him here.
Look at the way he's playing this. Is he ready for Zelsis? I don't think he is. Zelsis, you cannot miss this one.
And he does not. Meanwhile, the rest of Loud are starting to push in through spawn. Off of the flash, too. He's fine second. John trying to do his best to keep them at bay at arm's length as he gets a second video on the trade, though, with 2v2 in this post-plant. John, again, the architect of these rounds, but it's Zelsis who puts the finishing touches on it all. Sentinels get to map point.
He may have whiffed in the beginning, but he made up for it. Oh boy, did he. Securing that timing on a DG. He's not missing twice in a row. And the full spray down on the players on site, thwarting any attempt of a retake. He always steps up when he needs to for this roster. And you can see how much it meant for him. Full buys across the board. Sova ultimate still not online for Kawanzin. And it's fast A aggression from Sen.
But how far do they go? As it seems like the aggression was only intended for A main. Perhaps to see if DG was posted up with an op on that angle, but they find nothing.
And they cycled the orb onto Zelsis. He's one off. They're going to go back B, potentially grab that orb as well. We've seen Sentinels do this B hit time and time again. And the only time Loud was able to hold it was Pankata getting a 4K.
They aren't even concerned about the middle of the map. I don't think they've walked in there.
They do not care. This is such a good call right now from John. That drone. All this utility should be spotted. Pankata.
They've got to know. Zelsis has his ult. They've got to know.
Gotta get out of here, man.
This could be the right cross that puts Loud away. DG's not able to use that op. Forced into lighter weaponry. Pankata weak. Pankata dead. And again, Loud not still really allowed to play the round.
You can't save this time, Doug.
Kawanzin one off of his ult. Keep a close eye on that. Air 8, trying to peek forward, trying to get a kill, and does. Vinny falls now. 3 remain for Loud. You see second, he's gonna go exploring. He's gonna play this really aggressively on the other side of the smoke. Spotting a gun barrel, the snap is magnetic. Second puts them away, we're going the distance. 13-11, 13-11.
What an assassination. No hesitation, pure instinct. Zekin. What a presence in the server.
You talk about wanting to play with confidence. You talk about wanting to take your timings and go make plays. Yeah. Yeah.
From the start, too.
Yeah, that's true.
Solo away main taking 50-50s. Even when he gets flashed, he was staying in there. Closes it out. That B hit is just too strong from the side of Sentinels. Pancada, I mean, he had no idea what to do against all that utility. Played in so many times, got punished for it, time and time.
It was just too much. I think it's such a big ask. There's no way. We do have one more map to decide it all. We're gonna take a quick break, but when we return, the desk will break down map 2. They'll get us all hot and bothered for map 3. You're not gonna wanna miss it. We'll be right back.
Lutou, cara. E será que ele faz? Aqui ainda pronta. Foi cancelado!
This is it. The Null Commander sent them up, and instantly around the corner, Zelsa's waiting. Oh my God!
All right, everyone, and welcome back as Sentinels pick up a 13-11 win. And you can see the Sentinels boys getting their sustenance as they're getting ready
But
for
it's
this
not
next
bananas,
matchup.
though.
What was it?
I saw Twizzlers. I
Twizzlers?
saw a bunch of just candies.
What kind of irresponsible crap is that?
It's a sugar high. We need new stats. Sugar versus potassium. Which one's the better matchup?
I would imagine potassium.
I've never been a pro player, Emily.
What are you talking about here?
Actually, Vans, you're fired.
Sorry.
There you go. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, seriously, and jump into what we just saw. Because, Emily, it felt like we were getting the same thing that we were seeing in map 1. We were getting it again in map 2. Loud was looking good. The first half was looking solid for them. It did fall apart in the end, but you were definitely seeing some great ideas from Loud in the beginning.
No, literally, what a map. I'm so glad Sen was able to bring it back, first of all, to keep my 2-1 prediction alive. But I just wanted to point out, Loud's attack, especially Vinny's calls, like, I think he had perfect calls, honestly, the whole half. Even in the rounds that we didn't end up winning, it was just phenomenal. He was able to take the space that he needed, get the bomb down. It was mostly where we fell apart was in the post plant.
I mean, you bring up a great point because that was something that we highlighted at the beginning of this matchup. How would Vinny call against a prolific IGL such as John Cutie, where now he gets to call on the attack side first? The way that he took map control at the very beginning and pushing Zekken away from these early spots on Yoru allows them, or forces Sentinels to play a little bit more passive, a little bit more reactive. And that's where you're going back to these rounds I wanted to bring up, where Sentinels just they had to play more reactionary, but at the same time, they had to start playing those retakes. And those retake protocols are really good. So when you go back to the calling of how Vinny plays here and identifies the teams moving through, well, how Sentinels comes back with not only on the protocols of retakes, but on the ultimates that they were able to scale from round to round, really allowed for them to look at that. Like, I mean, it's just Sentinels almost even on flawless rounds getting retake rounds at the same time against Loud. Nothing really that they could do, and Sentinels needed that because once Loud took the defensive side, it started getting very difficult when DigiZine had the off-bound.
Yeah, and there were a few moments where we were seeing, Emily, right? Like, they were just stuck with, the most massive gun in their hands they possibly could hold, but not a gun that they need to get back into the site because of the way that everything is played out. Do you feel like at some point maybe put that op away, focus a bit more just on getting those rifles?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, especially going into pointing out Sentinels. I said on the first map that I feel like their fundamentals, their basics were lacking. All the strats was there. They were doing most things right with their util and their comp. Here, I feel like they really brought it all together, which made it very hard for Loud.
Yeah. Hey, maybe it was a good talk with Coach Kaplan over there, right? A good stern discussion. Maybe whip those boys into shape. Who knows, though? Of course, Loud currently tied up now 1-1 as we get ready for map number 3. Let's go and talk about it because it's split. Now, Loud will be on the defensive first here. But Emily, I want to start with you because you and I have been talking a lot about this split game. You have some opinions. I want to get your thoughts on this.
This map, I am so excited for. I was hoping it would go into a map 3 just because of their comps, right? They both run the Teo Breach, at least from the past games that they've had streamed. The only difference is Sentinels runs double controller, whereas I would say Loud runs a more standard comp with the double innie. So I'm just excited to see how it plays out. Hopefully to see some rounds on defense from Sentinels. And
I definitely want to know what the preparation for Loud would be going to this one, because as the coach mentioned going to the first map interview with Liz, they have practiced against enough Teo compositions. They know what to bring out, what to expect. And on the side of Sentinels, as much as it was their map where they were really good on in the past too, they were thrown in for a loop against 100 Thieves. And even Kaplan, after that interview when they lost map 1 against 100 Thieves, mentioned in the interview that the Sage actually threw him for a loop. So as much practice that you could put into that one, if you're not prepared into what the game plan is to anti-strat you like 100 Thieves did, there's a great opportunity for Loud to really take this to the 2-1 that you predicted.
And I can't wait to see it happen.
And I will say, though, it's quite surprising that, and I shouldn't even say surprising, maybe that's the improper word. I think it's actually great to see how much work Loud have put in to work against these Teo compositions that they know that they were going to be running into because, Sentinels have been very public and straightforward. John QT's running what's-his-face, so Teo. So it's like, is there, Emily, a possibility here where that could potentially backfire? Could Sentinels maybe throw a spanner into the works here?
I think so. Possibly, if they fix the issues from that map with, I believe it was against Crew.
Yeah.
But I still have to vote Loud here. I still do. The double innie beats the double controller for me.
Yeah, I think going back to that game as well, when you're trying to see how DigiZine could actually build, like we talked about it in just that, in the MVP rather, in the head-to-head. DigiZine, we were basically saying that Loud could live or die by the sword with DigiZine bringing out an operator as soon as possible. But he was rifling like a king going in that second map on Pearl. So to see now that DigiZine has proven to us doubters of DigiZine that he's actually a complete duelist for Loud, this actually brings a lot of heavy firepower for a team like Loud on Split that could really go toe-to-toe against that Zekin as a rifler as well.
Oh, look, if there's one thing that we've gathered from this series is that we are in for a barn burner. Map 3 coming up next is going to be Split. Who walks away as the winner? Who moves on in this competition? We'll catch you guys in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
If Map 1 and Map 2 were any indication of what Map 3 holds, we are in for a good time. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Dre. We're going to turn our attention over to Split now, where you expect to see a lot of the breach, a lot of the Tejo, but the one wrinkle that I guess isn't really a wrinkle because we've seen it the last two maps is Sentinels love to run the Yoru with it.
Yeah, and it's looked great. I mean, this composition is basically what they're dying by the sword on. I mean, they've ran this so many times before. The key difference here is Zellsis is now on the Viper, which we've seen him dominate on this map. And I think it's very, very tough if you're allowed to deal with not only the same utility that you already have, but now the lurk timings that Zellsis is taking. And with him being in the form that he's at after that last map and the confidence that he got on those lurk timings, we've seen him really slip through the net on this Viper on Split.
We'll see how things go this time around. You see the comps on the screen. You know the map. All that is left to do is figure out who's going to walk away on top. This map, this series, excuse me, has been a gift from beginning to end. 2 13-11s. I mean, we can only hope. We can only hope.
It's been awesome. And a big key to success if you're Loud right now is Tui's needs to start getting those cool trip kills, like those cool trip setups that we saw. We didn't see too much of that on Pearl. Keep in mind that is a way more open map than Lotus, but here on Split, there's a lot of interesting trips that you could put down on the ground, and he needs to start switching up his trips, put one aggressive, put one back, have a trap play behind it. We gotta see how deep the playbook is for Loud if they wanna have a chance, because this map of Split is Sentinel's home ground.
Riot Games Arena, you have been a treat. I have enjoyed sharing this moment with you so much, but we still have a little bit more to go. Again, Split will be the scene where we figure out who walks away on top. This has felt like a heavyweight fight in every sense of the word. And I think, again, there were a lot of questions about how Loud would perform up against Sentinels. Yeah, you bested EG, but it's EG. Yeah, you bested Crew.
But it's Crew.
But it's Crew. But lo and behold, they're answering the call yet again. Already, DG getting active, taking space.
Off the rip.
Looking to push the pace. And he's left with a headache on the other side. Meanwhile, there's a lot on the other side of the smoke. Is Kawantin able to handle all of the pressure? They swing him, they know where he is, and he gets two anyway. Another ridiculous moment from Kawantin.
And these are the type of plays you're gonna have to make if you wanna send Sentinels to the lower bracket.
Yep. And you need more.
The team play from Sen, it's just too good. You have to catch them off guard in any way, whether that's a trip, whether that's you being around a smoke, especially on a pistol round, which is so important in Valorant. Oh, Pancata.
Kawantin again in a position to take a third, lands the dink, but that light armor is the difference maker there.
Tough luck, man. Zellsis, though, he does upgrade to a Ghost off of that, so he could still do some damage here. The defense is spread kind of thin. I don't know if that caught him or not.
30 seconds left.
I think it may have.
Yeah, I think they saw him. The scan didn't suppress him or whatever, but I do believe they saw where he was.
Saw him on that. Vinny in B main, he's having to jiggle back and forth, but the fight will be here towards that A site. Good tail utility to get some space, be able to drop down.
Again, but good night. I mean, if it's not Kawanzin, it's Pancada. Unreal pistols from those two.
Devastating off angle both times. Kawanzin alone as Sky in mid, getting two there. It's borderline criminal, but you just don't expect it if you're Sentinels. Why would a Sky be playing alone in a smoke?
Yeah,
or around a smoke in mid.
Absolutely.
These are things that throw you off your game that don't make sense, but pistol rounds, I mean, you could do anything you really want.
Right, a pistol's a wild, wild west.
At John QT, second most
that boy likes
Tejo player.
Yeah, that boy likes his Tejo.
Yeah, DRX has literally ran it on every single map. A great nade. Dang, almost getting taken out by that, but an outlaw is found out from the side of Sen, so it was flushed out. Good reaction so far from Loud. Off of that, all that mid pressure from Sentinels, there was a dog all the way through A, and look at the mini-map, Kawanzin is already flanking.
A spit at the feet of Vinny. Cannot persist, cannot push forward, has to take a step back. Meanwhile, Sentinel's now trying to take the fight out onto the site. Zekin's gonna fall. John will as well. And it's again a firing squad for Pancada. 4 as the flawless round comes through for Loud.
Pancada absolutely teeing off on that B site. But he needs to be careful, Doug, because if he's still playing in spots like that, when there's actual utility behind and weaponry behind, we're going to see a repeat of what happened on Pearl, where he just gets absolutely destroyed by all this Tejo utility, the breach stun, Omen paranoia. So yeah, it looked cool. But let's see if you can do it when it actually matters in a gun round.
Sure.
And he might.
Oh, I know. I mean, I think
he really might.
I think that's a fair ask. I do think they were eco frags, but he does have the ult now. In round 3. They're opening a firing squad onto Sentinels. There has to be some sort of response here, and it does not look like they can find it.
This is not the start you want if you're Sentinels. You've gotten caught off guard 2 rounds in a row now.
And this
two of the most important rounds.
This one being the bonus.
Pistol and bonus. Just not ready for the aggressiveness of Loud. These weird spots that they're playing in. Have to bring it back. That's a good start from Narrate.
He knows where the other one is, too. And taking heroics just to get it to a 2v3.
It almost feels like a must-win round right now for Sentinels to be able to have some play in this attacking side.
They clear the trip. They flash out towards heaven. 2Es posted up. Crosshair trained.
And get the kill.
And DG not far off. Meanwhile, Vinny's starting to rotate over, but the round might be over by the time he arrives. Zelsis in a 1v3. Now spotted by the Roomba. Having to swing his way back in. Again, just so uncomfortable. You got the Roomba, you've got the dart. You know that the walls are closing in. Still finding his way onto one, though. Still an opportunity to pull this off. The swing is too wide. The shots are too clean. Loud get the bonus.
He was in the flow state right there. He was so aware of every single angle that Loud could be coming from. But it was the double up at the end there from Loud. It was just too much. And he did this with a Spectre on top of it, Doug. Like that's 2 rounds in a row where Kawanzin has gotten the most impactful 2K I think I've ever seen in a VCT map. Alone. Like long range with a Spectre, it just doesn't make sense. That should be traded instantly.
You wonder if we have an early timeout coming shortly.
Right, it feels like it's getting out of hand, but Sentinels.
Yeah, and it's not because of their approach to the map. I think part of it has to be a settling of the nerves. A settling of the conversation. Again, multi-kills upon multi-kills.
I want to say he can't be stopped. He keeps getting 2 kills around right now.
Even in the face of the salvos, DG holds W.
Yeah, that was crazy. Let's be honest right now, that was crazy. Stepping in front of the salvos. I know they're on eco, that gives you confidence, but that's very ambitious. Very, very ambitious. Another 2K, I mean. Kawanzin right now is in the right place at the right time. And yeah, that time it was against ecos, fine. But he gets that Sky ultimate online because of it.
Way more significant than the Astral, for example.
And if he keeps finding these openings, these windows of opportunity, this might snowball.
My eyes are not on that. My eyes are on DG's op.
And we've seen him get posted on this since the pistol round, right? He was here with a Sheriff. That stun came out. Zekin finally takes down
Kawanzin. No more shenanigans there. That's the Sky ult gone as well, but do they expect Pancata?
They knew. They had a really good idea of where he might have been. Second, diligent with the flash. Oh, no. It's again a disaster. Only finding one, though. Zekin's got 3. Tragedy avoided, and now DG's left alone. Imagine they're going to try to get the op out of his hands after they get the spike down.
It's so tough, though, because your money isn't really all that great.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you're Zalsis or Narrate, you could trade off that orb, get closer to that ultimate. I mean, Sentinels have some really heavy-hitting ults that are about to become online. 2 off of the Viper's Pit, 2 off of the Breach ultimate. And you can really just use Zekin's ultimate in the following round to secure a free site. We've seen that recipe for success.
Right, between the Breach stun and then
it's
salvos,
flourished.
the salvos off of the Yoru ult. I mean, it's free.
I just feel like Sen are going to go to B next round.
And just bomb the site.
Zekin's going to ult in. They're going to bomb the site, get an orb on Zalsis or Narrate, and then plant to get one of those ultimates online. Maybe snag a kill on Pancata as well. Who knows?
Well, I think part of the conversation then has to become, are Loud expecting the same thing? And are there any adjustments they're going to make to counter that?
Yeah.
What? Okay, sure. Oh, the second one was worse.
Hey, we've all been there before, too. It's okay, man. Sometimes you just can't settle the recoil there. Yeah, John has the Armageddon online. This is all signs leading right now towards an absolute B hit. And DGZ, he will be here with the operator, but there's so much utility that's going to be thrown his way. If he can somehow get a kill on top of it, it would just be one of the most ridiculous acts.
They're starting to manipulate rotations back towards A. Think about what they saw. They saw the Viper util and then the Yoru ult. But they don't really move off of this.
Look at how much space Zekin just cleared. What a great breach stun, too. He's just dead for free.
And now they're turning their eyes towards B.
Oh my
Pancata again in a ratty spot, but this time nothing found. Discipline out from the boys on the attacking side.
Zekin grabbing that operator as well.
This is huge, too, because Sentinels are in a position where they can win this round without having to invest ults, and then you're looking at John's ult, Celsius' ult, and Narrate's ult in the next.
Yeah. That was such an amazing Yoru ultimate from Zekin. He cleared out so much space, gave so much information to John QT. And that B Heaven split, the utility was on point. DG Zin gets bombed out, can't even get a kill in B main, and then he also just gets wrapped. You cannot play B side against this execute that Sentinels run. You have to try to disrupt or at least play retake. And again, look at these salvos. How does he know every time? It's just in his brain.
Just barely off the mark, too. Big from Loud to be able to carry those 2 weapons over.
But that's an off gone now. DG, I don't know if he's going to have enough money in the bank to be able to buy up another one. If he does, it's going to be a big investment.
Oh, Pancata overstayed his welcome. He had 2 in front of him, waited for the 3rd. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Tough spot to be in. So here we go, into the next. Sentinels with the 3 ults that we were talking about, and Op still in the hands of DG. And this time, it's a line posted up towards A, and that's where Sentinels are.
There's no armor behind this. A great stealth bot.
He's got to be careful here. He might get punished by this aggression. Loud wisely taking a step back. Kawanzin again, stalwart in his defense. Tries to tuck tail and get away after getting 1, but fails. DG's not able to get any of that off. They invested the 2 big ults that they were holding on to this round, and it's not going to find anyone, but it will create some space.
These site executes from Sentinels. There's really no spots left unchecked. And now the Viper's Pit on top of it. This is such a hard retake if you're Loud. You kind of have to hope for a miracle spam. All 3 players have to just start firing away into that smoke.
That's tough, too, because they're all running Vandals. I mean, you're going to get spammed back into all of the Phantoms that Sentinels are using.
4 Phantoms.
So even with that, you don't really win that fight.
John with the jiggle as well.
There's one.
It's just too tough. It's too difficult. Sentinels, again, crawling their way back into this match.
I think you got to give a lot of credit to John here. They were down 4-0.
Yeah.
Timeout was not called, so Kaplan was not a part of the conversation. John has navigated this really well to get Sentinels back in the game.
And to be fair, the rounds that they lost, it's not like it was the call that was bad. It was just a little bit of blunders in the micro of it.
Yeah.
Peeking out a little bit too early, getting caught off guard, not getting the trade on Kawanzin in mid. But they've done a great job to get their economy back in their favor after losing the pistol, losing the bonus. And now they've done a great job of using ultimates on key rounds.
Nice call, man. Really nice call. Nice call.
Again, a little bit of credit being given to the IGL.
And Dabs. John's so laser focused, he's not even looking at Zekin. He's in a flow state of his own, a calling flow state. So Loud will call a timeout. They had such a strong start, but now starting to get punished. Starting to get caught out by a lot of this utility from the side of Sentinels. And yes, we did see them save the op at the end of that last round. It has not been getting value. It is so hard to use an operator against a Breach, Taeho, Yoru, Viper, Omen.
Hey, you're not allowed.
I mean, you can get smoked off, you're gonna get missiled, you can get stunned by 2 different characters. This comp has so much utility to deal with aggression. It's insane how Sentinels are able to innovate on this map of Split.
Loud investing into this round here. Bulldog, light armor on a couple of members, buying up around the op. 3 rounds in a row for the attack.
So far, Loud have paired up a lot of this Breach and DG's in behind it. And it kind of makes it obvious of what's going on for John QT.
Yeah, they've been attached at the hip, what feels like every round.
Oh. B have been taken in the first 15 seconds. Bang, he takes some friendly fire, but he's got this angle.
A lot of friendly fire.
He doesn't care.
No heal to speak of either. So keep a close eye on that. Meanwhile, you've got Pancata, who's trying to anchor out onto the site. Tui's playing close by, trying to cut off any sort of rotations. There's Pancata on the swing. Only able to find 2, but DG has arrived. The spike's still not out on the site. Narrate with the payload in tow. They know that DG's on the close angle, tries to flash off the op and does. So he's found safe passage across. Meanwhile, Zelsis has gone exploring. That's up really close by. What a shot from DG. And now Narrate's left in a clutch situation. He's got the stun, but he's been stunned himself, turning around on the flash, but still keeps his position hidden, only able to find 1. Loud take the round.
There's the adaptation from Loud. Not falling for any of that early aggression, not dying to those missiles in B heaven, falling all the way back, letting Pancata actually have a chance to anchor in the backside of B. And he played that so well, biding his time. I mean, 2 players not looking at him, he could have gotten that 3rd. The follow-up rocket from DGZ, and he might be the only opper other than Kong who goes for op plays like that.
Yeah, like jumping peaks like that. I mean, that's like, that's ranked.
And it seems like he always lands it too, which is crazy. And now, I believe this is a quick answer back at Sentinels timeout. Timeout after timeout. This is just how this game has gone, how this series has gone. Round after round, these teams have been battling all day long. It's been an absolute war in the server. And it takes a toll on you. Who's gonna wear out? Who's gonna get tired first? We saw Tui's in that last round kind of not even react to Zekin swinging him. Moment now for these players to breathe, settle a little bit, come up with a game plan of how they want to approach the following rounds.
It's interesting here that Kaplan called that when he did. I mean, that was Sentinels had won 3 in a row and they had just lost 1, so there was something that he saw there. That was cause for concern.
I mean, perhaps that gap in Pancata just being backside B. Usually, Sentinels bomb that out with some type of utility.
Yeah.
Whether that's a breach C's or anything. But they had no B main control that entire split. They kind of just ran it down B heaven. And I kind of like the pacier rounds from Sen.
The op again in the hands of DG with Vinny close by.
I like this angle too. He's playing a more passive approach here. Something we saw Ye used to do on Chamber quite a bit.
Off of the flash. One has been cleared. A massive dink out from Vinny. But the shot does not connect from DG. The nade will buy a little bit of time as Narrate. Staying almost too long. Fight ensuing mid. The paranoia is out. And things settle as soon as they accelerate. But again, Sentinel's not allowing Loud to get comfortable here. They push them all the way back towards B and then turn their attention A.
Yeah, this speed up at A is so good. Tui's, he needs to be careful here. He needs to play for the retake.
He's been cut off. How far up do Sentinel scale here? Choosing to wait. Meanwhile, you've got Narrate, who's going to be on this late lurk, and Kawazin was ready for it. So one down.
Spike planted.
Numbers the way of the defense, but the attack has already gotten the site. Ult now invested. Zekin takes a step back. Aggressive flash on the other side of it, but no challenge yet. They're straddling the wall. Tui's now having to push through the smoke. Power and numbers, they're overwhelmed, they're outgunned. John's left in a 1v4, he's gotten 2. Only halfway done on the job, and DG cleans him up again.
Jumping through heaven, lands another quickscope. I mean, if John gets that kill right there, he had the salvos, he has the Armageddon. It's infinite stall. He can outplay whoever was on site. That was Kawazin. But what good awareness right here from Kawazin, and then also DGZ holding Zelsis in heaven. These are little things that you do in preparation. And when it works out like this, it gives you more confidence that your game plan that you've instilled in this map is good.
No time to think things over. Back into the next we go. Round 10 on the cards. John with his ult, second one off. Meanwhile, Loud had plenty to speak of as well, and an aggressive push towards A main. Off of the stun, they're even getting a deep dog here.
Baiting out the Vipers, Molly as well right away.
Bro, you know DG wants to go.
A huge investment. Great use of the clone from Zekin. We've seen him get a lot of value with this.
Yeah.
Baiting out those Cypher chips that are on the ground.
Vinny has ult.
Oh my gosh. And the problem with that jump spot was DGZ heard it. So it gives him even more time to prepare mentally.
There's the ult. The stun too. Second with nowhere to go, and he still gets a kill.
So clutch.
And he's gonna be able to pop his ult, get away.
But the spike is dropped. He gets it.
It's still a 2v4 though. I mean, this is still really hard for them to convert.
He knows he has to even the score.
Second's gotta do something here. Off of the flash, turning forward, eating one of his own, and then TPing away.
But they're already getting wrapped. Look at DGZ in B main.
Yeah, the benefit of having the numbers advantage here. Again, the demand for heroics. Things slow down for just a moment as DG's creeping forward with the op in hand.
The timing.
The barrel of the gun spotted, and now position given away. They know where Zekin is, and they're gonna be dropping it on him. Narrate is close by, and he's dead. Much more to be found for Zekin. He's gonna have to ace if he wants to win this out. Make that 4. Can Zekin deliver? A fake TP, and now Zekin creeping forward. Quietly off the tap, too. He's waiting close by. He's sticking it to half. He's going to stick it all the way. Not able to settle the shots. He buys some time on the swing. And Zekin delivers for Sen City. The iBuyPower ace. What a play.
And that wasn't just a clutch. That was a masterclass in isolating fights. He turned 4 separate 1v1s into his favor.
Unreal from Zekin, the iBuyPower ace. Remember, they do a PC giveaway. It's the first ace of the week. Cold from the duelist. Cold from the duelist. Follow at iBuyPower on social media. Use hashtag #UnlockYourAce for a chance to win the PC. Into the next round we go.
The implications of that 1v5. Look at the economy.
That was the spark they needed.
You can't make it up.
Sen now have a chance to even the score.
Rounds like that are what separate good players from great ones. Yeah, you know you're consistently going to be good, but there's going to come a time where your team calls upon you to make a play. And as you were saying, the economy is now busted. They cannot stand against this fight. Zekken fully TPing forward. Pankata and DG nowhere to go. They're done.
They're just mowed down. That Yoru clone.
I go to spike.
It's been putting in so much work.
Loud being pushed from pillar to post here. Sentinels will get to 5.
A great follow-up round. Emotions can be riding high after seeing your teammates do something like that. To settle it down, though, right after. Secure the follow-up round that you should win. It's very, very important.
Yeah.
And they did a great job doing it.
Because that's the window for them to snatch that momentum right back away, to take the wind out of your sails. It's navigated well.
Narrate now, 1 off the breach ult. Armageddon online, Yoru ultimate online. Almost every time Zekken has used Yoru ult in VCT, Sentinels have converted.
He's going to get the opportunity at it again. The TP forward, they know where 1 is.
Get out of there, buddy.
The stun, they know. He's found a second, too.
This Armageddon can take that whole line out.
He's certainly going to try. Ult invested, Zekken on the swing. Meanwhile, DG's trying to counter back with an ult of his own. Kill's not found. Pankata's gone unchecked.
Can Pankata hold it down again?
Is this another discipline moment that goes again unchecked, unconsidered? Pankata's able to get 1. Now the suck finally spammed through. Pankata dead. 3v3 and everything settles on the map. John playing close by, utility out. DG's able to find wife Vinny is, excuse me. That's all it is. And with 45 seconds left on the round, they're choosing, they want to take a walkabout.
And it's the right play. Footsteps can't be heard from that far away. Running at the perfect moment. Yeah, there's some Cypher utility here, but it'll buy enough time for Sentinels to potentially get into sight, set up a decent post plant. Zelsis is 1 off of that Viper's pit.
Last round of the half, 2, and again.
They have to get ahead of this if Loud want to win this round, because that Viper's pit is going to be so hard to retake into.
The triple delay, 7 bullets left for Zelsis.
No way he hits that shot.
Way too far out. Now he's left in a 1v1. Pit invested. Spike down. He's going to rush it. He's going to bum rush it. Not able to hit the spam. Switches to the second weapon, and Zelsis walks away on top. A 4K to get Sentinels to 6.
Clutch after clutch, Sentinels bring it back. After what was a terrible start to this first half of split. Players getting caught lacking. What good resilience shown from this squad. What a shot, man.
And then that right there, the finisher.
Not panicking when he's getting full sprayed down. He knew he had that in the bag.
Another banger. We're going to take a quick break, get an opportunity to catch our breaths. We'll see you guys on the other side of this. If you've been watching us, if you've been following with us for this entire series, it'll come to you as no surprise that we're tied at 6. on map 3 at half. Loud now on the attacking side. Meanwhile, Sentinels will be pushed. They'll be tested. We'll see what they can do on defense. Zekken is already really far up. There's a breach set up. Off of contact. But Narrate holding on to it. A little bit of spam through. Pressure applied. Presence made. That's all it is for now.
Dog up mid gives a lot of information to Loud that no one's playing in that vent area. That gives them the confidence to walk up this A ramp as well with the Roomba. Good contact play. Narrate gets taken down very low.
Counter stun to buy some time.
Rotations are already coming in from the side of Sentinels.
If they try to head back B, Zelsis has a really good line here.
And Zelsis, he's so good at anchoring these spots. He's jump spotting with a molly. It's going to delay a lot. He might even be able to put some pop shots into somebody that's vulnerable. Get the kill.
Classic no armor. Bang has to take a step back too.
Look at that molly. So many members.
And he still gets a kill off of it.
All that damage. Pancata did get B main off of that though. A lot rides on Bang right here.
John is close eye, but he's been smoked off. The missiles are so good though. Forget about taking the fight. The utility makes the difference. A desperately needed pistol. The way of Sentinels.
And that's the anchor we know on Sentinels. Bang, one of the best to ever do it. He holds these sight downs on Omen, Astra, whatever it may be, Viper sometimes. This time, the controller duo, they lock down B.
30 seconds left.
And Loud, they look distraught. DG's in, not even looking at Bang in that moment. You could feel a shift right now for Sen.
That shift has never really come through. I mean, the whole series, neither team has been able to create enough separation, really run away with the map.
This is their map, man. This is, when you think of Sentinels, you think of Split, how they've innovated 2 years in a row. Meta-defining compositions, meta-defining gameplay. Some info gathered.
He's got the paranoia at the ready.
What is that entry from DGZ?
Oh, excuse me, it was a smoke. The spam coming through. Vinny now down. And this should be, barring something silly, a pretty clear and pretty clean rest of the round for Sentinels.
Yeah. Right now, Bang and Zelsis have locked down this B site. Cannot mess with them here. And that's going to play a factor in Loud's heads. They might feel like they're forced to go mid or A, and that might make it so they play straight into a trap setup from Sentinels. This B hold back-to-back rounds, yes, that was an anti-eco. But the way that these two are playing off of one another, opening up opportunities for each other to get kills in the round. It's looking very good right now for Sen, and very, very early operator online from Zekken.
14-8 for the Yoru.
Bonus round operator. Are Loud gonna read into this, or are they gonna get picked off for free?
There's one. That's about as clean as it gets.
And that was a similar shot to what he missed on Pearl, if you recall, on B long. This time he hits it at A main on Split.
Loud forced to take a step back now. Pause for a moment and reconsider the situation. Rethink the approach. Without their initiator, without one of their go buttons.
Good utility use so far from Loud. Yes, you're down a man, but still, they were able to push Zekken all the way back into that screens area. They bought a rotate, but this is the problem. You're gonna run into B again. Bang and Zelsis have been phenomenal at holding this in the last 2 rounds. If you get shut down here a 3rd time, you're gonna feel hopeless. Great molly to the late. Narrate has already cheated on over. He has that breach stun.
And the smoke too. But he gets spammed out. The question is now, how do Sentinels respond?
You kind of have to gamble here. Narrate, he can't really play in between. Leave Bang alone on the island. He's the man that you want there.
He just invested a paranoia. That was enough to draw some attention, and now calls coming in from either side. Loud are finding success everywhere on the map.
John's still here, but it doesn't matter. Pancata.
And the rest of Loud, they pick apart Sentinels with that slow approach. And honestly, a miracle kill into the smoke on Zelsis. That opened up the entire map for them. Turn the tide. Pancada just too quick on that wide swing. Zekin not able to react fast enough. That one kill right there changes the entire thing. It buys enough time for John to come up with a plan on how he wants to play the 1v2. Aggression this time from Sentinels, pushing out all of that A.
Meanwhile, Loud is going all towards B. Zekin's the only one here. TP's to safety. The spit will buy some time.
Zelsis is so fast on these reactionary plays.
But they're going to go anyway. Satcheling forward. A confident call to arms from the attacking side as DG has already wrapped. Zelsis has nowhere to go. He's dead.
Heaven's not smoked, but it's only a stinger there.
I mean, there's a little bit of help coming, but the flank is being flanked. Tui's is on the prowl. And there it is. John's down. A 5v3 now, and it's only gotten worse for Sentinels. Vinny committing to getting the plant down to 3v2. Bang and Narrate forced to make this conversion happen, and it's gotten a little bit closer now. Still plenty of work to be done. Pancada and Vinny looking to keep them at bay. The stun connecting, and the shots do too. Vinny's now down. Pancada again put in a position where he has to deliver for Loud.
You still have Paranoia online.
Seeing one come across, drawing the suck. There's not a lot of time on this. Off of the tap, the spam coming through. Nary has to get aggressive. He's got to go. He's only gotten it down to one. Bang should connect. He's gotten four. The defuse will come through. That's another round for Sentinels.
And another clutch. How many times are they going to do this map? Bang, what is the kill through the smoke? Just full on intuition spraying. And an overheat from Loud, giving 2 free kills on a free B site.
Last player standing.
That's something that's going to be in your nightmares if you're Loud.
You guys didn't see that. You didn't hear it. You didn't read the lips. There was nothing there, I promise. It is a family-friendly show, okay? 2 rounds between the two. Sentinels, just when it looked like Loud was finding a way back into this, they get shoved back. This war of attrition seemingly going the way of Sentinels now. And Zekin's in a really nice spot. Not triggered by the cage, but he's got to be careful. Knife out, one spotted on the spam, connects, tries to get away, but fails. The nade will push John back as well. Gonna buy a little bit of time off the missiles, and they've been segmented apart. DG's up really far ahead. He's got a stinger.
All the meanwhile, you look at Bang pushing all the way out through B main. He's gonna find this timing on Pancada, and he's patient with it. What an outplay.
Now TPing to rejoin his comrades.
And Zelsis with this judge. He's just gonna be jumping around for his team.
Whoa, 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 whoa. They've got 2 rifles. They've invested the ult as well. They've already gotten out onto 1. Tui's is in a really good spot here.
Showstopper online now as well.
They've got the tools. They've got to, look at them scatter. They've got to run away. They've got to give the space up. And it will connect. Zelsis now down. I don't know how they find a way back into this. Narrate and Bang.
They've done it before.
I mean, despite their best effort, though, it's got to be on Bang, and he gets dropped as soon as he swings. Narrate will get 1. It looks like an attempt at damaging economy now. No real chance to win the round, but some parting shots. Loud will get to 8. The money's not great.
And this is just one of the most unbelievable matches we have ever seen. Every single map is just a battle back and forth, round after round. Every time it feels like a team is just gonna take it and run away.
One enemy remains.
The other steps up. Huge.
I look at the buy for Sentinels, man.
It's economy completely broken, but Zekin has the Phantom. He has been getting a lot of first bloods. Getting this one would mean an upgrade, potentially in the mid-round.
I mean, how much more can you put on this kid's shoulders, though? He's gotten 1. He's done well to get that far.
I mean, he might get more right here. He's ahead of this.
He's got his ult, too.
This is just duelist things right now.
This is danger. Sidestepping the stun. Turning the flash.
Dodging the nade.
Narrate is here. This is messy. All the potential to get out of hand. The flash timing is really nice. Zekin's not able to contribute here. Has to TP and get away and does. A labored attempt.
He still has clone, he still has a flash. He can do some real damage coming out of spawn right here.
Off of the paranoia, instantly dropped at the hands of the duelists on the other side of the stage. DG, who had gone quiet for a little bit, coming back to life. 2 weapons in the hands of Sentinels here. Do they go for this? That's 1 kill found. They've got a shot at this. 2 playing backside. They've got a crazy crossfire with 2. He's still playing back in garage. The smoke to try to isolate. You've got to be careful here. 1 kill found on the side of DG. That's 3 for him. Zelsis tries to get away, but we're tied at 9.
Zekin just barely missing those shots in B main by a thread. His timing, had he peeked out even just a millisecond sooner, he catches 2 players not looking at him. That's truly what this is coming down to. DG, you're right, he's online now. He gets a 3K into that round. A 2K in the previous. He's sitting at 20 and 10. A lot of the success of Loud on this map of Split has been him stepping up, dropping absolute bombs on every single team he's played.
Couple of really explosive ults on the board here.
You are divided.
This is not a fake. They're fully committing into this, but they're going to have to deal with the pit. Meanwhile, DG's down. What? 1 kill found, and there it is. The pit now down. The site now theirs for the taking.
What a great paranoia.
In the face of the aggression, they try to fight back. Bang goes aggressive. Switches weapons. Finny now weak. Spike's still in the hands of Kawanzin, but he can't commit to getting the plant down. He's got to help the fight heaven. Oh my God. Quiet now. Kawanzin in a really nice position.
He's in a power position right now.
And they think the site is going away. They think the rotation's back towards A. What a shot from Narrate.
What do you mean? John, he's reflanking right now as well.
Pankata and Kawanzin with so much to do here. Flash in the face of a controller, make that 2. Trying to drop utility, but again, keep an eye on John's position.
There's no way Pankata is aware.
No.
He's not checking at all.
Patience.
Wait, did he?
Patience from the IGL here. Not fully committing, not fully swinging as Pankata goes exploring. Committing the ult, that's gonna funnel him out. He's gonna spot him, he's dead. A beautiful round from Sentinels. And they take the lead once more.
Beautiful round, beautiful answer back. And it's just shocking. Uncharacteristic of Zelsis falling here, but that trap play in market. Oh. Narrate. I mean, it looked like he wanted to full clear it in the first place. Does a double take, takes him out. Kawanzin, he made it out B main, but he was too afraid to take the risk going up B heaven. And that was the key difference. Sentinels moved as a pack that entire time. And you gotta give John his daps. The way that he played that flank, getting deposited in there, using his utility first.
The tension is palpable. I believe this is the last timeout. No, it's not. I just lied to you. Sentinels still have 1 that they can invest. As we take a quick look to what the next round holds. The money's spotty. And you got a stinger for Kawanzin.
And light armors on 3 members of Loud. On the other end, 5 phantoms in play. 1 headshot is all it takes. Sentinels, they're very good at getting these spam kills as well. We saw Bang already start off the last round with 1. And he took out DG Zine. How can Loud set DG Zine up for success to not get picked off early?
It's 20 and 11 right now.
He's the win condition right now for Loud. Whoop. And he's fumbling satchels.
A little bit of a misfire there.
Those nerves are starting to settle.
Seconds are really aggressive up towards A. He's got the TP back elbow, and again, playing in the cage, but he's gone unchecked. Takes a step back, though. Feeling the pressure.
Wants none of that fight this time around. But instantly re-cleared by John QT. Stealth drone has been used. Proactivity now from the side of Sen and B main. A flash and an Omen teleport used. And I don't think this was heard at all from Loud. This is so much info gathered from Sentinels.
They're concerned. I mean, look at John's position right now. He was looking back towards stairs, concerned that they had lost the heaven timing on B.
But these sight holds can be so hard to break through. You have a Yoru who can throw infinite flashes, it feels like. Behind that map area, you have Celsius with a Viper's volley to delay even longer for the rotation of John QT to come.
I wonder how long his TP timing has. Celsius spamming through, not connecting.
Oh, this utility buys enough time for Celsius to get into sight. Here's the proactivity.
Tries to turn the flash. Zekken's able to connect onto County in 13 seconds left. And there is no contribution from the attack. A flawless round for Sen City.
You just cannot break through these sight holds without baiting out any of this utility. But Sen, they're not going to give it to you.
And I think the economy's bad for Loud.
It most certainly is.
What a hold.
The setup was perfect. And the proactivity from the B players of Bang and Narrate, that set that all in motion.
I need to blow something up.
Yeah, Loud's money's not good, man. They're playing for OT.
And it's a hero rifle on Loud's newest star. But he's been getting shut down the last 2 rounds.
Letting Roomba do its thing. Not cleared out. Off of that confidence that they could take the space. Meanwhile, jump spots back towards A. They're feeling a lot of the pressure B.
Look at how quick Loud want to get out of there. They remember what happened to them previously when that breach stun came through. The Taeho missile crunch.
Meanwhile, they have decided to end A. You have a deep smoke back towards Spawn.
It's the right call, but Zekken...
And they don't have the guns.
The man of the hour, is he going to get overwhelmed?
Trying to connect through, they're trying to find him.
He gets out, what a smart play, Doug.
They've given up the site, but they've lived to fight another day. They've managed to stay alive. Spike now planted. A 5v4, Narrate has ult. DG's in a really nice spot. But when is the cue for him to go? Keep an eye on Pancata on the minimap as well. Still playing back towards mid. Tui's getting swung on. Zekken's dead, looking for another, but he's overwhelmed. Now Vinny, stunned, cannot contribute either.
It is planted for heaven. Celsius hearing Pancata drop.
Remember, DG's the only one with a rifle. Pancata has nothing but a sheriff, and he's gonna fall. Banks gonna stick the defuse all the way. Sentinels get to series point.
Methodical retake from Sentinels. Zekken, he was flirting with the idea of trying to fight a little bit in that site, but as soon as John gets that pick through the smoke, he teleports out, plays the numbers game. That discipline was the difference. Great trading here in screens as well. And I'm sorry, DG's in, but there's no pings anymore to spam like that. You're left to your devices.
Up for Zekken.
Match point for Sentinels.
This feels like one of the biggest leads we've had across all 3 maps. What's the play for Lab? They have a rocket, they have Vinny's ult too. First one popped. DG looking to go forward, stunned.
But no one clears this.
They've invested more. John's in the discipline corner, and he's gonna go unchecked. He's gonna find everything. 2 kills found. Info on the 3rd. But DG on the counter. Still outnumbered here. DG's so weak, 12 HP. And Sentinels can slow the situation down. Off the clone, off the flash. Bang going backside. He's spotting DG. He's dead. Can Pancata 1v3? With Spike out of hand? The need for a clutch is paramount here. Sentinels were pushed. Sentinels were tested. Can they ace the final test here? Pankata dropping down. Look at this high-low setup off the Paranoia. Zekin looking to connect on the swing. Pankata finds him. 10 HP, and that's all. It'll be the war of attrition goes the way of Sin City. They take down Loud.
The gauntlet that this team of Sentinels just had to go through. Loud pushing them to the absolute limit. You saw the look on Narrate even after winning. Completely exhausted, battery drained. What a series. Probably one of the best series of VALORANT I've ever seen.
You gotta give Loud their credit, man, because there were few people who gave them any chance in this fight.
Everyone was thinking it was gonna be a 2-0. Let's just say it how it is.
So I think there's credit to be given to Loud, but also wins like this are formative. And for a new roster, for Sen City, who's dealing with the addition of Bang and Narrate, to go through a win like this, to grind it out, and it wasn't always pretty, right? It wasn't sexy every single round, but you learn a lot about yourself when you walk away with a win like that.
And it just brings you closer as a team. And with more and more time, more and more chemistry building between these kids, you can't but help but feel like they're one of the strongest teams in VCT North America.
A winner's bout for the boys, and again, Loud pushed him, man.
Saw a lot of good things out of Loud today, man.
Yep.
I mean, that second map could have gone either way.
Every map could have gone either way.
Every map could have gone either way.
But a spectacular performance.
And I think it's just a testament to the communication, the intensity in the comms of Sentinels. You can tell how bad every single person on that team wants it. And they dug deep for this one, man.
And again, I want to go back to mentioning this because I think it's worth repeating. This is a roster that went through changes. That's now dealing with having 2 new players, with having a new assistant coach.
A new meta.
So, and a new meta, right? Like, you can look at that and go, oh, well, they're experienced and they're good and they won Madrid last year and all those things are true. But implementing 2 new players into that in a new meta with the new assistant coach is a different beast.
Yeah, and I'm just still so impressed about how they still continue to innovate on a map like Split, where it just seems like everybody was copying their compositions. I guarantee you we're going to see more compositions like theirs in the future on this map of Split, because it is so much utility. It's so hard to hold these sites. It's honestly a pleasure to watch.
I mean, you saw it. Loud looked uncomfortable. They fall at the hands of Sentinels. Let's throw it down to Elizabeth on the stage behind me for the Verizon post-match interview with John QT.
Thank you so much, Doug and Baby Bay. And I'm here with the IGL, the man of the hour, John Cutie from Sentinels. And
thank you.
they screamed at you before, they're still screaming for you. Something I want to talk to you about is there's kind of been this change in Sentinels vibe. You guys are a little more trash talky, a little more, you're more willing to stand up. No, we used to have just like the one little wave from you, but now you're standing up. Talk to me about that. What's going on? What's different?
I mean, it's like different roster, different energy, obviously. We obviously lost 2 vets in Sassy and Tens, and we have some newcomers that are more younger, so we do what we need to bring up the energy and like the mood on the team, and if it's like standing up, that's what's gonna make us win, then we'll do it. So.
Do they make you feel young again?
Oh yeah. I feel like I'm 16 again.
Well, I talked to Kaplan after the first map, and he said you guys were playing afraid. He almost seemed a little aggressive in his response to me. Can you talk to me about what he specifically said to you backstage and on the headset when you guys were going into map 2?
I mean, yeah, I mean, he's right. We also felt it like instantly after we did. We're not playing like ourselves. We're playing afraid. Like we're afraid of taking risk. We're not following the util and stuff like that. So we just made sure to clean it up, and yeah, it showed after the 2 maps.
How do you, as a leader, take that note and instill it into your teammates?
I mean, just making sure to give them like positive reinforcement, like in freeze time. Like, guys, we need to do this. We need to make sure we're doing things properly. Like just reminders in freeze time help a lot.
What do you? In terms of expectations from you guys, do you think you have performed today at your expectations, or do you think there is more for Sentinels to give and show?
I think there's definitely more to show and more to improve on. I think we'll with this roster we'll definitely like slowly improve and peak at the end of the year. I think we're in a good place right now. Obviously we're like 1 game away from Bangkok, and so we're feeling good, and we'll be definitely more ready for next game.
You're one game away from Bangkok. Your rookie year, you made it to Masters Madrid, won it, took your team to the end with an incredible last map, which I think we all remember and loved. What is different about this time?
I mean, definitely the opposition is way better. Definitely
In terms of Americas or international?
Americas, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's definitely more difficult than last year. Every team improved. All the rosters look very strong. Anyone can win on any given day. You just need to show up 100% and like be ready to win for sure.
Then why is Sentinel's going to go all the way?
Because we're the best.
That's it. You're simply the best.
Yeah.
Well, the fans certainly believe it. Now, one last question for you. I think maybe there are a lot of people, like when you went to Champions, you were considered, the most overrated team. You made it to 4th. Would you like to say anything to those who still doubt Sen and Sen City?
I mean, the results speaks for themselves. Like I don't feel like I need to say anything, but yeah. I mean, Sentinels were in Americas. We know that.
Okay. How does that sound, you guys? Sound good? Well, thank you so much, John. Give it up for John Cutie one more time, everyone. We're going to head to a break, but stay right there because it's G2 versus LEV.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So I've got a bunch of different mice.
When you find the one, you know it's the one.
저는 이게 제일 좋은 것 같아요.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect?
누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Leviathan, they're a great team for sure. I know there's going to be a lot of motions on both teams in that match. Jogamo playing against 2 of his ex-championship teammates.
It's like having best friends against each other in like one of the more high pressure like moments. I really want to play against him. I'll just be looking at Jaw the whole time.
Com solo contra 2 y gastó su furia del cazador segundos atrás. A ver si abre lindo. Headshot corrige y al pechito también. Tiene la segunda, está tocado. ¡Qué bien, Com! Todo de Com esta ronda.
Bringing in Jogamo, I've said in every interview, is he's got that ignorance to him. He doesn't care about the opponent. He doesn't care about what you're doing. He's focused on himself and his job. And having a player like that helps a lot in big moments, big matches where pressure's high and he's the guy to make the play.
You can just see by his pathing the disregard for his own life that JoshRT has, man. Just a little too okay, Jog.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, everyone. I'm Elizabeth, and I'm joined here by Gio and Quinn because earlier in the program, we had a little fan sign contest, and I went out to the crowd and I picked out my 2 favorites. I'm also here with Eva Cudmore, and she's gonna help me out because we're also gonna have the crowd vote, okay? Because there are prizes on the line. So this vote counts for something. So I'm gonna start here with Gio. So Gio's sign says, "It's my 11th birthday. We came from Florida. Go Sen, Sen #1. First, I get a happy birthday for Gio. Happy birthday, Gio. So talk to me about the sign. Why are you a Sen? Why is Sen #1?
10s.
Simple enough. You might say you heckin' love 10s, you know? Heckin' love 10s. Now, Eva, I'll hand over to you.
I'm over here with Quinn. Quinn, do you want to tell me a little bit about your sign? So this is my friend Kang idea. We both Sentinel fans, and even though this is John QT, masterminds, but I'm Zekin fan. I love you, Zekin.
Real and valid.
Amazing. So,
crowd, are you ready to vote? It's gonna be by noise. So all in favor of Mr. Gio? Respectable, respectable. All in favor of Miss Quinn? That was a tie. And you guys are Sentinels fans and you guys are not screaming that loud? That is ridiculous. One more time for Gio. Okay. For Quinn. I think by a hair.
By a hair.
By a hair. Happy birthday,
Happy
Gio.
birthday.
Congratulations. We have a lot. Look at this. We'll get it in your size too, but look at this. A nice VCT Americas jacket for you. We're in Florida. Show your friends. And Quinn, you're not going home empty-handed. Look at these guys. Look at these little guys for your artwork, that beautiful line work that you have going on there.
Beautiful artwork.
Beautiful. Everyone give her Gio and Quinn one more time. And Eva as well for joining us on the stage. But GB analysts, sending it back to you.
Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Gio.
Why didn't they let me out here? This is a piece of modern art.
They should put it in the MoMA, for sure. You know, without a doubt. Look at how beautiful that is.
Okay, I'll buy you one. I'll buy you one. It's okay.
Once again, happy birthday, Gio. We're so glad that you decided to come here, even from Florida. Now, that being said,
what does even from Florida means?
You're not American, so you know you gotta take some digs of Florida.
Okay,
it's always fun. You know?
Okay.
Yes.
That's freedom, right?
That's America's right there. Anyway.
Do we have any beaver sounds for Canadians?
No, we don't.
Oh.
Now, let's go ahead and talk about our second upper bracket matchup. Ben Silly, you absolute swine. Now, we have G2 going up against Leviathan. Guys, this is going to be a very fascinating matchup because of the players that are on each of the teams here, right? World Championship players, Ben Silly.
We already saw it from the start that no matter what, outside of the servers, they're always going to be good friends,
Always,
but inside the server, they're definitely going to have to play. I mean, it's super fun to see that. I think even Demon 1 probably is still roommates with Jogimo. I remember like just lurking around Jogimo's stream, and they're both wearing their own team's jersey, but Demon 1's standing right behind him. So as much as there's camaraderie outside of the server, it's going to be lights out in the game.
I mean, you can even see, right? Calm there with Jogimo. I believe that's at Calm's wedding, right?
That's a wedding photo. Yeah.
So that's beautiful, awesome stuff. But unfortunately, all that kindness and love and happiness, it goes to the side.
No,
because
they
we're
said
talking
that
about
doesn't go to the
violence.
side. They were very clear about this. It does not.
Not at all. Not
if
at all.
anyone's gonna let kindness go to the side, it's Jogamo and Demon 1 in server, because this is a rare matchup. Because Demon 1 left NRG, towards the start of last year, we've only seen these two players face off against each other as duelists on 2 maps. We had head-to-head mirror matchups, Jet and Raze, and on both of them, Jogamo smoked Demon 1, especially on Demon's signature Jet. So if there's something I'm looking at, it's a mirror Jet match potentially, and Demon 1 getting some of that back.
Yeah, and look, let's continue the conversation about G2, because this team takes the stage for the first time, and they don't just look good. They own.
Amazing.
They look brilliant. It's like everything that we were talking about this team from last year, now it's like actually happening. And it's like, oh, it's like that meme. It's happening.
Yeah. We were already talking about the run that they were having with Icy in the roster, and no discredit, to Icy. It's just like, okay, well, Jogamo's coming in. This is going to be extra firepower. G2 is definitely going to look awesome going into 2025, and that has already been answered, because you are going into 2025 with so much more firepower. There's no like, oh my God, they had the jitters or whatever, and maybe it doesn't work out in terms of that chemistry. G2 now looks like the unbeatable team.
And that even plays into how the demeanor of the players, right?
Yeah.
They look so confident.
I mean, they're talking about it, how Jogamo has no regard for his life just running in there. He doesn't care. He's focused on himself getting the kills. But I also think it's deeper than that, too, because this team seems to have a very strong read on the meta as well. They're implementing the Taeho from the get-go. We've only seen a couple of games of theirs so far, but already the pieces up there are working, what they're locking in server is working, and how they're execute on it, good Lord, is it working.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we can talk about with this G2 team. Seriously, we can go on for days. Each individual player plays all sorts of stuff, but I know you guys want to hear from the players. So for now, let's send it over to Elizabeth, who has Trent standing by.
Here with Trent from G2. Now, very quick question for you. I see your social media talking about it, G2 social media. Is G2 the best team in Americas right now?
I think so, yeah. I mean, all 5 of us are shooters. We got the best IGL, so it's a lose-lose for the other team.
Do you think that's true for all regions? If you were to put yourself up against, China, Pacific, EMEA?
I think we got to play them first. So once we get there, we'll show you guys.
Best of luck.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's up. They're feeling confident. Honestly, I want to walk you through their first half they played here on Lotus against C9, because the way that G2 have implemented the Taeho and Breach combo and the way they are conditioning their opponents is absolutely sublime. The main abilities I want you to focus on are the Taeho Blast and the Breach Stun in this pistol round, because a lot of teams, they would just sort of waylay those over on A main right off the get-go, but not G2. Instead, they're just going to use those Taeho missiles, and they're going to hold on to the Breach Stun for fights later on. And in this round, for example, what that fight ends up being is after the smoke goes down over into main, Jog's gonna walk up on the Yoru, and there's gonna be a Breach Stun ready to go to get this re-clear happening. That's exactly what comes in, and it's not very unstandard stuff, but it's all about what they're showing their opposition. And here on this round, C9 come back in for the re-clear, Jog gets stunned up, he's gonna teleport out. So the first round, G2 show a little bit of utility, and then they're out of there. They're not really overfighting this space. Fast forward to round 2, it's a similar story where they show the same Taeho nade at the beginning, and now they fall back. The difference in this round is instead of using that stun to re-clear, instead what they do is they reposition the Breach back over here to have a diagonal stun going off of the door tap and the exec to slow things down. But again, it's not to actually look for a fight. They're really like a blowfish. They're pretending to be very strong, but really they're cowering back towards the site. So C9 are realizing this, and they think maybe we can work into the A site. But the wrinkle coming into round 3 for G2 is that this positioning of the Taeho changes. Previously, Taeho's been over here sending out his missiles. When you play inside this, it instantly breaks the baby door. That tiny little guy right there throwing the same missiles so that you can refight into the A space nicely. And that's gonna make a lot of sense, because the way G2 are playing this is they're playing 3 players up front B, and off of a Taeho drone going into A main, they're gonna do the exact same, and those 3 players here have the option to retake into the space over onto A. So watch this. Drone comes out from the Taeho, we're gonna respond in mid and start walking down ourselves. When that drone doesn't see anything, they can then set up to re-clear into the space. After all this Taeho utility is used from C9, they position up that Breach and the Taeho themselves ready to go to flash through this wall. The Viper wall is up. They're gonna see if anything's there. There's not. Okay, so they send the flash, no one's there. Now, again, a lot of teams would stick around in that space, say we fought for that, we used utility, let's fight it. No, instead they back away, and as a matter of fact, C9 are so worried about getting trapped on the door again that they're baiting out the door tap, and they're letting time dwindle away because that breach stun, we're now under a minute, still hasn't been used. They're holding on to it, and again, it's just a different stun look from the breach. This time, that will end up going off of the Yoru's contact from Stite, stun like that, and they can fight it out. Now, it matters less to G2 whether or not they're winning or losing these rounds. It matters that they're telling C9 that every round they're getting more cowardly. They fought up here the first round, then they fell back and fought on that in the second, and the third round, they're all the way in backside. So keep that in mind for just a moment as we skip ahead to round number 4, where C9 try very different things. Now, in round 4, things change again because wait a second, Taeho is on B. He didn't use his blast. What ends up happening off of this? Well, Oxy thinks he can get into this space front B quickly. He uses both of his satchels, and now the breach Taeho utility is still up. So this guy just gets absolutely murdered in the corner. There's nothing he can do there. He's just completely destroyed because of one tiny change in the plan. So going into this last round I'm gonna show you, Emmy calls a timeout. He's like, look guys, G2, these guys are frauds. They're not actually fighting you on A. Every round, Yoru is TPing back to back site. They're scared, they're running away. Well, G2 changed things again. This time, Breach not playing inside Baby Door. He's ready to go ahead and fight. And coming into this round for the first time ever, G2 used both pieces of utility. The Taeho nade goes into a new position, so if the Omen TP's there or the Raze satchels, that's a kill. And the Breach stun is gonna isolate all those players and trap them back in main. As a matter of fact, the only guy that makes it through is gonna be Oxy, and even he is stunned up. And again, that Breach that's playing in tree for the first time can flash here, can refight, because again, Oxy is completely on his own. 2 rounds in a row, this guy is trapped out. And even if he doesn't get caught by the flash, there's still that Taeho drone coming in. There's a Yoru there to finish him off as well. It's just beautiful how G2 isolated that player twice back to back. And it comes from those first 3 rounds, how they kept pretending that they weren't actually fighting C9. Right at the timeout, they decide to, and it shocks it. Wow.
And you know, I got to say, that is, one, it was a damn good breakdown. And I'm glad that they gave you all the time in the world to do it. They really did. But I think the biggest thing that I took away from that is how massive the brain of Valen has to be. Truly, and I'm not even saying this to like try and, you know, like big him up, even though we should be, because he's an incredible IGL. Yeah. But it's just the fact to be able to discern that information in the early round. And you're just talking about the early round. Yeah. That's not incorporating the mid round. That's not incorporating the late round. Like, that's crazy.
Not even incorporating their attack side either. So to see all these explanations, it's all coming from conditioning that they're doing on the defensive side. So as much as usually when you're starting on the attack, it's like we have the driver's seat. We are able to work the map the way that we want, maybe if it's even our map pick. But G2 just played well where they sometimes could stack good utility or just sometimes just alternate good utility that plays into their own game. And it's been a dominant victory over for G2 against C9 last week.
Yeah, it really has. And of course, another player, and I mentioned before, we could really hone in on all of the individuals on this G2 team. So let's go ahead and do that. Pick one from a hat. How about Jonah P?
Jonah P.
The guy's incredible.
Well, let's talk about this guy because, you know, he's a stunner, that's for sure. But also, I think it was really impressive what he has to do on the breach, because a lot of times you're playing breach in these sentinel compositions where all of your trap plays are off of a Cypher camera, Vise wall, something getting triggered, and your breach is just sitting in spawn with stun out. But G2 were playing comps without a sentinel. So all of a sudden, Jonah P has to be sort of a guy fighting in the front lines and finding good timings for the utility, and that's one of the things that made their comp work, because it's not easy to play without that passive info of a Senti.
That makes me remember that last round on Lotus that you were actually showing in the display on the teleprompter that allowed G2 to win. He got actually a very nice pick onto the A side first, and then even on top of that, able to stun across the line from spawn onto C to get a double assist for the 2K that finished around for G2. So for them, the breach around Jonah P is so useful, and the range around that is so useful as well, and he really understands how he could assist his team from different areas in the map.
And so much of it is the calling, you know, the combination of where he's saying he needs to be and working with Valen, because even from what I was showing you, like, G2 are super mobile on the map, and that's a key difference with them, because when we were watching them in last year's kickoff, defensively, their weakness was these guys are cowards. They're like hiding in their sites, they're bunkering down, they were playing it very nicely, but they weren't really going out there and showing you those aggressive aggressive looks. They were playing a very controlled defense. This is still controlled, but they're doing the right movements on the map to still catch you off with a trap here or there.
Yeah, it really is impressive, and it just goes to show like how this team, being able to at a whim push-pull, right, goes to show how much work they've put in the offseason. Also, too, like, addition of Giacomo just really unlocked.
Completely revitalized.
Yeah, it's unlocked a whole new level for this team. It really is impressive here. But let's go ahead, though, and move on to their opponents on the other side of the field. You got Leviathan. Now, this is a squad that came into this one winning their first kickoff match against we'll just say a Furia that might have been a little jet lagged, you know, probably getting in here a little ahead of time.
16 hours before the game or something?
So, look, this is going to be a test, Van Silly, for this roster without a doubt, because we've been praising G2, talking about them being so damn good. What does Leviathan have to offer?
Yeah, I think at this time too, Leviathan were, at least from Furia's game, able to ease into kickoff because they were playing against a jet-lagged Furia. So it allows for like new players like Natang to really get the groove of playing on the Americas stage, to see how he gels with the team. And he's looking to be pretty decent into that one as well. And also for Demon One, you mentioned how Demon One was diffed by Giacomo early on last year when he was playing with Energy, but also in an outside interview, Demon was also mentioning that that was a waste of his time in his career, that started off for Energy. So he's coming back with a vengeance. He's able to ease into that matchup against Furia and putting okay numbers, but I think this is an opportunity for him to have that revenge match and really diff Giacomo today.
I love that.
Yeah, I actually really like that too. That'd be really exciting to watch, of course. But for now, though, let's send it over to Elizabeth and hear from the IGL of Leviathan, the mainstay. It's King.
King, impressive debuts from Leviathan. But with the teams that you have faced, have we seen Leviathan pushed to their limits yet?
I think today is gonna be like that day because we're playing, in my opinion, like one of the strongest teams in the Americas League. So it's gonna be fun.
Do you think you're at your final form yet, or no?
Me personally, I think I've reached like my peak until like now, but I know I can go for more.
But you as a team?
For sure.
Best of luck today.
All right, there you got some words there from King, of course, leading this squad. And look, he just continues to be the guy who always puts up the numbers for his team. He's done that in the past. And sure, you know, he'll maybe have a few games where he falters, but you can always rely on King to be a consistent hand for this Leviathan roster.
I mean, yeah, this guy's an absolute beast. Like, what more can you say? I think defensively, one of the best anchors that we have in Americas. The guy's an absolute machine, but also, like, I think one of the things that was maybe less touched on last year about this Leviathan team were how clutch they were late into rounds, especially from King. I mean, this guy would pull a 1v3 out of a hat and just do beautiful things deep into rounds where he had no business winning.
Yeah, for King himself, I think he's done a great job too for developing players going to these superstar rosters that Leviathan was trying to build in the first place, which also is why Com left EG in the first place, being able to play with Ospas, thinking that they would get deep runs no matter what with Leviathan, which they did, because they're kind of like the unsung heroes going into these playoffs where they could get like some good top 3, top 4 finishes, but never really talked about because they could never cross that finish line. But King going into this year, having these two players coming in additionally for Noctank and also for Demon One coming back, I think they're going to look really good under the leadership of King.
I 100% agree. And what I'm so excited for today is the treat we have in store, because not only do you have like all those great players from the EG roster facing off against each other, we have probably the 2 best fragging IGLs in Americas and the world, quite frankly. Like King and Valen on the other side are ridiculous in server. Role mirror matchup.
I'm actually curious to see what the rankings would be for that.
Literally,
they're has to be like close 1 and 2.
Literally, like King is out-fragging Demon One like it's nothing. Valen will put up better numbers than Jog, like relatively consistently. Like these guys are next level, I'm telling you.
Yeah, they really are. They're taking it to another level, as you guys were saying, without a doubt here. But ahead of kickoff, we asked Demon One and Com to play a quick game, have some fun, a little bit of over/under. Why don't you go ahead and check it out?
Hey guys, it's Com and Demon One, and we're gonna be playing over and under. That's over for show, because you had like
didn't have to finish the question.
Well, yeah, you had.
You didn't even have to finish.
As long as I got above like 30, like I should be okay, you know. I guess over. He probably knows it more than me, bro. Was that the grand finals? Did you have that?
1-1.
101? Really? I thought it was like 99 or something, and you barely
I
missed
screamed out my birthday for like 8 hours.
Jesus, bro. Over. Yeah. Have I played Omen? I don't think so.
1%. Sure, we've picked it like at least twice.
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever played Omen. I played it in like old EG, like online era EG. Like I think I played it like once or twice, but that's like the only time I ever played Omen or something. We only played each other once,
Pretty
right?
sure you like fried me. So I was
over, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Damn. I diffed that boy Demon 1. You don't have a chance to do it this year. You're on the same team as me, so you can't do shit.
Make sure I change teams next year.
Com got those wins in while he still could. Now he's got the ability to be the diff over Demon 1. Yeah, I mean, I think like it's very clear, right? The camaraderie. That was like a big thing. I think we were all talking about going into the 2023 season when Leviathan made the big change to go with a mixed up roster from different regions.
Yeah.
How's that chemistry going to go? How are these guys going to work with one another? But, as the roster kind of comes together here, you're starting to really see like that chemistry, natural there because Demon 1 and Com literally won a world championship.
I just want to clear the record though, because I wasn't saying that going into 2023 because I was in Europe.
Okay, see,
don't put words in my mouth.
The whole time I was talking, I was looking at his face, and he was ready to say this guy, sugar honey iced tea.
Good times.
All right, well, folks, I'm going to talk about someone from EMEA who also came over.
What a transition! That's crazy.
That is actually a great unintentional segue. So, and I love the lower third. It's tank time. But yes, let's talk about the tank here. Coming into the squad, fitting in, and we talked about Vansili, this mixed roster coming together. But it is quite fascinating how the personalities are blending here.
Definitely, and even looking at Attack himself going into the VCTs, he was somebody that I wasn't familiar with, and I had a chance to talk to him before we started the VCT year. And going in from Gentlemates, qualifying into Ascension, he was actually like, hey, I gained a lot of experience towards EMEA. I felt like I could prove a point as a great initiator for the team, and I could bring a lot here onto the stage for the Americas. And he has. He's actually put some very good numbers as a breach on that Haven, allowing even players like Com to fully activate and farm on Haven at the same time. And then you go into the second map where he actually has fragging capabilities too. So there's a reason why they picked him up here into this roster, that he could fulfill something that was missing from previous players, and that he could potentially go into a deep run here for Leviathan.
Now, I have something I want to dig into here, and I want to make sure we have full buy-in on this front, because I think that it's very important that when, this guy is having very strong performances, that we refer to him by his real name, NA Tank.
NA Tank. I was going to ask, is it NA Tank? Or is
NA Tank. Now, in the event in which he walks onto the stage today and underperforms, say, are we bought in that it's EU Tank?
It's EU Tank.
Are we bought in, Chad?
I'm down for it.
I'm reading you.
I'm down for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm sure our friends over the EMEA broadcast would love that.
I can say that because I've been both places.
You can say that. You can.
I can say that. You can.
Yeah.
So all blame on Chrissy. We're good.
Exactly. Lay the blame
shield
that way, and we are perfectly fine. No, but I'm with you, and I support that. Well, folks, look, we want to let you guys know. I'm sure you're wondering, hey, these guys are yapping a lot. Well, I like the sound of my own voice. Deal with it. I'm kidding. Jokes aside, though, we're actually experiencing a little technical issue on the stage. We're going to get everything sorted out, and then once we are ready to go, we are going to jump right in. So for now, why don't you go ahead and have some fun with this one, because it's a good old-fashioned dad joke battle.
Yes.
See you in a sec.
Give it to me.
What's up, guys? It's Big V and the dog, and today we're doing dad jokes. All right, bro. Let me hear it.
All right. Don't like dad jokes? Seems like you're in a bit of a bind. It's cool.
Nope.
It's cool.
A VALORANT player went to the doctor because they thought they broke their wrist. Turns out it was just a fracture.
Okay, it's cool.
Okay.
What do you call a B from the U.S.? A USB. Come on, man. That was good. USB. Come on, man.
That was a good part. That was a good addition. People say they pick their nose, but I was born with mine. You see this one?
Yeah.
I was born with it.
I hope you were.
You pick yours?
Yeah.
Same.
That's how it is. How do you make the number 7 even? Take out the S.
Are you serious? Who made that one? What did the jet say to the airplane in the sky? Get out of my way. I got you.
Where does your computer mouse live? Mouse pad. Come on, bro. I don't got the good one.
My computer crashed while I was queuing for a game. I shouldn't have been driving anyway.
Shouldn't have been driving anyways. Wow.
Crashed?
I got crashed.
Damn, that's
dark. That's dark humor. That's kind of crazy.
Watch this. Say
I
your
thought
name.
you were trying to make me laugh. Look at it
No,
like that.
I'm hard difficulty.
All right. Why did the Superstition teammate rage quit the match? Because there was a bad omen.
Because there was Valen on Omen. Just kidding, I'm the best Omen, right?
Yeah.
What do they call it when your teammate won't stop talking on comms?
Yapper?
A VALORANT.
A VALORANT? What?
GG's. I probably lost.
Do you know what we just did?
Dad jokes?
Thank you guys for watching Dad Jokes.
Hey, that was fire.
All right, these boys need to calm down. They're about to come for my job right now. I ain't with this.
Same.
They need to put calm down.
They need to put calm down. Yeah.
That's the matchup.
Yep. That was a good one. That was good.
That left a bad taste in my mouth.
That was a good joke.
Zero laugh points.
No, I liked
Zero
it.
laugh points.
That was really good. That was really good.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, guys, again, we just want to let everyone know that there's a brief delay on the stage. We're going to get that sorted. And then, once we're good to go, we're going to jump into the action. So we'll keep the conversation going as we usually do and continue to talk about some of these players here who've just been absolutely incredible at the start of kickoff. One of those individuals, we had to talk about him. It's Leaf, baby. I mean, the guy who should be a 95 in the ratings, an absolute beast. But really, Vansili, I mean, Leaf him coming into G2 was a difference maker last season, but now with the flexibility of Jogama on the team, so much more resource available, you're seeing Leaf shine even more.
I mean, he's able to still get play the way into his own style, rather, switching over to a center role from the last year into now, and now adding extra firepower with Jogamo. It just definitely is a lot. Leaf is able to just let his teammates chill, and then when he needs to clutch, he will. But also when you're looking at maps when they played on Abyss, he was also trying to be a lot more aggressive under this chamber role too, and doing a great job covering one section of the map. Leaf has been an integral part here to this roster.
Because he was doing the crazy A-main jump on defense.
Which I'm still trying to do.
By the way, you look at that and you're like, he's fine, because if he misses it, he can just TP out. You can't TP while you're midair, guys.
Yeah, you can't.
If you miss that jump, you're dead.
You definitely can't. But the thing that I think really has set Leaf aside from everyone else in this league has been his versatility, right? Like, this guy gives G2 so many options with his agent pool.
Do you remember how much the tunes have changed? Because back when he was with C9, remember every once in a while, on Bind, he would switch off Duelist and lock in Viper. And I was like, man, we just wish he was on the Jet because he's always fragging on this. But no, this guy can literally play anything. He's played Sky professionally, he's played Smokes professionally, Duelist, he's played
Entering, Anchor, Lurker, he has it all.
He is the full package player, and eventually, I think this G2 super team has to be broken up because otherwise they're gonna just win everything.
Which is fine.
Maybe if they have unlimited money, they can keep it together. But this guy would be a franchise player on any organization he joined instantly.
Yeah, and it's so scary to have a guy or to play up against a guy like Leaf on the other side there. Not a lot of players with that kind of versatility, which really speaks volumes how much work he puts in and what he provides to his team. It's certainly going to be fascinating to see how this all breaks down. But of course, we want to let everyone know back at home, just another reminder, just had a bit of a tech delay. We're getting that sorted, and hopefully we'll be into the games as soon as possible. But for now, though, we had an opportunity to catch up with Valen about all the mind games that an IGL has to deal with. And let me tell you, there are a lot of mind games. Go ahead and enjoy this perspective from Valen.
I feel like I thrive when teams respect us. I kind of get in their heads a bit on how I call. I know they know how I call, so the fact that I know that, like, I play that meta game, that mind game throughout the series. Even before the series starts, I kind of predict how they're going to maybe change their game plan or how they're going to game plan against us given that. So I actually prefer when teams respect us rather than just brush us aside. Sometimes that gives teams a lot of confidence when they doubt you. I've been on those teams when you've been doubted. Sometimes it helps go in your favor because they kind of don't expect it, but I feel like I can take advantage of both situations here.
I'm 1-0 against Josh, so I'm sure he really wants one back on me. So I think it would be super fun. Like, I really want to like play that game. I really want to play against him. And yeah, of course, it's like having best friends against each other in like one of the more high pressure like moments. So I like it. I think it's fun.
There you heard Com talking about playing against Jogamo on the other side of the field. Of course, we have G2 versus Leviathan coming up in a moment here. Before the break, I had talked a brief moment about some of the issues on stage. We were looking to get that sorted. Hopefully, everything's going to be good to go in a little bit, so we'll be jumping to the games. But for now, though, why don't you go ahead and join us for some predictions, shall we? Because we got our predictions lined up for this one. And oh, boy, what a prediction! It's the whole thing is G2.
Everybody thinks the best team.
Whoa, crazy.
At least before it, we have to thank Emily for going for Loud before so that she broke the curse of Sentinels not losing.
But she cowered out and didn't go for Leviathan. And honestly, at this point in the game, Emily, you got to step it up. You got to step it up. We all went for G2. no one gave Leviathan a snowball's chance in hell winning this one, apparently.
I mean, I think Leviathan can be a really good team. Unfortunately, they're just playing against the best team.
Yeah. But it's not going to be a walk in the park either.
Let's talk about how Leviathan can win.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they still have a good firepower because you talked earlier on about King being one of the best IGL fraggers and a great anchor on the defensive line. I think Tex is definitely one of those for Leviathan as well, where it's going to be hard for G2 to overtake these sites when Tex is going to be moving in that spot. So you do have to be on point in terms of that Taeho and Breach utility that we were displaying before. If not, Tex is going to get free reign against you.
It's just so hard for me because I see these teams like very similar in a lot of different ways.
Interesting.
And I just think G2 has the edge in every category. Because like I think like, oh, Tex and Leaf, they can both like really put up the numbers on Senti. But Leaf puts up better numbers. Okay, you've got two fragging IGLs. Okay, but Vanity's doing better work out there. Valen's doing, I always say that.
Trust me, I know.
Trust me,
I just wanted to save you.
Yeah. No,
Are you going to call me Vanity because I'm Van Silly?
No.
Wow, that was a disappointing no.
No, I played ranked with you. There's no room for
What the hell? My IGL's amazing. My IGL is amazing.
Hey, we got to get the cops. Get this guy out of here. Well, let's look at the bracket, though, because also remember what these players are playing for here. An opportunity to go into that upper bracket final, the upper bracket, rather, to match up against Sentinels. And, well, I should say upper bracket final. And then, of course, we have G2 versus Leviathan. They will be taking on Sentinels here. This is going to be a very, very fascinating way that this all breaks down, right, Vansili? Because NRG and Crew still down low. What's going on with EGM, IBR? Lots of question marks here.
Well, the focus around G2 and Leviathan, though, is what's important if you're looking at the upper brackets, just like John Cutie mentioned before, is that they only have to win two more games pretty much at this point to try to qualify into Bangkok. So for G2 and Lev, the real test is not necessarily on what they've experienced last year to bring into this week, but it's all that pressure of trying to qualify ASAP into Bangkok. Again, seeing Valen walking into like the corridors before the game started, he just like straight face, small fist bump, but he knows what he's up against. So he's not going to take anything away from what Leviathan could do against G2. They're not a team that you could just brush off. So I think at this point, there's a lot of pressure going in for how much Valen has to think about the game against Leviathan, and it's going to be one that he needs to bring full focus.
It's interesting, right? Because obviously you want the smoothest road to that international event, but you can't also forget how dangerous lower bracket teams can be. It was last year when Sentinels themselves went down lowers early after losing to Loud in the group stage, and then playing the maximum amount of maps they could to go on and win the whole thing in Madrid. And Kaplan talked so much about how much those extra reps on stage helped them evolve in a very short span of time. And that is the truth of the situation for a team like G2 right now, where they have very few stage games. Granted, the core of 4 is together, so like I'm spinning my wheels a bit.
That is a big advantage, though, right? Like you're not wrong about everything you said, but then you also got to factor that element into it too, right? You have this core 3 from the guard days, and then you add in Leaf, and now it's that core 4 that's been together for a while now. So really, you're coming into this already ahead of a lot of the pack. A lot of the field this year scrambling to figure out, oh, we got to get a big impact. Like G2 knew what they needed. They knew how to fix the problem, so to speak. And they did just that.
But again, I think going back to Leviathan, when you're a new team going into kickoff, you also have to focus on those fundamentals, and you already had that displayed by Leviathan against Furia. Again, it was an easier game because of the jet. Like, I'll put the star on that victory, like the easy 2-0, but it also allows for you to already build that knowledge and the fundamentals and the chemistry as a team. Now, also, another week has gone through where all the practice around Taeho continues. So technically at this point, you should have a lot more developed around how you could anti against this Breach and Taeho, but also at the same time, develop your own strat book for Leviathan too. So it's, again, I don't think it's going to be a super easy game for G2.
No one can get trapped like Oxy versus that.
That was bad.
Again.
That was rough. But again, it's those elements that where Valen sees the micro, the utility being used, and he takes advantage of it. I do wonder if King can match up on that planning level that Valen has so well executed.
He can absolutely match up. And look, these players are very close in skill. There is room on the day to make an upset. I know everyone voted G2, and that is the sensible choice to make. But these LEV players are incredibly dangerous. It's not going to be a walk in the park. G2 are going to have to lock in.
Yeah, it's going to be a a good one. I know that a lot of us have been hotly anticipating this one because, Vansili, you have a G2 team that's white hot, and you have a Leviathan team that's out for revenge. Do you think Demon 1, though, pops off today?
I would love to, because this will be probably a storyline that if he doesn't, there's going to be more people talking about him at so far.
Guys, I have great news!
What's the news, Ender?
It's time, Golden Boy!
That's right, baby. I'm getting the clock down. 8 seconds left. It's time to do this, bad boy. Let's bring out our two teams to start this matchup. Make some noise for G2 and Leviathan.
Riot Games Arena, 2 of America's best are ready to do battle. Make some noise for G2 Esports!
And here comes the juggernaut as G2 Esports make their way to the stage. This team has looked like money in the start of kickoff. Question is, can they keep that going? Can they keep that momentum? But when you look at the individuals on that stage, including the coach as well, let's not forget about Coach JoshRT, you have so much to look forward to if you're a G2 fan.
100%. You know, when I was showing you what they were doing with conditioning in early rounds, so much of that is planned before the game even begins. It's the brain trust of JoshRT and Valorant that are spinning their gears and getting ready to play those mind games.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for a more diabolical combination, Ben. So
yeah, even at this point, we even haven't had a chance to talk about Trent yet. We had the interview with Liz saying that we have a bunch of firepower, and I want to see what he's going to bring in the server.
Del otro lado, el dragón marino está listo para atacar. ¡Que se escuche para Leviathan!
Leviathan knows that this is going to be a challenge, but if there is a team that has the talent to meet the moment, it certainly has to be this Leviathan lineup. Yeah. Look at the names that are on there. 2 world champions. You got King, one of the best IGLs in the game. You have Natank looking to make a name for himself here in this space. And Tex, who's continued to be a force on this squad. Leviathan have the pieces to win this, but Ender, they're going up against a brick wall.
They absolutely are. But look, you talk about the pieces. Demon 1 on server, back on the stage. We're seeing him again. And honestly, like, the roles mix around for him. But I am just waiting for the map that comes in when we get to see him on Duelist up against Jog on the other side. They've only played against each other on 2 maps before. Both were lopsided to Jog. Demon 1 needs to step up if we're ever going to have a chance at taking down G2 today.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see what our maps are going to be for this one. As G2 Esports Leviathan are huddling up, talking about what they're going to do here, and we'll see where the battleground is set, because these players had made that choice earlier on. Of course, we'll get those eyes on that in a little bit, but I'm curious, right?
Yeah.
That is really going to dictate how the whole thing plays out.
Definitely
right?
big question marks for sure going into this one. Even Demon 1 bringing out Raze most recently, coming back into 2025, where usually back then when Demon 1 was playing, if it's not a jet map, he's going to play more smokes. But now we get to see Pearl first, a map picked by G2, which I love. This is actually a series that we haven't seen yet coming for either of these maps, rather seen by any of the teams. So with Pearl coming out, I'm intrigued to see what G2 is going to play, because technically it's their map pick, and if that map's their oyster, Pearl, then you could see Jogimo play any type of duelist ever, like a Yoru or a Jet.
I mean, man, that's just brutal. Give man some break.
I love it.
Yeah, the dad joke segment, let it happen.
It's so good.
But truthfully, I am curious whether or not G2 are going to be rocking the Breach tail on this map. It's something you can do. We've seen a handful of teams do it globally, but this is also one of those maps where...
Exactly, you just saw Sentinels did it, right?
Yeah.
Exactly, so you could definitely do that, the Breach Teho, and just keep Jogimo on that Yoru.
Yeah.
So this could definitely work.
I mean, I see the Yoru.
And he can get real silly with that Yoru.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, when we're looking at how G2 leverages both Teho and the Breach to give Jogimo space, he's able to path around the utility, even run through his own teammates' salvos, so that he could actually gain the extra space and then get those picks inside the site for the team. If he TPs out, the rest of the team is already executed in the site, and he could be the flank watcher, he could be second assist, he could play pulse plan on top of that too. So the game plan goes very, very deep on how G2 plays, and it's going to be a lot for Leviathan to try to answer quickly and right away.
Yeah, they're certainly going to need to, because you know that G2 is going to be coming out of the gate swinging here, right? No,
Yeah.
You have to make a statement. That first round needs to be a statement maker for G2, but also Leviathan need to be prepared for that. I think they will be, though.
I think so too. I think LEV, while they only saw 2 maps, they've got to realize how mobile G2 are in the server with this Yoru, how much they're snapping back.
And how ambitious they are.
True. Yeah. And again, a lot of it will just be a show of force, a quick little dip in for a fight, fire 2 bullets, and now we're rotating into a new space. They're constantly keeping you on your toes, and it's up to King to sort of see through all that muck and figure out what the best course of action is.
And for the players just to shoot on the side of Leviathan, because again, the game plan can always be there, but if you're actually not able to go toe-to-toe, for example, Demon 1 and Jogimo, that's going to start setting in to be like, okay, other players are going to have to start stepping up. They're going to have to start leveraging more utility to maybe allow Demon 1 to operate even more, literally with an operator or just as a duelist overall, to make those big plays for Leviathan to keep this game close.
Oh man, you could definitely feel it with both of these squads, right? Like they're eager. They want to play. They want to get in
I'm like,
we want to watch.
I want to watch. Try and see what agents they locked in right now.
Don't worry, we got you covered. Here's your agent select.
Vice Chamber.
Chamber with the Vice.
Okay, so no breach options, but Leaf on the Chamber. We saw, I think it was Sociable over in EU, just dominating.
What does this composition tell you?
Honestly, very control leaning, right? Like your defensive side is going to be really hard to cut through, but also I think when they're on attack and finding lurk opportunities, their post plants with the Vice are going to be really threatening as well.
Okay. Interesting, right?
Demon 1 on Yoru is going to be very interesting to watch as well. To go back to your point too, there's going to be a lot of body peeking out from the composition of G2, so this is an opportunity for Leviathan to punish.
It's another mirror matchup for the duelists.
Let's do this, baby, and send it over to your casters. And look, we are so excited that they're here. Unfortunately, they're the reason why we had the delay. It's Brent and Sideshow.
Not true. Not true at all.
Just throwing us under the bus instantly.
Of course, listen, these 2 teams and these players on either side as well, listen, they know each other deeply, intimately, some might say, and no, it's not the start of a romance novel. It is G2 versus Leviathan, and I can't wait to get into this, man, because there is history here. We've spoken about it to death, I think, on the desk itself as well, but listen, you got Jogamo versus Demon 1 and Com, former teammates as well, Tex versus his former team as well, but immediately we are... I mean, we're being treated, aren't we? It's that Yoru clash, Jogamo versus Demon 1, and they're getting that head-to-head right off early.
And it's such an uneven matchup, honestly, because we've seen a lot of Jogamo playing Yoru. We haven't seen Demon 1 really flexing his muscles across anything other than the jet. We saw a map of Rays last time we spotted Leviathan on this stage in 2025, but it's early doors for both of these squads. A lot of talk about G2 being one of the best teams in Americas, but that's based off 1 match. We've barely seen anything of either of these 2 teams.
LEV haven't really been tested as well. It's slow off the rip. Disrespectful by Demon 1, but he doesn't want to overextend for now. He's just been given that space.
And this control over towards A main is going to allow some of the other players on Leviathan to rotate off around the map, but they've given up tons of that mid control.
That's where the question marks lie. You can see just looking to contain. I mean, Demon 1, that's an early engagement that he's taking pretty much solo. Com still looking to hold down that ground, but he's being squeezed now. Putting him in a vice grip and still just absolutely dishing it out. Taking him off the server. 4v3 for G2.
Oh, and in classic G2 fashion, they are perfectly happy to pump the brakes. 50 seconds on the clock, and Valen is going to make Leviathan sweat. They knew that they had all of that mid control for free. Leaf still has his trip up over towards double doors as well, giving them great ideas that nobody on Leviathan has re-cleared that area of mid. They're now going back into the Vice setup.
And that's dangerous.
And the tank and Tex have the read, at least to some degree. And the tank now has peeled off a little bit, so a lot of this is going to be on Tex, former G2 player. Or at least with this roster when they were on the guard.
Yeah, it's going to be a triple jump over, no baiting it out, there's no time for it. Leaf having to stick this plant out, but already evens it up, 3 versus 3. And potentially even more. Tex is just absolutely ripping them to pieces. It's a 3K in a round, and he secures up that pistol.
What a play, what an individual moment to instantly start the game. G2 ran over net last week, looking to do the same against Tex. It's not so much a revenge tour as just, I don't know, bullying their former players. But Tex answers back very early on here. A lovely play with the Frenzy. Not a gun that we're seeing that often on pistol round too.
We're just singing the praises of G2. You know, they play pretty Valorant overall from what we've seen in the one game that they played, but that was where the time was getting away with them. Not anticipating. I mean, when it gets that low and you haven't cleared out any of the Vice util prior, and hello.
I love this.
Wouldn't be tonight. We're going to have the longest broadcast day in history at this point, man. Why not? I'm here for it. Let's stay until midnight.
We could overlap with Pacific.
We could. We could.
Yeah, we'll
just cast that too.
Sure.
Just run it up over here.
Throw it up. We could do a co-stream of it at the same time.
Do I get OT pay? I don't think so, but
no,
it's all good.
Not for you, not for you. I've got it, but you don't. So Lev come out with the pistol round here. An early pause just to make sure. I mean, maybe. Could be the same issue that we were running into earlier. Unaware, but it seems like King's got some level of technical problem going on with.
It's like, input, wow, I didn't sand my mouse pad down. Doesn't feel right.
So just to dig into these teams a little more, while we've got the time to do so, we have only seen one instance of them playing on the stage. And that's not enough to draw really solid conclusions. And yet, G2 played to such a phenomenal degree in their game against Cloud9 that there are a lot of people already talking about them being one of the best teams in Americas, maybe one of the best teams in the world. We need to see more, and this is a great test for both of these squads, because we saw them clash constantly throughout 2024. They played each other 5 times, these two teams, across 2024, with Leviathan having the lead in that head-to-head war 3-2. It was super even. Unfortunately, the final one was at Champs, so that kind of ruined G2's season towards the end there. But a great run from Leviathan, and both teams have made a couple of changes. But with all that being said, they are both squads that are looking for international trophies, I think, this year. Yeah. If 2024 was them getting their foot into the door, getting deep in some tournaments, you know, a 3rd place finish for both squads at very large events, I think this has got to be the year where both teams, both captains, King and Valen, have got their eyes on some kind of trophy at the international level, not just Americas.
One step further, like you were saying, right? Because that's the one thing kind of missing for both of these teams so far is that they want to be able to go that extra mile and lift that trophy.
I got the notice on what's wrong, by the way. It's yeah, unfortunately, King's headset isn't fitting on him properly. he got one of the headsets that's a bit too small. So
it's unfortunate.
Can't fit around his
that's a
giant
long time
IGL
fix
brain.
as well. You got to wait for the delivery. You got to get the new ones in.
No, there's a slight monitor issue on the stage, so that's what King's currently having a discussion with.
Yeah.
Those flashing lights are just on our end, by the way. That's presumably not what he's seeing.
But we'll be seeing as well. I mean, in the meantime, we can see what IGL Valen thinks, and if they can go all the way in 2025, check it out.
My goal for 2025 is to win champions. I feel like I have the recipe right now with this 5 and the coaching staff. I've learned a lot of lessons throughout last year, you know, losing back-to-back domestic grand finals, losing top 3 Shanghai, making playoffs. I feel like I've been through it all right now. And the next step for me is to finally lift that trophy, and this is going to be the year.
I can believe it, I think, as well, with the way that G2 have been looking. I mean, the form was brilliant from them last year, and you can't deny that this team have got that danger factor now that Jorgamo has been just inserted into the roster.
That's absolutely true. I think a lot of people were looking at the Jorgamo for Icy Trade and thinking G2 have made an unbelievably good move here. Getting some ready checks, and it looks like we're going to be headed back into the game. I can see the timer ticking down on my side, so here we go. Into round 2. Tech pause over, but we are seeing Leviathan with an enormous economy advantage as we begin again here on Pearl. And it wasn't even Jorg that was impressing me as much last time we saw G2 on the stage. It was this guy, Leaf, who when he played the Chamber on Abyss and playing his Viper on Lotus as well, was finding so many opportunities to get that value.
Yeah, he's making moves.
It's going to be an important player for Lev to shut down.
Some funny anecdotes coming out from Leaf as well, talking about just getting destroyed in the online scrims when he was trying to play Chamber. Yeah. His team just telling him, no, trust me, okay, when we get to LAN, it's going to be fine. And then he dominated. Headhunter in his hands. Listen, there's danger here. If Leaf can just crack a couple of heads, maybe earn a kill. Spare gun for the team.
And while G2 look to try to apply the pressure into this A split, you see Demon 1 just holding down the line over towards B as well. This is what the Yoru is going to be so good for. can play on these super advanced positions and allow the rest of his team to stack where the action actually is.
Contacting all the way up here. What is the cue that they're waiting for? And the tank just jiggling. Finally, some Util being used, but blinded up, flashed up into the back of the side as well, and there's an upgrade available. Dashed out onto the ground. JoGuMo running and jumping straight into the fray. And with the pistols in hand, they may be claiming a few more while that came from Jonah P, though, off onto the flank and to the side. Picked to pieces, still into that 2 versus 2. Slowing it away down here. Damage done to Valen.
Both players very weak.
They might not expect him in this default box position. It's a cheeky one at that. Drone, just to give that information, maybe. 2 Valen to play off of. Tech still lurking close to the box. They hear the flash coming over, and there it is. Back to where the danger is. Trent left to do the most. Half of the diffuser already stuck, and away. It's the gun differential that makes the difference.
LEV come away with a 2-0 lead, but it's expensive for them. They keep an Outlaw with armor on Demon 1, which is pretty useful, but they all board up. And we're seeing more teams on the defense side actually go for this full buy strategy on round 2, rather than leaving a couple of people with just pistols in hand. And then on the attack side, a lot of teams coming out of a successful pistol are going with still that one player that just has a ghost or whatever, to allow you to have a bit more wiggle room. Because this bonus round buy is not going to be that great from LEV here. I say that, but if you end up going into Demon 1, and he's posted up somewhere around the map with the Outlaw, that's where he can be phenomenally dangerous, I think.
Yeah, you never know.
But as I said, the buy not looking too hot here for LEV. It should be a fairly easy round for G2 to deal with, and they're investing Yoru very early on.
Yeah, JoGuMo's earned it up. Nice and quick into this map so far. It's going to be scouting and clearing the way, half, for the team to potentially take. A lot of eyes being set over towards the A side, and this A split angle seems to be a weakness that G2 prodding, poking, seeing if they can maybe take out Tex. That is brave from him, just dropping down onto the wall past the smokes. Will pay for it with his life plant down for Valen. Enough to dissuade that one, and now the smokes to supplement the defense. Players are grouped up though, everybody from a familiar location. That's a clone, don't want to be tricked out by that. Valen still tucked up close to this box and angle up and over, but still that is nice. Wrangles the rifle in his hand, still kills to be claimed, but they can't remove this guy. And right from behind the TP, saving Demon 1 just from a little bit of that danger. The errors of his ways, but he cannot escape the eye relief.
It's a pretty safe round there from G2. Keeping it simple and making sure that they convert with that early Yoru ult that just cleared out so much space for them over towards mid. Now we're starting to get up to ults that are going to matter significantly here. Visel online for the defense. So far we've just seen Vice anchoring down there over towards the B side of the map. Tex covering that area, throwing fairly standard thorns. Looks like Demon 1 and Tex are just content with holding B long. And it's been A leaning defaults every round so far from G2.
A little bit of a misplay there. All good though, no punish in sight. Not from LEV even really contesting this A space there. Willing to try and play themselves in for either a retake or...
Yeah, we've got Demon 1 pushing up on the B side of the map.
A lot of space.
Portal closed.
Is he gonna get some kind of a smoke from King?
Yeah, it looks like it. Calling for it with the ping, yeah, so he can now make some moves. I think that was heard. Yeah, Leaf knows it. I think he heard it Blossom. He's already holding the angle up, crouched up in position. You will not catch this guy unaware.
I love the teleport afterwards though, because if he'd missed the shot,
it would have been right into
that would not have helped. But Leaf, quick on the trigger. A really good read there from G2, playing that spread default, making sure that a nice little play from Leviathan goes unrewarded.
Leaf going for a little bit more there. The exploration, though, punished. Com shutting him down in his path. Still, there's no slowing down this one now. With 35 seconds left, G2 have to get a move on inside the smoke. King be playing spoiler to them. Only the one before the trade is instantaneous. And G2 are relentless.
Not ready yet.
Only Tex left alive. Visel in hand. No point investing.
Unless he opens it up. The barrel baits out the shot. Hello, Tex. Lovely with the movement. Now he might get into the consideration of using potentially some of it, but he's got a lot to clear. You can see him contacting, thinking, where could these players be? There's questions rattling, fake TPs, just aiming to bait him out. Seeing most of it, jumping around, and he seems to have an inclination still to pull. Bit of safety, time being burnt off the clock, and now Tex has to force that issue. Valin plays it safely.
Gotta say though, that got a lot more dangerous than G2 would have been expected.
Oh yeah.
Tex is in a 1v3 coming from Flowers. They kind of know where the rotate's coming from, and yet still able to hit the shots. He is looking sharp, 7-2 at the top of the scoreboard, but this round mostly, I think, defined by shutting down Demon 1 at the beginning there, and Jorg getting a beautiful couple as he got into the site. Now how that quite connected, who knows? An eco round here for Leviathan.
You want to play? Let's
And they're looking to try to make something work in mid. Pretty common eco idea here. And it's our only time, as far as I can recall, that G2 are doing this B-leaning default where they go and take B control early with the drone.
It is.
You got to think that this is because Leviathan have only got sheriffs to their name.
Yeah, it's expensive, or that Vice util as well, so maybe anticipating that it's going to be easier to crack into if they do work their way over. Angles held though for now, almost approaching that minute mark. They're just waiting to see where the play might be made, because it's, you know, it's on LEV almost at this point, as if you're on the weaker guns.
You are divided. Standing ahead.
They have to be the ones to create the moment to potentially stand that chance. Tex tried to stand his ground, swiftly dealt with.
And a very nice controlled round by G2. You see that they've used both of their Sentinel pieces of utility in mid, so they weren't even worried about any kind of early mid aggression, because they had the Vice Wall, they had the trip. That just allowed them to play fully safely over towards B long.
And here's the backstab. Tour de Force even committed into this round. Didn't hear it at the beginning. Salvos. Not so much avail. Yeah, that is execution style, isn't it?
Brutal for Com. Goes face first in an alleyway.
It's a gruesome end, and King just left to see if he can get any damage done to the economy of G2, but know exactly where all the players are. That is flawless. Everybody surviving, keeping it healthy, and now G2 gaining that lead.
Not only had G2 got the lead, but we saw them use the Yoruwelt for Jorgamo so early on, round 3, that they now have another one developed. I mean, they've been really good at being able to prioritize ult points onto Jorg. So now they've got a Yoruwelt's overall combo to be able to work with, which is a key combo with this composition.
Round 6 is the second one.
Yeah. He's charging them up incredibly quickly. And I think that's going to put enormous pressure onto, well, anybody, anywhere around the map in hard anchor positions. But certainly Demon 1's operator is going to find it difficult against this Yoruwelt.
This TP, the drone needs to be dealt with, it's broken. That should ring alarm bells in G2's head. And G2, I mean, listen, Leaf, an incredible level of awareness from these guys. They know that something is off. The drone is being broken like that. You're trying to set somebody up onto the angle.
And the coordination is perfect from them as well. Leaf gets onto the angle, dominates it at the same time as the drone, because he knows that Demon 1 is going to be tucking. And then he's got the advantage. He's hitting that shot every day. Now, Valen calling for the re-clear over towards A main as well. Are we going to see a flash recon? Trent doesn't have it online.
Oh, they know he's there. Oh, brutal. Picking him out, spamming the box as well.
It's just textbook.
Yeah, it really is. There's no weaknesses, no gaps in the play overall where G2 could potentially lapse and give that in to Leviathan. Now they have to play this retake with just 3 players left. Did they even want to opt into it? You can't afford to buy. Hold on. C's missed. Cut it off onto the corner there, and the Salvos will not be getting anything done as a result.
Too slow for Jonah P. 150 health, still didn't get tagged by any of it. They're going to invest the Vice ultimate here in the post-plant 5v3 just to ensure that there is absolutely no chance whatsoever that LEV can commit to that one.
The decision is made for them, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. The decision is made, but the round is not over. Leaf is going hunting. So is Jonah P all the way through mid. They knew this save call was coming through before LEV even made the decision themselves.
The money, the guns, LEV need to hold on to these. Off Fangor. See if there's an exploration a little bit deep. I don't think Leaf is going to be overextended though into the sight line.
LEV granted a silver lining to what is a dark rain cloud over Pearl right now. Look at how beautifully set up that was. I mean, the Yoru flash as well, just perfectly off screen for Leaf. These players forced to run.
That's the trouble with G2, Josh. Timeout called already here for LEV because something does have to change. You've only won the pistol to follow up.
Yeah.
Since then, G2 have been running away with it. The slow play, they forged that over the course of many years now, and they are good at it. Very, very good at it. Listen, if you are a minimap watcher and enjoyer, you like G2 games, contrary to popular belief. I mean, listen, they can be slow, but you know, that's when we were talking about Jorgamo being that addition. He's added that explosive element, that potential for them to actually take over and go for some of these faster plays, these rounds where he might be able to take over.
It's true, but at the same time, we haven't actually seen too much of that in this game.
Yeah.
I thought they increased their tempo a little bit in the match that we saw with G2 playing against Cloud9. It looked a little faster, a little more pace to it than we were used to in 2024. But we are, honestly, in this match so far on Pearl, we are back to some extreme working the map IGLing from Valin. And I think it's because he's got such a great idea of how LEV are going to play their defensive setups. Tex and Demon One have basically been on B control the whole game so far. Coming out of this timeout, I'd love to see an adjustment from LEV. I'd like to see Demon One not always going for the same push up B long. Have an exploration towards mid. Even on the eco round, they didn't really explore in that area. Now, having said that, even the suggestion that I'm throwing out there, G2 have a trip and a wall if you go too far into middle. So it's not like you can get that much of an advantage against them. It's so tough to increase the tempo and increase the pace against a team that's running Chamber and Vice.
It's an interesting play that's been cooked up as well. Thorns up and over. Not sure where the lineup is supposed to land, but Shockies are going to go flying out as well, seeing if they can remove any of the difficulties, obstacles. Ult, lay it down, and there's some Thorns for you. What a combination! Up and over, Jogamo's already deep into the site. He's got these early angles and line of sight. Com, drone to clear it forwards. Players are ahead of it, but damage done. Jogamo, I have to respect it.
And they're going back and clearing for art control as well. They've planted for art, so this is an area of the map that they can hold. They can give up that normal position towards backside.
He pinged out over the positioning, flashes in their face as Demon One. Letting them know exactly where they stand. King steps up to the mark and deals with the challenge. That is Jorgamo. Still, it's going even across the border now. That Cosmic Divide splits up the site. Still, it's on the wrong side of things. Spike, it's going to be accessible to a degree here. The pull going to be at least making a good go of it. But what's the next layer of things? There's a 2v4. Lev backs against the wall. You're forced into essentially to save again, if you even can. Can you get out of dodge? Oh, it's Jonah P, excuse me. Still watching every angle of retreat.
Utterly, dominantly in control of this game, G2. It looked like Tex, on an individual level, was going to be able to bring something to the table in these early rounds. And yet it just has not materialized. The set plays are gorgeous from G2 again.
Is this miscommunication? I mean, the Astral Wall, it looks like
I
was expecting the default plan.
Yes, I think so. I don't think they anticipated that was going to be a plan for Art. I think they probably should have anticipated that, considering how easily they got control of Secret, Dugout, those kind of areas.
Yeah.
And Lev now on another eco, again playing over towards mid. And I want to highlight again this Sentinel utility that we've got going on over here. Because we've got the Vice Wall up towards top mid, the trip over towards shop. When Lev take mid control, they can't go any further than that without triggering G2. So they're essentially stuck even on an eco like this. It's again a B-leaning default for G2 on the anti-eco. They're sticking to the game plan. Why would they deviate? It's working so well.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. They put a lot of thought into it.
There's the trip broken. So maybe a little bit of danger now for Trent, who's in spawn, worried about a potential flank coming through.
His job is just to contain. He still has that safety of the wall into the one side, so he only has to watch the one essentially link up into the flank.
Yeah. And you see that now that Trent is coming to the rest of his team, I'm not being pushed super heavily. They're probably going to retake from your side. The rest of G2 looking to fend off this attempt.
An attempt to flood back in too, but just wading into the open arms and open sight lines of these players. dangerous team that G2 are, man. Not many chances whatsoever here for LEV, but maybe with the money coming back into their pockets into the next round, you get some guns online, but there needs to be adjustments on top of this, because so far it has just been that masterclass from G2.
They took a tactical timeout, and Idapada was talking to Leviathan, and what we saw as the main adjustment was the Vice went and played over towards the A side. Demon One still played B long, but the Vice setup was on A, and immediately got hit with the Thorns Sova ult combo. That just ruined them completely. That's the problem with taking tag timeouts against a team like G2. They're going to hit you with some kind of set play from their strat book. So now do LEV have another adjustment. Demon One looks like he set up more passively with the operator, and LEV instead fighting for full A control.
It's the benefit of the Tejo. You do have quite a lot of util to just chuck at it. Make sure that it pushes back the attackers nice and early. Demon One operator in hand. Hasn't had many chances to get going just yet. Recall.
They're so aware of this, though. The drone hasn't seen him over towards B long yet, but they're aware of the money. When you break the economy like this, it does make it much more predictable when the team that's under economic pressure is able to buy an op.
You can see it with the jump spots. Still, that is an open jump spot, and Trent lucky to be alive, just legged. Limping around, but still breathing.
And that allows LEV to get much more bold over here towards A main. He knows he's not going to run into Demon One. So can the attacking op now set up? The tank jumps through the flowers.
Open angles. Hit's not being covered right now, and there it is. King just pounces on the opportunity. This is the difference that they needed. Off the back of a mistake, just not covering that angle, but still, you have to be able to capitalize when they're handed to you.
30 seconds left.
It's a round that's finally looking like it will go the way of LEV. Time running short for G2. Contact plays are called. Making the moves now across onto the site, flash in through the back. That's why I set up though, still connecting spam into the pit because they know that there's that potential weakness sees. Locking Valen down, but again, salvos just not quite landing. There's a dart and a re-clear. There's no way that G2 are going to be able to battle their way past this one still. It's a player advantage. LEV now might as well throw the kitchen sink at it. The cows are coming home. There's a Nightfall layered out all on top. A lot of sound cues cut away. It just comes down to the gunplay in the hands of these players. LEV surely able to win the day. Cutting them up, winning the fights out, and not planted into that angle. All is accounted for. It cost them almost everything, but LEV, they do get that round.
Yeah, it's expensive in terms of the ults. It's exactly what I was about to point out. Tech still has Visal online, but I think it's absolutely necessary that they convert in a situation like this. Great shot, again from King. To be able to get that denial on the trade as Jonah P walked in, and a small adjustment there too. You saw from Leaf's point of view, he was really convinced that there was only one player A, and instead it was a double hold over towards A from Leviathan. And now we're going to see G2 mix it up.
This is interesting. Might be seeing a clash over towards A main for one of the first times where both sides will be looking to opt in, but salvos are used. Thorns out through the back here. Hard committal and a delayed play with a util pull. Slowing them all the way down. G2 looking to see if they can grapple their way into this, but it's into the firing line! Kill feed filling up entirely. Nice shade of blue still. You don't want to overextend into this one! Leaf, you monster! And the punish was in sight, backing away, cowering. The tank. Trying to put whatever he can in between him and the enemy. Lovely peek though, and a lovely shot on top of it. Horn up and over, Trent forced forwards. Spots out of positioning, and then now he's getting the chase and the move on, isolates it.
He's read
down
the
to that fight. Definitely got the read onto it, the tap, baiting up on top of the wall! Trent! That's unbelievable! Ridiculous!
There's some absurd shots hit there from G2. The headhunter shot from Leaf, breathtaking. And Trent's awareness to read the flank coming through because he hadn't faced a second player in so long there. Even with the recon dart not being broken. Another situation where it should have been Leviathan winning the round. And G2 on an individual level play that masterfully. How has he done that?
Ludicrous flick.
They were already in control of this game on Pearl. They didn't need to be individually outplaying. LEV will be sick to their stomach that they lost that one, because it's also knocked them down onto an eco round.
Back straight to the bargain bin. There's only 2 rounds left into the half here. Like you said, sick to the stomach because there has been no honest foothold, honestly, for LEV to stand a chance in most of this.
Take a look at this. Demon One using his clone to activate the trip on the flank. Lights up, used on the other side.
Yeah, it's going to be exchanged evenly. Dodged out of the way. Not anticipating this one here. The Tang going for a peek and Walkbar's classic in-hand trade. Jorgamo cleans that one up still. Players trying to square up to him. Do you really want to tango with this guy? Jorgamo does have that dog in him. And he's anticipating a contact play. Tech still with a bullet to the brain removes him. Rifles are plenty now. Picked up with the upgrades.
Great chances of winning this round here, Leviathan. The clone that came out from Demon One gave G2 entirely the wrong read on what was going on. They thought it was a full B-long push. That's why they tried to A-split. Now you kind of have to clear out A main. And Leaf, the hubris, brought a stinger into this round, despite the fact that he has 4.6k in the bank, because he was wanting to play around his chamber op instead.
I do respect it to a degree. You don't want to give your opponents a gun in case you do end up falling.
But it's going to make it more difficult for him to take those kind of fights over towards A main. So instead, G2 try to flip the map.
They do indeed. Well, Util has to be used as the salvo's clearing the way. Rendezvous not going to be standing a chance against all that. Close quarters action called. Here's Jonah P. He's knocking on your door. And they were fully aware that the map was flipped this entire time. Leviathan got to get a move on here. That A main control, they were waiting for the team to maybe make some moves here, but they all fall in the end. It's 8-3, and only 1 round left in a half for Leviathan to even play with.
The speed of adaptation from G2 is remarkable in these kind of rounds. Like I said earlier, Demon One's clone comes out, breaks the trip over towards B, and the call is not to go and re-clear B, it's to assume that that was some kind of 3-player push on the eco, and we're going to react through. Once they realized that they'd made a mistake and A main was lost, instantly swapped.
Oh my god, I'm frying these kids.
He is. He's 10-4, winning unbelievable clutches. He's not even top fragging, that's Leaf. Here comes the Yoru ult. This is the kind of place where you'll see the tempo increase for G2 now that Jorg's at the front. Man in the helm.
Just gives you those options, especially that Hunter's Fury in the hands of a few of them. A couple of pings and a couple of tags. Orders necessary. Com is toppled. King has to take risks now. Steps up and players lined up. 2 taken away, straight from the fight. Clones in your face, flashed up, quick scopes in play. That is LEV. At least answering back, they get that 4th round. It was desperately, sorely needed.
Really important that they took down Jorgamo early on there. Take a look at this one on the replay. Another big round from King. He's offered them basically half of their rounds so far. King anchoring over towards A, giving them advantages, keeping them within some kind of touching distance if they get the pistol.
Absolutely is. There's still chances for Leviathan. It all depends, though, on the pistol round as we look forward to that second half.
I have a deep-seated hatred for this penguin. I want to disembowel it. Why? There is something about these shots where the penguin is like around in front of the screen. I want to destroy that penguin. I have an uncontrollable hatred for that penguin.
I need to go into witness protection after what I'm watching here.
And I think, listen, the jury would side with the penguin.
Oh my God.
There's enough evidence out there.
I had no idea that was coming, but also you should have heard the reaction from the people in here.
The people, this man is about to be dragged out of the casting booth. I'm telling you right
man
now.
in Valorant. That's brutal. Get him gone. Get him gone.
What's wrong with the penguin?
I can't explain it. It's an irrational hatred.
We don't have to go into it.
It's irrational.
Don't want to point more hatred at you. Right now, it's a different test in front of us. It's Leviathan. Bit of an uphill climb.
Well, have a look at this, Brent. They're about to have a massive clash over towards B.
You're seeing it. Plenty of bodies as well. Plenty of action where that came from. Flashes up and over the top as well. Still G2. The ones winning out. They got that player advantage. Nice and early. Calling it quits now. Leviathan getting a bit of a move on.
And this was all supposed to drag them into Leaf's setup over here. He can get one, get out, and then you're going into the Vice Thorns as well, offering as many opportunities as possible. Leaf, though, has to evacuate there. Would have been suppressed. Would have been vulnerable. But once again, G2 coming out with a really nice idea on the pistol rounds. LEV forced to react rather than run their own setups. They might be offered an opportunity, though, because there's still a 3-player stack over on A. But could you believe it? Trent is still absolutely styling on LEV.
The aim just looking far too sublime. Backs away now. Plays a massive player advantage for the retake. Plan's still down, though. Committed by Com. Gonna have to reposition and barely gets away. There's a few stray bullets chasing him. Tex is in a cheeky position. Back hall's maybe not accounted for, but still you gotta think Charades might be online. Flash try and take that peek. Timings here. Com just the one, and Tex was dealt with. Hell of a task here for him, and chipping him away. Tap tap with the pistols.
It's just too good. It is so tough out here for Leviathan. If they got the pistol, maybe there was a chance that they could get back into this game, but now it's just going to start running away from them by the looks of things. They're going to have to come out with something special here, Lev. The matchup to what G2 are throwing.
Yeah.
We talked a lot. I mean, that is such a tough shot. 145 from that distance as well, but nobody with the full armor on the pistol, of course. And you can see a flash of the scoreboard over here. Demon 1 and Com up against Jorg. It's not Jorg that's really controlling the game right now. It's Trent and Leaf, but Demon 1 and Com haven't even had an opportunity to get into this game.
They haven't.
The anti-strats from G2 against Demon 1's operator, beautiful to watch in the first half. And whereas Com found tons of opportunities to clutch against Furia, those were not really coming either.
It takes something really quite special, I think, to counteract the amount of thoughts and time that G2 put into their set protocols, their ideas at the beginning of rounds like that as well, because, yeah, I mean, it's just, I think, playing to the advantage of their comps as well. I keep thinking back to the pistol round. If you have double Sentinel, you're not losing control of mid. That's your main concern if you're stacking 4 players for a B long fight.
Yeah, I think double Sentinel is becoming extremely powerful as well on a range of maps. I think Pearl and Bind in particular are the maps that come to mind. Where running double Senti is so tough to get through.
They're going to go for a bit of orb maxing. Why not? Just get whatever you can out of the round. There's a kill, though. Opens up the door.
It has been Tex that's been firing for Lev. Tex and King doing what they can.
Nice little play as well. TP into the smoke. No more util really where that came from. It's just contact plays now from here on out. Maybe they can get lucky. Pick up a few of these players trying to run themselves down. Marshall, though, it's quick with it. Rapid fire as they approach. A lot has to get done. Just the classics in hand. There's been no reclaiming of any guns that potentially have dropped down here. Clearing your corners, making sure that nothing is slipping. Com, cheeky one. Nice little kill. Recontesting over towards Ard as well. Salvos. Contest the tap of the plant, but picked to pieces. Still 2 players left to stand. And a bit of stray spam. Does the job nicely.
I love the way that G2 are playing on these anti-eco rounds after the pistol win as well. Like I was talking about earlier, the way that teams are kind of maximizing the economy in these spots. The Marshall is literally the only weapon that could have really bailed Leaf out in this situation, because he's able to reload and get onto Demon 1 so quickly with the one-taps. And Jonah P, 2 body shots are going to take out anybody with light armor when he's got the Guardian in hand. And it's not a bad weapon to move into the next as well. Bonus here for G2. They don't need to show too many ideas. They're 6 rounds ahead at this point. But if they have something special, maybe we'll see it. Leaf's only got 1 target with light armor on the other side.
Interesting with the silos.
Yeah, is that to stop somebody from jump spotting over there towards Jenny?
Yeah, it looks like it. Jump spot. I didn't see what a second one was, but...
They're anticipating some kind of bait and switch setup here, I think, where there's a jump spotter, and then Leaf is tucked in that little cubby there that they cleared with a Prowler.
Could be. I was wondering, maybe that was the second salvo as well, just in lane, where sometimes you see Chambers, they put their TP down, they try and play up to pillar.
Yeah, that's
a
great point, actually. Could well have been to
I'm just making that up, though. I didn't see where it went.
No, I think that's an extremely good good idea there, that it was to break the Chamber TP, because, of course, when you're playing against the Chamber, it's a great idea to try to use those salvos, get rid of them. Com now has it back online. It's a slow round here called from King.
Yeah, 40 seconds left roughly into the round, and finally we get the opening. Demon 1.
I'll find you.
Had a slow year last year. Would like to heat up here and now, reclaim that title of the King of Hell.
30 seconds left.
He'll be trying to pave the way for the rest of his team, though. Reinforcements arriving. Roughly so here for G2. Holding it down in through the smokes. Valen just looking to dominate that angle, make sure that nobody can overstep it. Flashing through the back now.
Planted for Art.
Indeed it is. Still getting overwhelmed, I think, just by the amount of targets they could choose from. Demon 1 looking a bit uncomfortable in terms of where he wants to stand. He could really just be opening himself up to one too many angles. Still, they have the gun advantage and they have the player advantage. It's G2 that have to push forwards. Discipline from them, peeking with it. Still, not with the weaponry and not with the players. Leviathan finally get around on the board.
And while that one was somewhat simple, G2 without too much weaponry to work with, this next round coming up is enormous. If LEV want a chance at getting back into this game, the next round is the one that matters. Great entry from Demon 1. That's what we need to see more of. But importantly, if LEV can win this one, not only will they do damage to G2's economy, but they're about to get some really big ultimates online. And once you have the Armageddon, once you have the Vice ult online, these are ults that you can really build game plans around. And I think King's at his strongest when he can come up with...
Hold on. Hunter's Fury play, trying to contest these A plays as well. It's just a little bit mistimed. I mean, firing this one off of that A main util still gets at least a bit of information, isn't it?
I think he was going for a player, anticipating it to be a little further back there.
It's not entirely lost in terms of the value you could gain, and Leaf is perfectly willing to re-explore back up onto the line.
It's an interesting spot for the Vice wall over towards B, Brent.
Yeah.
Jonah's putting it a lot further forward than quite a lot of the other Vices.
But it's not being baited out regardless. It's still going to be staying up. It's a retake setup even at that, to be honest. I mean, a lot of stall, of course, but the flash is on the back wall for their team to get back into the B site.
They have pushed Leaf off the line. He's got quite a passive position right now over towards like dugout secret kind of area. He's got 2 opponents, and a tank and Tex would fall to a single shot. But if Demon 1's able to get in there close, he has that 150 armor. Might be able to hit a precise Vandal shot to open things up.
Trying to see if they can cook someone up. Force some respect out of him.
30 seconds
Spam,
left.
stray bullets, it's lead raining down, but no casualties. Plant tapped. They're waiting for the next layer of things. Just wondering if it's there, Leaf, what is that? Just absolutely tears them to pieces. In through the back. And King has got to step up.
10 seconds
Spike.
left.
Drop down, isolated, seconds remaining, forced to stick it away. Tex has to defend, faced by just 2. Damn, much of the odds still is going to be Swarm jumping, peeking, tracking. Oh, the right clicks in hand. There were chances. Definitely so. King made a decent go of things, but in the end, steady hand and steady aim by Trent.
I pointed out that Leaf only had 2 targets that he could one-tap there. And Demon 1 on the entry, 150 health. He took chip damage going in.
Yeah.
So he died to the one shot anyway.
That's insane.
That's brutal, isn't it? Just a little bit of that extra damage makes Leaf an absolute nightmare to deal with.
One enemy remaining.
And again, the movement on that retake, he plays in his partner perfectly there. Going for the jump peek with the classic right click, as you pointed out, Bren, and then the swing. LEV had their opportunity, I think, to deal some serious damage and get back into this game. Drag the gap down to only 4, get some big ultimates online. If they'd been able to convert that round, if the post-plant aggression had worked, maybe we'd have a different game on our hands. But as it is, G2, they continue that dominance, and Itapad is forced to interject his thoughts again. I'm looking at the economy of LEV, and they could scrape a buy together, but it would not be pretty. No. They'd have 3 rifles, 2 stingers or something to work with.
I think you have to do it now. You have ults online at least. Silver lining for LEV.
I think this is a last hurrah for Leviathan to get themselves back into the map. It's G2's pick, of course, but
you're going to go down to 12 if you don't buy into it. Like, that's not feasible. I don't think you have to turn it around now.
Well, they've got 20 seconds to decide.
It feels like they spent the time out discussing it, but not actually coming to a decision about it. We'll see, though.
G2 already out of the timeout, looking to do something themselves. It looks very similar to their pistol round idea, actually.
Yeah.
4-player stack over towards B long, drive them into Leaf. Leaf has the Vice util to be able to play off as well. Basically exactly the same as a pistol, and they're trying to steal initiative.
We'll see it. Flash occurring, I can hear it now, footsteps, and here it is, a brawl to be taken, Stinger in hand, exactly in the range where Jorgmo should be favored, right? The back's against it, listen, Sheriff's in hands, rifles, but they all fall. And Com deals with it, picks up the rifle, the upgrade, but he needs to win this fight out.
I got the spike.
Just one man, what can he do? Reclaiming that spike, look at the space that's been gained, garnered here. Leaf has vacuumed it all the way up.
He's going to know exactly where Com has gone as well.
And just watching for everything, man. Every possibility.
Every time LEV have taken attack timeout, G2 come with some kind of aggressive set play to just rip control of the game away.
Yeah.
LEV are never allowed to run a strategy. You want to take a timeout? Oh, that's cool. We're going to run our game plan, actually. We're going to make sure we're even more in the lead, actually. LEV are not allowed to play. Not allowed to pull a single page out of their pre-planned ideas. Not one. You saw King was completely unaware as well. He's doing a pullback, trying to cross over towards B long. Caught with his pants down.
No room to breathe. Leviathan here. Exploration into mid G2. They're just going to walk about. Rewarded.
And it's so difficult. It's so difficult to react against G2 because you're running into that double sentinel utility.
Quick little bait at the wall. It's one of the first times we've actually seen it from LEV. Demon 1, dimensional drift. Has to be some level of value gain from this one here. Spotting out a few of these players. Trying to get the clearance down. Spots the 2 of them. So knows what they're pushed back into. Cosmic Divide splits it all the way up. They see the barrel though. They know exactly where Demon 1 is going to be placed. This is a rapid approach to get themselves back into it. Nightfall scatters, sound cues cut away, all to their own, all offloaded. But this is carnage into the final few moments. How do you contest with this, man?
The rumors of G2 being the best team in Americas, off the back of only one match, may have actually been founded on the truth. I mean, a 13-5 dismissal of what should be another very strong Americas team this year. That is dominance. That is a tier gap that we just witnessed on Pearl. That should not be happening in this league between 2 squads as talented as this. Scary, scary signs. Whether they can keep it up on Fracture, which they first round banned in their first match, we'll have to see, but all signs point towards G2 being on a simply different level.
Just that tier gap that just might be developing, and this time much more visible still. As you said, we're going into Fracture for our next map. G2 did first round ban it in their last game prior, which is interesting, you know, they leave it open.
But also,
with the map pool.
It's a breached Taeho map.
Yeah.
So, considering how good they looked on Lotus, that is worrying for Leviathan as well, I think, despite the fact that they picked it.
There were explosive moments across the board here. And listen, if you're an armchair analyst, it was a joy to watch, I think, G2 just a full takeover of the map itself. But it's going to do it for map number 1. Don't go anywhere. We're here with the rest of the series shortly after this.
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go. Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Es muy buen timing. Cómo lo tiene por las espaldas el primero y el segundo.
You're the coach of G2, JoshRT, a suffocating map 1 from your team. And I was just sitting there watching, and I'm astounded by you guys all the time. You know, Josh called it a tear gap. You guys are playing absolutely just, again, suffocating. Do you think that you have been tested by any of the teams you have faced so far, including Leviathan?
I think these are always tough tests. I wouldn't call it a tear gap. I feel like we got away with a few rounds because our players were able to clutch a lot of these moments. I thought we played a little bit sloppy going into those rounds, so there's always something to improve on. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me that like my players are able to clutch those things out.
When you say sloppy, what do you mean?
I think we shouldn't have gone to those situations where they had to do a 2v4 or whatever, but so there's moments before that it could have been executed a little bit better.
Best luck on map 2.
You just win 13-5. Your team's having a good time, you're loving it, and then JoshRT walks to the back and says, not good enough. That's honestly what it felt like. But all jokes aside, though, I mean, JoshRT is 100% right. Like his boys, like they clutched up in those moments where they absolutely needed to. But really want to get your thoughts here, Emily, on what you feel like was like one of the glaring issues that we were seeing from Leviathan. Because to Elizabeth's statement, they did feel suffocating. It felt like there was nowhere for Leviathan to go in that game.
Yeah, no, I mean, starting off, just looking at the comps, I was very surprised to see the double Senti pick with the Verizon chamber, but I mean, when Leaf is playing like that, I don't see any problem with it.
Yeah, you can't go wrong there, and Leaf was absolutely frying. Like, G2 out of the gate, he was just ready for Demon 1. Like, it was a 1v1 in a shocking amount of rounds. Here, he hears that smoke go down because he's in range. This is Leaf's POV. I don't know what he's doing teleporting, but he gets style points. And then here again, they're just waiting for Demon 1 to peek that angle. It was going to be a flash dart combo to try and push down off of that, but it doesn't matter when Demon 1 swings into the angle. I mean, straight up, G2 had 12 first kills on this map compared to 6, and more than half of them look like Leaf.
Yeah, and he was just farming, right? Having a field day out there. I mean, look at this one as well. He got a fadeaway shot with the Deagle like it was absolutely nothing, right? Like, he finds these connections that you don't think a normal person should be able to find, but yet Leaf somehow manages to pull that off here, ending that game looking just outstanding. So now, Emily, you got to ask yourself, you're Leviathan in this situation. How the hell do you stop this guy when the ace on your team couldn't stop this man?
I honestly cannot tell you here.
Yeah, right?
It was a really hard map to watch and try and figure out. Yeah, I honestly don't know what I would do in that moment.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, how do you approach this now that you get ready for Fracture? Because that was a little demoralizing.
I don't think, truthfully, that if you play similar style maps, that you can beat this G2 team if you're putting up that type of performance. Because I think on a map like Pearl and frankly on Abyss, you need a duelist player that can take over and win those contact fights. And if you're losing to the Sentinel on the other side, it's not going to happen. So map 3 is still going to be a problem. Good news is they're moving into Fracture. This is Ray's territory. This is possibly Demon 1 not even necessarily on duelist territory for them as well. You remember the Brim Astra days.
Sure.
And I also think Fracture is a map where it's way more about set pieces. You're doing a lot of aggros as a team in early rounds. That's going to allow them to stop taking those just classic walk-up 1v1 fights that he was getting completely owned in on that last.
Yeah, but on the opposite side of that, though, you also have a team that's very good at the setup.
Oh yeah,
it's
not easy and it's not a free win, but maybe you have a chance.
Yeah, it is going to be a difficult one without a doubt. But let's go ahead and hear from Coach Itopata as we get ready for map 2.
Here with Itopata at Leviathan. That was a rough map. It was a 13-5. But we're going to your map pick of Fracture. You took a little bit to come out here to talk to me. What were you telling them back there?
I'm just making sure that we kind of don't forget what we're supposed to do on the map, because this on this first map I feel like we were a little bit shocked. I don't know what was the reason, but we just didn't play our game, and that's something that whenever it happens, especially against a team like G2, it's not gonna end well for us. So we need to like wake up and start playing our game again.
So confidence.
Not only confidence, but yeah.
All right, well, best luck on map 2.
All right, so there you hear from Coach Itopata there. And of course, now, I mean, look, no matter how you slice it, this is going to be a difficult one. We are going to Fracture. This is going to be a big opportunity here for Leviathan to establish themselves in this series here. Ender, you know that they're licking their wounds right now, but there is a possibility to get back here. Who are the players you're going to be leaning on? Not necessarily Demon 1, we were talking about him a little bit, but who are the other players, especially, because you have so many forces on that team?
I mean, honestly, I think it's King. I think, A, he had a lot of rounds where this guy was just absolutely shooting and playing well, but B, I think Fracture is a map that comes down to both attack and defense, so much about reading your opponents. There's a lot of these early aggressive plays, and if you have an IGL that can figure out what the other team is trying to do and predict where the enemy team is going to be at round start, you have serious winning chances.
Yeah, and real quick, Emily, I want to get you in on this before we go to a break. Fracture, know you love the map, know you've been excited for this one. What should people be looking out for when we get into the map?
I feel like with Fracture, there are so many different ways you can play the map, and like you said, like if you can get an IGL that can figure out what the other team is doing, like you are set. But the thing is, it's so much harder on a map like Fracture because again, there's 4 different lanes to play from, 4 different areas to do traps or like to poke and prod.
Yeah.
I'm just so excited to see.
Yeah, a lot of mind games. It's going to be excellent, folks. But we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going straight into map 2. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a few.
Well, let's get into it then. Fracture is listen, up and available for both of these teams to be playing on. And when I think of Fracture, Josh, listen, there's no duelist players that really come to mind to define this map for me. It was EG, honestly, with their set plays, and the centerpiece of that was really Common the Sova, which, if we're lucky, might be treated to it again. But it's a very different looking team, and we'll see what the agent select as well. Fracture, it's a new era, right?
2025 meta, Breach, Teho, seems like it would work beautifully. We saw Trent and Jonah P combine on Lotus in the game against Cloud9 wonderfully with this combo. And on the other side, it is the Demon 1 Brimstone. Con comes out on Sova, Natang picking up the Raze. This is what a lot of people are thinking about. This is exactly EG's Fracture composition back when they were the best team in the world on this map. Untouchable, essentially. But it is harkening all the way back to 2023. Playing Killjoy against Teho. Trying to find the value from the Sova on a new team.
Yeah.
A different player on the Raze here. There's a lot of question marks, I think, still over how LEV are going to respond here. And despite the fact that G2 first round banned Fracture in their opening game of 2025, I think this is a massive trap because you're walking into that combo from Trent and Jonah P. And it just looked immaculate on Lotus.
Been one of the best teams at just comboing that util. Breach and the Teho and a clash onto the north side. I have missed this one. Seen the players already squaring up, fighting each other. Flashes are collecting all sorts of value. Potentially! Jorgamo, what is that? What? Up in the sky. And sky high indeed. Just removes two of them like an angel of death. And Jonah P can't even be removed, man. Backup and reinforcements arriving to collect up the stragglers right from behind. Still Spike dropped down, and Tex has chances, opportunities. Does he know that Leaf is there? Spike picked up, Spike picked up, he gotta know. Flash up and over, dodging, drifting, the movement is all over the place. It's a team flash, he self-blinds himself, for God's sake.
He flashed both of them so that he could escape, and he's away like I was gonna say a thief in the night, but a thief in broad daylight.
Yeah.
In the full light of the sun.
It's hard to see when you're staring straight at it. Tex drifting around now.
If there is any justice in the world, Tex will win this round.
Turrets catching contact, you're forcing the issue, man! Oh, speeded into it, and it gives Leaf that chance.
He got the wrong read on what was going on. When his turret went off, he thought that Leaf was going for the wraparound.
That's a hell of a gamble to be taken, though.
It is a gamble, but he went for it. Bunny hopping up there, trying to get as fast as he could up into tower. How? I've got to see this again. How is Jorg killing two with the right click there?
That is just unbelievable.
Get the devs in here right now! Immediately!
They're laughing, man. They're laughing.
Well, of course they're laughing.
Jorg right-clicks someone in the air and they're laughing.
We're not showing the tears on the Leviathan side of the stage. The raw fury.
This is supposed to be, in theory, a weaker map for G2. Counter stun. Fault line's good. Salvos, though, dissipating a bit of the action. The threats that were coming their way. There's flashes on flashes, and they're blinding up absolutely everybody. No remorse if you get caught in the crossfire.
And a brutal round. A wild clash. Similar to the pistol round set up, to be honest, from both sides. And yet this time, the gun difference makes all the difference. Leaf hoovering up another ult orb greedily. Gets another one there from the death.
These players are low, Josh.
It is. I mean, it's not quite one body shot for everybody because by the look of it, Trent has had the regen armor. So he's actually up to beyond a single tap of the Sheriff, but everyone else goes down to a light breeze. Tex has another opportunity to win a big clutch.
The holding though, util off of the contact, Valen takes in, they hear the footsteps running around. Molly dropped down, straight to the feet, drone at the back. Detained, revealed. Salvo's where that came from, son. There is no easy access, Tex. Just forced to run straight into them.
Bullied by Trent, bullied by the sheer amount of util available. And we'll see how this one ends up playing out, but I really want to keep in mind the idea that this is the 2023 meta, potentially playing against the 2025 meta right now on Fracture. Newer doesn't always mean better. LEV looked, some of these players, for example, Demon 1 and Com, when they played on EG, looked amazing playing this composition.
Let's make them dance.
But we'll have to see how it all plays out. G2 going for a set pinch again on the B side.
Not shaking up anything, are they? Molly up and over the top as well.
Good
Salvos, where
reaction.
that came from, it is. Great reactions at that, trying to spray down though, can't quite control it. This time he is getting squeezed up. That is a stun that is picture perfect. Point and click adventure game. Demon 1 forced to answer back. Not for long, though. Immediately sitting straight back into the spectator queue. They'll be waiting, watching, see if his team can even do anything about it. Jorgamo, that is your team's Flash.
You can see how high tempo this game has ended up becoming.
There's no room to breathe.
At the same time, the slightest little drop.
Open angles, though. Want to take these fights down.
They're trying to create space for Trent to get across.
Yeah.
And they have done it.
Attack out through the back. Earns himself the one, though. Fully aware now of his positioning. Nade up and over the top. Trent back to the wall. And he's safe there.
It sounded like a plant towards Dice. I can understand the tank sending the nade over there, but now he's got a 1v2 to manage.
He's going to try and find these players. Man, there is just... There's no relief, is there?
No, there isn't.
If you're Lev.
It really is suffocating.
You've just been getting battered non-stop.
But this time, this time it's the tempo that's suffocating, right? It's the pace of the game. And G2 having so many layers to what they're doing. LEV is currently looking like one of the best players in the world. Absolutely ripping so far. But one of the reasons why he looks so good is because he's so confident. He's running up, running through the smoke at Tree and trading out his opponents. Never afraid.
Yeah.
Never afraid.
This looks different. Not seeing that B split, the clash over towards Arcade that we're kind of used to at this point. Door opens up just under Shocky.
And that's one of Com's favored positions to play.
Gonna hit his drone. Gonna make a play off the back of it. Wait a second, fault line. Pushing these players back and away here. That's gone 2, and okay, well, just getting away with murder now, aren't we? Still, Sheriffs knocking and toppling, the heads are rolling. This is what Lev needed. Get themselves straight back into things. Leaf is left alone. Spike dropped down, it's well away from him. He's got to try and reclaim this space. But you've got to think, rifles in the hands, doubled up, it's a high-low setup.
On an off angle as well.
Yeah, good luck breaking this. Leaf would have to almost toggle to see if he can get it done. Hold on.
No more thorns.
Spotting just a shoulder. Receives his kill.
He has the ult.
Knows where the two of them are. Spotted a Killjoy. The tank does have the ult. Showstopper might be necessary, but not offloading it. Not using it. They're not anticipating him at that angle, but just about salvaged in the end.
Lev had to win that. Once they got themselves into a 3v1 scenario, they had to put down Leaf. It took everything to get there, but the thrifty round off the back of Demon One hitting some beautiful Sheriff shots. Finally, the aim god showcasing why we know him for that kind of talent, and the tank cleans things up. A rare bad call there from Valen, choosing to commit into the stack over towards Halls instead of reacting in the opposite direction once he realized there was 3-4 players in that area. Making it look like it's a fast B with that Molotov that lands over towards Heaven. You can see this is already pulling defenders. That molly almost exclusively gets used for fast B executes.
It's just conditioned them. They see the molly firing, just flying overhead. Players moving away from their positions, and now going to be delayed to try and get this util out and over. Showstopper through into spawn, and it just wraps around. Brings Tex down to the grave.
The only player that could have really stopped this. Oh, Com going for a swing. I was going to say, the only player that could have really stopped this was Natank, because he's also got his Razor online.
I'm going fast, man.
They are pushing.
Yeah, Breach ult. Scattering these players around, trying to knock them around like bowling pins. Rocket straight through the door. This is Anarchy in action. And Trent's going to try and lock this one down himself. Steel Garden now overlaid on top. Guns and weaponry still alive and kicking in the hands of a few of these players, but Com is a one-man army. He's taking it over. Hunter's Fury is earned. Now being used to see if they can cleave away into the side. Jorgamo nowhere to stand. And safety is not really an option there for Leaf.
Welcome home, Com. He's back to Fracture, and he looks so comfortable. Had a fantastic game last time we saw him on stage against Furia, winning clutches all over the place, and a very slow start in this match. Couldn't really get online on Pearl. But here, after the tank opened the door, Com, he just barreled through. He's playing on his own in Halls. It's not like he really had a bunch of setup for that. He looked fearless, charging forwards with the Phantom and getting a final third kill there with his Silver Ultimate. Beautiful stuff. Lev showcasing that they can match this frantic pace that G2 have set early on.
And I was hoping that was going to be the case. Moving over to Fracture, if you're going to pick it, Lev, has to be for that reason. We're seeing it made manifest ever so slightly.
Now, normally, when Leviathan played this composition back in 2023, Tex's ultimate, the lockdown, would be a game changer. Now, a single ability from Trent, that salvo, and it's gone.
Yeah.
So you have to play around that ability cooldown or wait until Trent's buried 6 feet under before you decide to invest it.
It's around. So plucking these orbs out of the picture. Bit of utility used to clear up towards tower as well. Smoke's going to make it awfully difficult. Molly's at the feet on top of it, and there are bodies falling off onto the sides, twisting around 180 degrees. Tex couldn't stand against it. Just being swarmed in these positions. Now Valen going for the plant, debating out all sorts of things. There's a Brimont used to grant him a bit of space, but no one watching it as the smokes dissipate. In through main, a fight to be taken. If Leaf ends up toppling, could be monumental, and the tank knows it. Trying to drift back into the picture, but as he goes for that reload, Trent is happy to oblige, and there's only one left standing. It's Com. Trying to go for it wide in the face, a satchel to the side. JoshRT barely surviving. There are ults, there are salvos, there's everything to play for. Again, calling in the air support. Com is pushed back for but a moment, back onto it. Salvos now needs to be pulled out. It's a brutal watch, it really is. And the options dwindling away from him to play with. First peak done, time still available, potential there! But no! He knows it intuitively, the timer is ticking and he might not even get out with the gun.
Just escapes with his life.
Oh, man.
But a bitter, bitter loss there. Com had to read on what was going on. Played it about as well as he possibly could have done. But these early picks that happened from G2 as they got in through Arcade, through a smoke, it was unwatched for a moment, set Com up in an unwinnable spot. I mean, that round showcases how powerful the Taeho utility is in the post plan. The ult, and then the salvo, and then the stun even coming through as well.
It's just checkmate.
Certainly felt like it. That's the kind of round that LEV cannot afford to lose. And that is the kind of round that JoshRT was talking about, where his players are good enough to be able to come up with the goods, even when they're at a disadvantage.
I mean, this is such a different G2 that we're looking at as well, because of the pace that they're playing at.
Yes.
They're so willing to throw just the chaos in the moment and see if they can just make opportunities, make those weaknesses appear that they can potentially just wedge open.
Now, we're talking about it being chaotic, which implies some level of sloppiness, but I actually think the executes are really well planned out. They've got these large molly lineups, they know where all of the util's going, they've got great combo of util to clear out these spaces. But the pace is so fast, and LEV are forced to flood through smokes and create a bit of chaos, that it does end up with the players being forced to make on-the-fly decisions fairly often. We're into round 7. This is where G2 could, if they wanted to, start messing with some of the conditioning as well. We already saw them try to run a fake, where that molly flew through the air, indicating that they were doing a fast hit.
Yeah, pulled the players away, didn't it?
Yeah, they could certainly try something similar now. There is a massive ultimate advantage here to Leviathan. Breach ult, Brim ult, amazing plant denial ultimates to work with. There goes the alarm bot.
Yeah, and this is I mean, I guess, the joy of playing Killjoy on this map in this current era with Taeho's in the game.
Oh, it looks so fun.
All your util getting broken, your ult gone to the signature ability.
And that's one of the reasons you've got to expect Leaf picking the Vice.
Yeah. Seeing that trend drift a lot of teams now. Can't break the Vice wall. Makes it valuable.
Look at this push out over towards the dish side. While G2 are running one of their rare slow rounds here on Fracture, the Tank King taking space.
Oh, no way. Absolutely no chance. Com's trying to get mid-round info with his drone, and they just aftershock him.
Salvo is still online. You can't use the lockdown at the moment.
Tex might want to go for this anyway. Just throw it out, man. He's been holding it in his back pocket for the longest time possible. There's a timing to be taken. JoshRT trying to go for this one. Plant is down. Salvo's going to be used to try and force this fight. Not for the lockdown. You haven't dealt with that. Brimstone ultimate offline. Leaf still taken away. Two of the players of Leviathan. He claims that space despite the fact that he is detained. Everybody up and top and over into tower. The molly will shut them out. Seal them out of the picture, trying to step up to it, but that is a brave challenge indeed. Demon 1. He's forged in these fires, and he's going to try and make the moves himself! No way!
Demon 1G!
Forged not in those fires, man!
That's unbelievable!
Oh, that is brutal!
You can see what he's going for there. The timing was perfect when he pushed the molly at the beginning to be able to get the fight in tower, but you gotta be aware of your own HP in that situation. I've never seen that before.
It's absurd. Absurd, absurd.
How much damage does Valin output there? So the Demon One ends up falling to his own util.
No way.
The Demon 1G. Ruthless.
Back down to the bad buys. I mean, Leviathan are going to be used to it at this point. Felt like they never really were able to scramble together the weaponry in time here. Texto drifting in from the back. He's hoping.
It's desperate.
Yeah, he's hunting, right?
I mean, that one really is desperate. He's just trying to make the play to give his team any kind of opportunity in the round. Lev had an ultimate advantage, now an eco disadvantage. More stuff getting online.
Jorgamo just in time, can't quite hit that spray down for the third player, but he's done enough.
And the problem is, G2 are not even under enough pressure to draw out stuff like the Breach ultimate. Rolling Thunder still available for Jonah P when we head into the next round. And you could absolutely use that as a fake too, because they're going to bite on it. They have to react quickly against the pace that G2 are setting.
Yeah.
It's looking dominant. And a reminder for everybody at home that this was the map G2 banned against C9. That's why LEV have picked it here when it was left open. And to me, it screamed, this is a trap, because Breach Taeho is so strong here.
I mean,
but to see it in action,
it's kind of, they just look different, man.
It's scary.
I think, listen, there's a cut of a bit of bail with picking it. How deep can G2's map pool possibly be? They've already looked good on almost every single map that they showcased in that prior series.
Yes.
You have to make assumptions at some point that the map pool's got to run dry.
Well, it doesn't look like it yet.
No. Gonna be punished for it. Here it is. Fast. Off the rim. Jorgamo. Oh my god, man. It's a casualty of the friendly fire, but he's still alive and kicking. Up and over the top.
Spike's gone down on the south side, by the way, Brent.
Put the squeeze, though, on either side, just seeing if they can rip away, tear away any sort of semblance of map control from these players. We're going to be trying to take these fights, overlaying the smokes.
Jorgamo got ult. He got ult.
And here it is, Showstopper in his hands. Up close, but his rifle's doing the work and takes a spray them all down.
Attacker spawn.
1 minute left in the round, by the way, and it's down to that 1v1, just spotting themselves. Barely a thread to work with. There is no slowing this down.
This is a ridiculous map on Fracture. LEV runs some kind of south side crunch. Breach ult stops G2 from being able to take control over towards tree. Jorgamo caught between two Rolling Thunders, just getting bullied. Watch him bounce up and down there over towards the box. And what a play from Tex, hidden inside the smoke, kind of baiting Demon 1 to get his triple kill. And Leaf, third kill of the round. Causing the Valin pop-off. Despite everything, even when LEV get into good scenarios, there's a final hurdle, a final player left for G2 that pushes them over the line.
That's a nice one. Tank, though, quickly accosted onto the position, swinging around here. Tom's still there, he wants to go for a bite of the apple. Push back and away over the aftershock. Demon 1 creeping and crawling off from the side. That raw aim on display for but a moment before he's put in his grave. And across the zip lines, whee! Leaf gonna be looking to rejoin his team, his teammate.
They have to cross King's sideline.
And they're way open to it. Not anticipating that these players could be there. This is a bit of a weird round, topsy-turvy.
This is one of the rounds, though, that showcases the quality of Leviathan. Oh, and the read on this. They're already clearing arcade. The slower Leaf goes, the more chance. But they're instead going under tunnel.
Are they going to hear that?
No, you can barely hear the zip on this map. If you've got the hearing of a dog...
Do they realize he's got the spike? Why are they triple holding for tunnel?
I mean, I got to assume that they...
Okay, they've got players in from main.
Yeah,
looks like they were overlapped.
Does Leaf have a chance of being able to win this one? It would be absolutely gutting if he did. This is another one of those scenarios on an eco where LEV have got to convert the 3v1.
They got the weapons.
Leaf gave him a run on it last time, though.
He did.
And he's got the Vice ult again. Same kind of situation as before.
I think we'd anticipate him to be playing a bit more forwards, honestly. A 1v3.
It is actually a common 1vx spot to play over towards Dish here. And you try to catch one as they go towards site.
Yeah, it is an open plan. That. Swarming together, though. Pack mentality. Backs to the wall, though! And nobody anticipating it. Still guard and offloaded. And why not? Rip the guns away. King forced down to the secondary sidearms and sidesteps the bullets.
Another scenario where Leaf almost gets it done, but LEV take the round. 3-7 on the Thrifty, and here's the power of the individuals on LEV. Natank goes for a peek, then Com comes afterwards. Demon One around the back, throwing bodies at the problem, throwing Sheriff headshots at the problem, and eventually getting the job done. They need more of that. 7-5 half, I think, would be, I mean, at this point, the best that LEV can even ask for, but I think would be necessary to get them feeling like they're back in the game.
Plenty of ults as well. Left to be expended here. On the left side of things, deep dart is getting a lot of work done, isn't it? Forcing the ult out nice and early. There's a Hunter's Fury, a Com classic. Dart revealing on, a showstopper to squeeze them from behind.
Cool set play.
It really is.
Very EG-esque.
Trent dropped down to the double digits. Narrowly avoiding and evacuating. He's got that spike in hand and he needs a bit of a bailout from the rest of his team. And G2 themselves looking to go for a bit of exploration. Bullets are raining down onto them, so not going to be getting that plan. It's a minute 10 onto the clock and
Spike's
still,
dropped.
Yeah, maintaining that tower control. Leaf regaining it, but creeping up towards the top. He's just spotted, I believe, a leg. Breach, okay, the Brimble pushing him out wide into the open. The tank has really stepped up to that challenge. JoshRT will do his best. There's only so much one man can do. There's that 4 for LEV.
And a little bit of breathing room here. For the first time in this entire series, it feels like LEV starting to put up a bit of a challenge these last 2 rounds. This one really well executed. Love that play. Recon dart into the stun, into Sova ult, and the Sova ult pushes them into the Raze ult. Lockdown as well once Trent had been killed and the salvo was offline. And for the first time, I think, Natank on his feet. Played that round beautifully. And G2 on an eco. Final round of the half, though. Scraping together a buy with Guardian Stingers. And a slow pace to begin.
Just a jiggle. Going to be hearing the drone at this point, though. Doesn't trigger the fault line. It's being held by King, and you're going to see a play being made themselves. Luckily, quick evacuation and backing out of there.
They're very aware of Leaf trying to come around the other side, but Leaf's going to go for a late backstab. He does not have a good weapon to be able to take this peak.
Very interesting smoke as well, just over to the top of things here. It's split up the site entirely. It's G2's own, and Leaf is just taking pot shots, peeking up and over here. Grimald in through the back, spraying and praying. Sometimes you need a bit of divine intervention.
How has Leaf got 2 with a Stinger in this spot? How has he got 3?
There's no way, man, you're forcing the issue to this degree. Pressure pushed and mounting onto Jonah P. And Trent left alone into it. That is reaction times at work. Salvos in his hand. Peace of mind granted. Opens the door. Playing a bit of mind games. Demon One diffusing, sticking half onto the board. That gives him win cons to play himself out of this one. Knows the shot's fired. And Trent, what is that?
The individual form from Trent in 2025 harkens back to the days that he was utterly dominating on the guard when he first made his approach into the Tier 1 scene. I said that Leaf would not have a great weapon to be able to take those fights. And he's got a 3K with a Stinger on his own in Dish, over the top of smokes.
Just an explosive half of VALORANT. I have to be bringing in the cost code, guys, see how many booms that was worth. But listen, the second half is bound to keep going with more of this pace, because listen, I'm here for it. Listen, we said that LEV needed to potentially get 5 really to stand a chance in this one, but who the hell knows? Listen, it's a new half of Fracture, and we see LEV on their attack side. Might have something cooked up. Listen, a pistol round can change the tide of any fight.
And I think they really need this pistol. I said the same thing on Pearl, and I think they could have found an opportunity to get back into that game had they been able to get their best feet under them. But here it again feels like they need a little spurt of momentum to get them back into this. All 5 players from Leviathan going through Dish.
I mean, brave.
And unusual.
Yeah, and a play just trying to take space out from drop. Smoke's going to be dropped down as well to cut up most of the site. And hello,
full
Satchel play.
Full off-site.
What is the play for this?
They have Aftershock, they have 2 shocks, they have Brim Molly as well. They've got lineups for everything.
Very interesting.
This is a weird round.
And they've just left the tank on the site. Soul utility going to be in the hands of this one, but when you remove the first obstacle that is the tank, they know it's already kicking. Nanoswarm's going to be drifting over. Can they get their heads onto the mollies that are going to be flying
Look
swiftly
at Texas flank.
over the
Look
top?
at Texas flank.
There's another one.
They read it.
Juggernaut with half. They've read the flank, and he's going to pay for his life with it, but he has brought that win con for his team into the pistol. Now the classics in hand. Tap, tap. There they go. Drifting down and away. The aftershock. Just in time. It's narrowly there. Revealed up to the world. Can he even get this one, Trent? Just trying his hardest, man.
Oh, that is beautiful from Leviathan. That is such a cheese round pistol strat.
It's nerdy, isn't it?
That is so funny. The smoke on top site, double blast back into it, knowing that on the pistol round, you're not really going to have a hard sight anchor on A. Leaving the tank basically just a die.
That is so cheeky.
They have a lineup, Nanoswarm, reflank through spawn. G2 even read that. But not quite anticipating there, Valen, that he was going to get caught by the Aftershock.
It's the type of round that makes you want to install, honestly.
That's a cool one. That is a really cool one from LEV. Reminiscent of what Paper Rex used to do back in like 2023, actually, when they were playing on this map. Really fast execs and huge amounts. I mean, honestly, going back to like 2022 or 21 as well.
You're aging yourself.
Yeah, I know. Does anyone even remember Benkai on Paper Rex?
That was a while ago.
But yeah, this is LEV's chance at actually getting back into this game. If they've got more ideas like that, more set plays with the ultimates, more of the kind of stuff that EG would have cooked up under Potter in 2023, that Demon One and Com could have brought to this team, then there is a chance that they can get back into this game.
The ults on top of it can be massive. Fracture's a map where, listen, they didn't do a pass over and remove some of the orbs that might have been accessible, but it looks like most of them are vacuumed up. Jonah P. Shooting him a little bit of bail in the form of the missiles, but you're going to know where he is. That is just ridiculous stuff. Taking peeks and pot shots now in through the smokes. Dashing away the hopes and dreams of the anchoring players, so LEV will be able to get that plant down.
King halfway to his ultimate. They're not going to have anything massive to work with here for the bonus round. And Com gets a third. They've got decent weaponry though. Vandal, Bulldog, 2 Guardians. It's dangerous. And honestly, I mean, I say that they're not going to have a massive ult to be able to work with, but Natank is 3 away from his ult. It isn't even possible on a map like Fracture that you could go around, gather those up, maybe even get a plant onto him, have something to work with in the post plant. Does LEV have a set strategy? When I was watching them on Haven, they had really good set strats for their bonus, for their follow-up rounds. So what are they working with here? A flash and a recon, making it feel like they're taking tree control.
That's an awkward one to try and peek themselves into, but it was util to supplement right there behind them, and they hear the footsteps jumping around. Jorgamo wants to try and put the difference maker in against his former teammate, taking a fight straight to them. Kill over the shoulder though. Jonah P happy to take him out, and that's a spike earn as well for their troubles.
It'd be so easy to just go over the rope and pick it up.
Of course.
Surely.
Type of play I would make in ranked.
Com making sure that he gets everything he can out of this round. At least he's going to be able to pick up an ult orb or 2. But G2 in firm control of the north side of this map. If Valen gives away a cheap one, I mean, that flash even is giving them such good information.
Wow.
that Valen should be paying attention, waiting for contact here.
Worthless.
And King forced to fight a 1v4, now down to a 1v3.
35 seconds left. Not much of a chance, but listen, stranger things have happened.
Honestly, he could get an ult orb here, he could get a death, and then he's one away from being able to have his Rolling Thunder online. There are ways, even if he doesn't win the clutch here, that he can still come out with a bit of a win.
Dodging the lines of util. Going his way. Flash play in a peek. Trying to swing out and take these fights straight to them. Bit too much to overcome, though. Still, like you said, they get a kill.
Kill and a death. He's one away from Rolling Thunder. That's not too bad for LEV. That's something that they can work with. They've also done a bit of damage to G2's eco. But how well controlled was this? I mean, Jorg swinging a millimeter away from being hit by his own team's fault line. But millimeter perfect.
Yeah.
And then jumping around the corner to play Jonah P in for the kill onto Demon 1. Good stuff. Both teams really close to huge ultimates. Probably going to come online at some point in this round. Pay attention especially to the two Breach players. LEV looking like they want to do a fast B split, and only Valen is home.
Very obvious take. A lot of util being expended out towards Arcade. Like you said, Valen is home, but
it's tough.
They're attempting to knock on his door. There's some ults now offloaded, pushing him back and away. There's a molly at the feet, not enough damage done prior. The tank just really brute force is the name of the game for him.
They got Armageddon online. Trent, by pushing out through Dish.
He's going to use this one straight into tower. It's a full line as well to accompany. And Com has to contain. He's traded out eventually, but not before he did deal with two of these players. And this is Leviathan. They've made those moves.
Good control on that Arcade push.
Yeah, forcing the play out of G2.
Really nice. I mean, they are back into this game. Barring something ridiculous here in the 1v4 from LEV.
Spike planted.
Which I'm holding my breath because he has been pulling off ridiculous stuff all day.
Yeah,
but they get the trade. And Demon 1 shuts down any danger. 7-9. The gap closed massively here by LEV in the second half.
This is what we wanted to see. Leviathan didn't want to see just two one-sided maps here. If you're going to pick this map, do it for a reason.
Oh, stunned up. What a play by Com, the 2K, on his home map. It's looking good. Now they've properly destroyed the economy for G2. They're going to get up to Raze ult, Sova ult. How many more combos do they have? If you've got a set play, you'll probably want to save it until round 18. This is just about controlling any potential aggression from G2.
It's a flash in the face. Like you said, controlling the aggression, dominating some of these angles. Orb online, so showstopper, just in case it does get dicey.
And it could do here at Dish.
Here's a tap. Yeah, Demon 1 was not anticipating that. That is a fast fault line. They're rapid onto it. Jorgamo, though, just satches his way right into the open sight lines. And I don't know where the danger is. They're like, okay, well, north side of the map, off limits.
I love this protocol. Flush out the lurker that you think is going to be on the other side, but Tex finds the jump on Jonah P. It's slow from LEV. It's controlled. They're trying to minimize those win conditions for G2 here. They don't want to get upset. LEV have finally got a foothold back into this game. I do like the way that King calls in these situations.
Yeah, very disciplined. They don't want to let anything slip. King with a plan 2 gets one step closer. Trent will see if he can put a stop to it. But everything else to combo on side. Okay, I mean, listen, just the sour was enough, but what can LEV do? Stinger in hand. Doubled up, high-low. Up against Rifles, LEV would have to be Divine Intervention. I think if he would stand that chance. He's going for it.
But this is not one of those winnable spots.
Peaks.
This is not one of those winnable spots. LEV are now in control of the game. They have that Hunter's Fury, Showstopper to work with. Big ults on the other side, but it's the attacking team on Fracture that tends to control the tempo. Remember what we saw on Pearl? Every time it looked like LEV was gonna come out with something from the playbook, G2 ran a fast round against them and totally disrupted the game plan. Coming out of timeouts, any eco swing round.
Yeah.
But in this attack half, too many lanes on the map, I think, for G2 to really be doing that. It looks like they want to do it again, though.
Yep.
Is this control down towards the south side?
It's going to be the fight to be taken. Smokes are propped up.
Not fully, though. Not fully investing that. Not throwing the breach ult in and pushing from halls.
Just poking.
A bit softer, yeah.
In that jump spot, Tex. Going for the peak. Hoping to be rewarded. It's a drone now for the mid-round information.
Body blocked.
Gets it, though. Those are those players occupying out towards A main. That was a big question mark. Now they want to offload it. Okay, breach ult. Here's the go button and an aftershock in your face. Good luck dealing with that. The tank wasn't long for the world.
Oh, Tex had a free kill. Went back for it. Double dipped. Gets rewarded.
Straight up and over as well.
Small comms issue there from Trent. He didn't realize that the wall had been tripped at dish.
Just waiting for these players to try and contact back into him. Demon 1. Wrap it again.
It's time for Jorgamo to go for the rotate. He's the one with the showstopper. He's the one with the power to shut down an attacking round.
They're going into Leaf, man. He is hard committed into that corner. Not knowing where he's going to be peeked from, and a delayed peek at that. Demon 1 eventually deals with him. Showstopper. The wall of fire and brimstone and fury at your feet. And targets acquired. Valin left into that 1v1 versus Tex. And let's see it happening in real time. 9-9 now, Leviathan.
Tex has come out with the fire when LEV need it. He got them out to an early beginning on Pearl. Not that the rest of the team could really convert, but here, finding those important kills and winning a 1v1 that should have been so difficult. Only 25 seconds were on the clock there. Spike was down in halls. If Valin had not opened himself up to that sightline, certainly G2 had the advantage. I think that's another round that JoshRT will not be too happy with how G2 played that one. It's knocked them down onto an eco as well.
It's caution to the wind here for G2. Leviathan past the molly. Drone's going to be paving the way to hopefully a cleared out side. But there's one player lurking off to the side. That timing to be taken. Valin! It's naughty, man. It's getting away with murder there. There's no follow-up.
Yeah, where's the trade? Where's the spam? It feels like LEV should have been able to defend the tank a little better in that spot.
Tex just spotting back of the heads of two of the players, not able to do any damage, though.
Trent also took the orb in halls, which means he's one away from getting Armageddon. If he does end up getting that ult online, it could be tough here for LEV to get a plant down against Orbital Strike, against Armageddon, Salvos, and King does like to call slow rounds.
I respect the play here.
That's also going to slow him down. The Steel Garden, they're playing for the clock. The clock is the win condition for G2.
They know it.
King's got to recognize that and slightly up the tempo here without making too many errors.
Right, the players are split all across the map right now. 13 seconds remaining roughly into this round to work with. Hunter's Fury trying to clear that way. Oh my god, he's waded right into it. With a flash into his face, can he avoid most of this here? Fault line off into the corner, Salvos seeking to at least defend by a bit of time here for Leaf. Not going to be even using it for that plant denial lockdown.
The Brimalt was used.
Get themselves in. It was indeed, and still sidestepping, tiptoeing into the site. Rifles in the hands of these few players. Chaos needs to be played towards. Pandemonium maybe that can pave the way for King. Sticking that plant down and it opens up these fights. Isolated. There's no help in sight. Armageddon now, there is no sidestepping that. And Tex, oh, the momentous task! So damn unfortunate.
How have LEV let that one slip away? All of the tools that I was thinking would be useful for G2 to deny plant. Salvo, it got used to try to help Leaf. Brimstone ult, it got used to try to help Leaf. And yet somehow, Trent pulls out 3 outrageous sheriff shots from halls off the back of the space.
Here it is.
He's under a lot of pressure here. Even misses the stun and still picks out 3 kills to be able to make this round winnable for G2. The G2 players have been marvelous today on an individual level. Leaf still at the top of the scoreboard, still kind of gapping the rest of them, to be honest. But they're taking a timeout here, and I think this is the right play, despite the fact that G2 won that round on the retake.
Yeah, it's queued up probably during the eco.
Yeah, it wasn't clean. It wasn't clean. I think JoshRT can adjust the game plan here. LEV need to continue the momentum that they had prior to that round 19 loss. The way that King called, maybe just slightly too cautious, slightly too safe in that previous round. Not expecting ults to be thrown at them left, right, and center to slow down the progress on A.
Really have to be aware of it though. Stall potential when the time runs down like that. I mean, how many times it feels like since kickoff started across all the regions have we seen time become that factor?
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons for that is we're seeing a lot more of the breach and the Taeho and the fight.
It just slows the game down.
It does. And partly that's because of the abilities, but partly it's because you're also, you need to get to site quickly. But you don't want to make too many mistakes on the way. You don't want to leave corners unchecked and areas not cleared. But you've always got that idea in the back of your mind, like, we cannot actually run 20-second execs in this meta because there's so much plant denial. It does make it tough. And that's why attacking ultimates like the tank's showstopper can be so important, because you can just blast through an area.
Yeah, it breaks the balance, doesn't it? Normally you'd be slowed down, but it's a big one to work with. Leaf, hyper committed here.
He's got the wall to play off.
Of course, yeah, and it's going to give him that timing. I think the flash is up and over the shoulder too. They walk right past, okay. Lucky.
Retrieving flash.
Good work from Leviathan, not falling into that trap. They all backed off. Survival instincts kicked in. And they got the stun out from Jonah P too. Jonah P's going to be under pressure.
Making moves. Satchel's up and over. It doesn't actually direct his gaze up and around. Spots it though. It's Jonah P lurking off to the side. Won't be able to defend that position. Oh, now you're seeing it. That is a lot of util. Kitchen sink being thrown and chucked over towards Sand. Nade in the hands of Jorgamo just to buy him a bit of space in the room. Down towards drop. It rebounds the wrong way. Still the gunplay.
How's that happening?
It rains the day. G2. Great question, Josh. How is this happening? Shock darts. Are they going to save you here at all? Sticking the defuse all the way. The timing is just off on it. The player's toppled. Supposed to be that first line of defense so that you can even try and play for the util in the post plant in that spot, in that position, but everyone on LEV just died.
I've got to see that one in the replay. There were some shots hit there. When Tex gets the opener, spamming through a smoke and kills Valin, I've got to think that LEV are in a good spot, especially after Jonah P's already died on site. That's a 5v3. How has it gone so wrong?
Oh, no way.
Great adjustment from Jorgamo.
Bro, these kids are brain dead.
I like that. I like that. Not afraid to dish it out.
No, and honestly, he can talk his shit. He's at the top of the scoreboard looking like one of the best players in the world.
Not escaping that. Good tracking from Jorgamo. Plucks that tank straight out of the sky. A lot of util being expended just to try and force G2 back and away here, but they're happy to wait this one out. Giving up control of this one. They want to try and play retake into it. Smokes are fading, and here it is. Okay, fast play. Pushing themselves in through the spawn, but a fault line to respond. And it's beautifully placed. G2 doing enough to slow it down. Least timing is impeccable.
He's always there.
It's a three-piece from behind. Arcade control is his. And Com, not a rifle to work with, just a judge in hand. And we've seen that gun do dirty, dirty things, but not in this spot.
Revealing area.
Planted back and away from him. Valin happily sticks it. Safety in numbers, G2 have got it. Even trying to take this gun away from him, that is brave.
Match point.
But brutal for Leviathan's economy. Prior to the timeout being taken by JoshRT, it felt like Lev was getting back into this game.
Yeah, it really
and then,
did.
Whether because of the adjustments or whether because of the individual plays, and Jorg has had some, Leaf has had some, G2 are starting to create that gap again. Leaf has been amazing on defense sides, not by anchoring, but by pushing, finding the right timings to push out on defense.
It's been unreal.
Knowing that there is no Sentinel, for example, Tex is not watching the flank, or if he is, Leaf is happy to duel him, but more often than not, it's that Leaf is identifying what the state of the game is, realizing that his opponents are going for an all-in execute, and getting rotate timings way earlier than expected. If you watch this guy move around on the minimap, it feels like he has the radar. It feels like he has full information about where everyone is.
It's like slime finding the food in a maze Petri dish. He just finds the gaps, man. He finds the food every time.
He does.
He was doing it last year, don't get me wrong. Listen, but not to this level. It's on a different level at this point.
I think it is.
Him playing roles like Vice as well, he's not contained to an area on a Sentinel. He can lurk freely, his util stays up.
And that's
they
the
get that peace of mind.
That's the same with him playing Viper on Lotus too. He's not tethered to an area.
Yeah.
So he's just able to be so free, so roaming around the map in a way that Tex really couldn't as much when he was on defense side. And Leaf's got the in-game IQ to be able to make it work. This is rough for Leviathan. This had to be their map. And when they won 5 rounds almost in a row to start this half. They would have thought they were getting themselves back into things.
One away from a lot of big ultimates. That's information to leave. Flashed up, still gets to the safety of tower. Might not be safe itself, though.
Drone coming out through halls. Didn't see too much, but Leaf is going to be coming to the rest of his team. Okay, Trent, don't over-push this. Even though your drone saw nothing, I'm not getting contact on B. They haven't committed to the B hit yet. They could be going back and re-clearing spawn. So you see Trent not make the mistake, not overstep.
Breaks it. Fault line though, Hunter's Fury on top of it, but just doing a bit of friendly fire damage. Trent dodging, weaving, drifting away. It's a wasted ult at that.
It's pulled 3 players over towards A. Is King now going to call a re-hit on B? Tex has taken some space, but he's going to find a Vice Wall in his face. It's not bad IGL in here from King. He's created a weak site to hit. Only 2 players home, and King catches the back of Jorg.
Jordan was back open. As much as the communication has been good, gaps in the planar setup, Jordan did not know that he was open to it. Still slowed down. There's 25 seconds left here, Josh. And still Leaf trying to be that playmaker. Drifted in and out, up top of tower, just spotting the shoulders. This util flying forwards. Counter spam is ordered. It's Trent and Valorant, they're saving the day for him, and left man pushed to the brink and pushed back entirely. That's a map sealed up here. G2, clinical, dare I say. They haven't slowed down. We had questions at the beginning of this game, Josh. Big questions. Have Leviathan been tested enough? Are G2 really looking like one of the best teams? Or is it just, you know, that one match that we saw? This time a bit of a larger sample size after that.
And absolutely, I would agree that from what we've seen, G2 taking the 2-0 today, Fracture's really the only map where it felt like they were tested. LEV did a good job of testing them at the beginning of that second half, and G2 still took the timeout, still made the adjustments, still had Leaf getting phenomenal value. They look immaculate. There could still be things to tighten up. Josh is talking about it, the perfectionist attitude that they have. They want to nail down every little piece of the puzzle, but they're now 1 win away from being able to qualify to Masters Bangkok. And they've got to be a favorite coming out from Americas to do it.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly right. 1 match is what stands between them and qualifying for our first Masters event of the year. Almost feels early days to say that one because there's plenty of kickoff left to play, but G2 are the real deal.
They've definitely showcased that. And I feel a bit rough for Leviathan. I think people are going to underrate them, if anything, coming off the back of this match. They took down a Furia, they didn't offer too much opposition, and now they've gone up against an absolute beast here in G2.
Yeah. But I mean,
I think LEV could still do some damage in this tournament.
Absolutely. They showed this game that they can shoot. Listen, they're going toe-to-toe with a lot of these players, a lot of these big, heavy hitters. We know that, right, from the prior teams that they played on. And when the pace gets thrown at you in the way that G2 were doing it at the beginning of this map, that's a huge test. And they were swimming. They were barely keeping their head above water, but they were swimming. A lot of teams end up sinking.
At the same time, I know that JoshRT disagreed with what I said in the first map when Liz brought it up, but I still do think there's a bit of a tier gap between G2 and the other teams that we've seen in Americas so far. If there's going to be another team to step up, is it going to be Loud? Is it going to be another team that's at the moment in the lower bracket trying to make that resurgence? At the moment, G2 look like they're built differently. Maybe only with teams like Vitality or EDG or Heretics that we're seeing in other regions.
The international event for that, man.
Exactly.
If there's even a matchup to be had. Listen, maybe we're calling it too early here, of course, but still.
It's hard not to get excited.
It's hard not to when you see
this kind of quality of play. It's tough not to get excited.
Yeah, from top to bottom, it was looking good, looking clean, even on their weaker moments themselves. But yeah, G2, like I said at the start, we had questions about whether or not they were really that top team. Was that tier gap even there? Was it just our imagination, I guess? You know, looking at that first opening map. But no, they are a seriously, seriously good team. And yeah, looking forward to their next matchup too.
Another cool thing is that they've shown us those 2 different types of compositions, the Breach Tail and that kind of chamber-esque look.
Yeah,
so good.
It is so, so good. Listen, enough glazing from us. We're going to send it down to the floor, actually, for the Verizon post-match interview with Trent. Take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I am here with Trent. I talked to you earlier. I'm talking to you now. First question right off the bat. Still the best team in Americas. I'm going to go back to the best team in the world. At this point, Trent, you got to believe you're at least like up there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're very good. We show
it to everyone. So. You're not just very good, Trent. Be honest. How do you think you are?
Being honest, we're the best.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. I talked to you about, like, you know, facing LEV before. Did LEV challenge you at all today?
Not really.
Not really.
Fracture's kind of just a map where there's so much util. Everyone takes fights. If you miss a util, if you miss a shot, you just lose the round. So kind of goes back and forth. But on a map like Pearl, where it's more thought-based, just wiped.
Just why? Do you think that they just didn't know what to do with your util, didn't know how to? Because when I talked to Itopod, he said they just weren't playing their game. What do you think happened to LEV in the first map of Pearl?
First map, I feel like they were pretty scared. They were kind of just sitting back and letting us do whatever we want, so it was pretty easy.
What kind of message do you think you just sent to the world right now? Because you were technically only one match away from qualifying for Masters Bangkok. So what do you think people are, when they see how you performed today and for the past couple of matches, what do you think they see?
I think they know they got to beat us wherever they are.
Are you the team to beat?
Yeah, we're the team to beat right now.
The team to beat is G2. Do you think any, I know you said like you're the best, is there any team that you can name right now from any of the other regions that could challenge you, make you sweat a little bit?
Nope.
All right, simple as that. Well, I mean, JoshRT told me that, you know, every game's a tough test. Do you agree with that?
I mean, it's a tough test of our preparation, not of the other team. Just like how the week before, like everything we do to ourselves, that's the tough part. If we can play our game, we win.
Now, being one match away from Masters Bangkok, you have had many international experiences. Does Masters Bangkok mean anything different for you this time around, or is it just kind of more another feather in your cap sort of thing?
I think every international means a lot to me, just because it's what you play for. So, of course, we're going to try and make it there, and we're going to try and do our best to win it.
What would it mean to be there with Jojimo, your new duelist?
Honestly, Jojimo, he quickly became like very good friends of all of us. Like our vibes with him are just insane. So just going with him to internationals and even our boot camps that we did over the off season, it's just always so fun. So it's awesome to play with him and awesome to win with him.
Well, thank you so much, Trent. Give it up for Trent one more time, everyone. We're gonna send over to our post-show match point with Leaf and Jonah P.
Oh, this is going to be great. Where should we look? All right. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for that. Always great to hear from Trent. We're back here at the match point, and we're joined by Jonah P. and Leaf. Congratulations on your win, guys.
Thank you.
First, I want to ask just about, you know, preparation coming into this week. Obviously, there's been just so much pressure on you guys because everyone's talking about y'all looking like you're world beaters out there.
Yeah.
Do you feel that? Do you feel that pressure?
We don't feel the pressure, but like we also know that we're here to beat everybody.
Yeah.
Our goal.
But the vibe I'm getting is that you guys are here to beat up everybody.
Yeah.
Is that the attitude now? It's no more humble pie.
Yeah, I think it's that, but it's also just like living up to our own standards.
Okay.
Like we know how good we can be. We upgraded, you know, we're gonna be even better.
Yeah.
So it's like last year was kind of like a trial, I feel like. And now it's like, now we're like, not serious, because we were obviously serious last year, but it's like now we mean business. So I think that's kind of how to view it.
Yeah.
We're just always confident though, like we know what we can do.
It feels as if you guys have found a level of camaraderie that is very rare in a lot of teams. How easy was it incorporating Jojimo into it? Because y'all just look like you've been up there playing alongside each other for a super long time.
I mean, honestly, it's very easy. Even for him, like me, Valen, and Trent, us being a core 3 for so long and just having like our environment, we can slot in anybody. We slotted him perfectly, slotted Icy in,
That's
and now
we lost in kickoff last year.
But yeah.
Slotted is in like you guys got along.
Oh yeah,
you know,
that's
maybe
what I mean.
that way.
We're good people.
Yeah,
We're good
got you,
people.
And Jojimo, you know, he's a goofy guy, so he fits in perfect. He just messes with us. So.
Yeah, well, you know, look, guys, if there's one thing that we've taken away from this one is that G2's the real deal. You guys looked phenomenal in that one, but there's a key word you said, goofy.
Yeah.
And I like goofy. I enjoy doing a lot of goofy things. So we figured we'd have a good time and play a game of reverse charades. Which I will be honest with you, I've never done this before, like me personally. So who knows if this is going to work out? But thankfully, we have some people to show it off. Because here's how it works. All right, one person reads the prompt, and then we'll have to instruct the other person how to make the gestures that will reveal what the answer is. So in this instance, we will have our first test subject. It's Vansili and Ender.
Dude, I feel like a Wii NPC right now. Crazy.
Okay. Just do the wave.
This is going to be so easy. This is gonna, I'm like a king at charades.
Okay.
But reverse charades, I've never done it before, so let's see how it's going to work.
Okay.
How much time do we have? How much time do we have?
Hell if I know. I almost
quick.
Okay.
Basically, you have to explain to me actions to do, and then I have to guess what's on that card.
Perfect. Are you ready?
Yeah, I
okay.
got this.
Okay. Step on one leg. And then close your eyes, open your eyes, close your eyes, open. I'm just kidding. Okay, so first.
What you have an opportunity to troll him.
Is start hopping and then just squat. Okay? Now stay in a squat.
Oh God,
what action is that when you're playing or when you're
crouching?
playing? Yeah, okay, perfect.
Okay.
And then the second one, give me a peace sign. What symbol does that represent?
V?
Yeah, and then what game does that represent?
VALORANT?
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
And then last but not least, this is a three-part. So the last one, okay, you're going back up. Now pretend like you're swinging around the corner. Give me a finger gun. Okay, jump around the corner and then try to shoot. Pow! No, just one time. But then, oh shoot, I only got hit for 130. What weapon is that? Oh, then I'm dead.
Wait, 130?
Yeah. With a
Wait,
burst shot.
140 you mean?
130. I said one finger gun.
Wait, 130?
Is it 120?
What hits for 130?
You can't do this.
Nothing hits for 130.
Come on. Really?
140 maybe.
Come on, make me guess. What weapon am I doing?
Outlaw?
No, it's a finger gun. You're jumping around the corner. It's
a finger gun.
The corner. Like jump around the corner. And then you're like, pop, it gets crazy in pistol rounds.
Ghost?
I know what it is. Is it 130?
Give or take.
Oh wait, is it a shorty? Wait, classic. I'm jumping with the classic.
Yes. Now put all three together.
Okay.
First one was.
I'm crouching in the hit game VALORANT, and then I'm jumping around the corner with the classic.
That's good enough for me.
We'll take it.
Wait, what does it say?
It was crouching in VALORANT with classic.
With classic.
That's pretty good.
Okay,
Right?
yeah.
Honestly,
Chad, you have to tell me though, it's gonna be like 130 on the right click.
you're just getting buried.
I'm not gonna lie, this game might be harder than that LEV game.
Yeah. All right. It's now time for our players to do it. Where do you guys want to do it? Here or you want to go to the...
We can go over there.
Go over there. Get more space.
Yeah.
And I get to enjoy this area by myself.
Who gets to go first? You want to decide?
I'll go first.
right.
Let's see. Yeah. Jonah, you can go first.
I get to go first.
All right. So we lose piss around on fracture.
Okay.
What do we normally try to prioritize?
Orbs.
Okay. And how do you get an orb?
You pick it up.
How?
With, like that?
Yep. Good job.
Okay, but no, wait. But I have to guess the prompt now. I have to guess the prompt.
Okay.
You gotta guess the prompt. That's the prompt.
Crouching and picking up an orb.
Okay. Take away the one word.
Grabbing an orb in VALORANT.
No. You had it. You had the full sentence, but the first word you said was take it out.
What did I say first?
Dang it, we're taking it. We just got confirmation. You're good.
I say crouching, grabbing an orb, right?
Picking up an orb.
Oh, picking up an orb. Okay.
There it is. There
That
you
was
go.
easy. You were right.
All right. Well done. Well done.
Good
All
luck.
right.
Wait, no. Wait, don't I have to do mine?
Now it's your turn,
Okay.
Leave.
All right.
He's so excited.
Okay.
He really wants to do this.
So,
Yep.
you're holding an object.
Yeah.
Oh, don't do it again.
Okay. Attacker-sided object in your hands, right?
Spike.
Yep.
Yeah.
But Trent
Yeah.
threw a little guy, right?
Yeah. Gecko.
You gotta
Wingman.
come on, do some trades. Come on, I'm trying to see this.
What? Are you explaining?
You gotta
Okay, yeah.
mime it out, but
Yeah,
you also
mime it out,
gotta
man.
give him something to mime out, though.
I didn't know you understand. All right.
Wingman with a spike.
Yeah, but what
right.
does he do with that spike? No. But at the end, right? Yeah, right.
Wait, do it again. Do it again.
That's good. Okay, but what is he doing when he gets to the end and he
plants? Wingman planting the spike.
Boom.
There you go.
I'm insane at that.
Actually, come back over, but only if you do the wingman thing.
Nope. You'll never catch me doing that again.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
See, now you knew the pain me and Jake went through when we did it last time.
But I gotta say, your eagerness to play this was it's awesome.
I'm just 400 mgs of caffeine, so
All right,
excited.
guys. Well, look, I do want to thank you guys for taking the time and joining me in this silly game.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for joining us for that as well. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and where we are right now. Now, all my program feeds are out because of the game we just played. But it's okay though, because our bracket is set up. Of course, you got G2 going up against Sentinels, guys.
Yep.
You're excited for that one?
Very excited.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anything
they love to copy us.
Yeah.
So, there's always that. It's always gonna be a fun game.
Yeah. I'm excited for that one. Give me a little spoiler.
What do you mean a little spoiler?
I don't want to get
result.
I'm gonna let the fans decide. But
Is it a best of 5? Sorry.
No, I think it's actually we should get clarification on that. I don't know, and I'm not smart enough to answer it.
All right, that's a fair answer. I like that answer.
You know, I respect you. I wouldn't do that.
I mean, best of 3, 2-0 G2. Best of 5, 3-0 G2.
Okay, so no matter what, it's a
yeah, obviously.
it's a sweep.
Yeah, obviously. Did you see the way they played today? Jesus.
That's what I was gonna say too.
No, yeah, seriously.
I respect that. I respect that, guys. Of course, tomorrow we got EG versus MIBR, NRG going up against Cruvisa. But of course, that is going to do it for us here today. Thank you so much to Jonah P as well as Leaf for being a part of the Match Point. We'll catch you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, right here for some more awesome Valorant action. We'll see you then, and enjoy your Samsung SSD fast replay. Oh, he's coming!
Stay back.
As old as time. Sentinels and Loud, there's so much history between these two. There's so much pedigree, championship winning pedigree on these two rosters.
Fire with fire here.
Yeah, a bit of a scrappy start towards A from both sides, and DG lights him up. He tries to dance around the mound, finds a kill on Accounting. Vinny on the swing, he will fall as well. Had only one found, Narrate with 3. He's gotten it down to 1v1, and Narrate saves the day for Sentinels. Now stunned again, taken off the line, and third time is best. He gets the last kill. Loud take Lotus. What a map.
You still have Yoru ultimate. Oh,
Spam through the smoke. Bang falls. Valentine gets 4. When the heck did that happen? Opsil in the hands of John. DG tries to turn the flash, and he's disposed of. Now the Nightfall will connect onto all members of Loud. Silence all over, and second swings backside, gets 3, and that's the round.
Gonna have to be a flooded. Pancata knows. Here's the cue.
Where's the pop? Pancata on the swing, able to get one on his Zelsis, the second on to Narrate. That's 3, make that 4. Again, a slaughter. He's gonna play this really aggressively on the other side of the smoke. Spotting the gun barrel, the snap is magnetic. Second puts them away, we're going the distance. 13-11, 13-11. There's the ult, the stun too. Second with nowhere to go, and he still gets a kill. They know where Second is, and they're gonna be dropping it on him. Narrate is close by, and he's dead. Much more to be found for Second. He's gonna have to ace if he wants to win this out. Make that 4. Sticking it to half. He's gonna stick it all the way. Not able to settle the shots. He buys some time on the swing, and Second delivers for Sen City. This is messy. All the potential to get out of hand. The flash timing is really nice.
There's some real damage coming out of spawn right here.
Off the paranoia, instantly dropped. Try to isolate. You gotta be careful here. 1 kill found on the side of DG. That's 3 for him. Zelsis tries to get away, but we're tied at 9. Johnson, the disciplined corner, and he's gonna go unchecked. He's gonna find everything. 2 kills found. Info on the 3rd. Off the clone, off the flash. Bang going backside. He's spotting DG. He's dead. Second looking to connect on the swing. Pancadas finds him. 10 HP, and that's all. It'll be the war of attrition goes the way of Sen City. They take down Loud.
The gauntlet that this team of Sentinels just had to go through.
You